Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC East Conference Championships. Once again, I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Ocean, who will be joining me on the broadcast today. We have Time to Light producing and observing for us behind the scenes. And Ocean, it is going to be an exciting day today.
It is indeed. It's going to be really good fun. We had some fun with the East yesterday. We had some shock results, and we had some teams pull off some surprises because one of the teams that we are actually both of the teams that we have in our first game, Delaware and St. John's, definitely shocked me yesterday.
Well, welcome to conference championships where upsets are going to happen, the tensions are high, and this is the time where all the players are stepping up, the pressure is on, and it's really going to be about whether they make or break it under the pressure, especially going into this last day.
Yeah, no, this is also for bragging rights and better seeding when it comes to nationals. All four of the teams that we will be
Mhm.
seeing on this stream today have already made nationals. This is going to be an interesting one. Delaware yesterday they finished ninth in the regular season, but yesterday they beat the number 5 seed in the regular season and the number 1 seed for this conference in William and Mary 3-0. However, St. John's also had a shock result themselves, proving that some of their inconsistency woes might be gone with a 3-1 win over University of Connecticut.
That's gonna be some high, what is it, energy and some high vibes over there coming off of a good and upset win like that as well. And we're gonna be moving into Lijiang Tower once again. That is our classic control map. We're starting off all the games that way at Lijiang Tower. The real question is which map on Lijiang Tower will we start off in? Obviously, from there, the loser is going to continue picking the maps after that. And we'll have to see how the rest of the match unfolds based on those picks and, what advantages and comfort levels they bring.
I mean, one thing that's interesting to kind of point off right off the bat is all of the series in the conference championships have started off with Lijiang, right? So that's really interesting. St. John's, of course, lost to Yukon yesterday on this map, but used it to kind of gauge where they
Yeah.
were at and what sort of tempo they needed to swap to. That map pick they made on a Bonnie for the second map was awesome. And that is another wee thing we have to mention on top of this broadcast is
Mhm.
that we have map picks. So if you lose the previous map, you get a map pick of the next game type. We are going control, hybrid, assault, escort. Remember that perfectly. Quite impressed with that actually.
Ding ding. I am really looking forward to seeing this matchup. It actually looks like we're going to see Slurpee starting off for St. John's University this round. I believe last round she was subbed in during the second map of Nimbani, actually, was really successful at helping slow down the tempo. And I'm curious to see how University of Delaware is going to combat that.
Yeah, okay. So Serpy's gonna come in and play the Mercy here. That makes a lot of sense. Does it not? Like Serpy came in, slowed the tempo down yesterday. By
Hmm.
playing that Mercy hero, they were running. I think they ran Rush on this map yesterday. They ran like so the
Yeah, they
Somber
did.
Reaper Rush composition,
Pretty
and
traditional Lijiang comps.
yeah, it was fine. It's just that they were playing in Connecticut's hands, so it looks like St. John's really do want to play slower, and they're actually maybe gonna choose that slower tempo for the rest of conference championships and kind of make it their play style. Uh
All right, off to a bit of an unorthodox start here for Delaware, but quickly evened out with Jolton Joe going down in the process. Not all faith lost there, but Delaware gonna go ahead, probably regroup after that. And well, St. John's going to look to just establish themselves defensively on this point.
Yeah, they got control of the early pillars because Savix, who was going to be there first, obviously, as that main tank, as that Wrecking Ball player, kind of fell off the map. And that kind of meant that it was a long way back for Delaware for that team fight. Jolt and Joe may have died on those pillars, but made sure that they were able to control them for the rest of that team fight.
You know, it's a tough jump over the pond right there, and you can miss it by a hair and it's game over. But I like that Delaware is not deterred by it. They're going ahead, taking a different approach than around the main line across the bridge, moving over here towards the white room instead. Some pressure going to have to be applied to them if they're going to prevent them from pushing through this choke. But there is an onslaught of damage coming from St. John's. What a nice dodge out of the focus beam, but it is going to be so much damage still in the process. Rich coming up big, and man, these pockets from the supports are just carrying these DPS.
Oh, a slightly late transcendence there from Liam Lizard. That was always going to be a difficult fight for University of Delaware. The ultimates were in St. John's favor. The positional advantage was in
Yeah.
St. John's favor. That was just going to be a difficult fight nonetheless. However, they got the transcendence out, they got the duplicate out. I think you could take that as a potential net positive going into this fight. You've got a rally of your own to kind of
Oh
get yourself
no.
into a team fight. Oh, Fisco looking for the pulse ball, gets the stick.
Onto the Diva though, so no kills and just a bit of damage going to be yielding from it. Shut down, too aggressive on the side, and now it's going to be an opportunity for Delaware to go ahead and take this point back. Self-destruct from St. John's is trying to clear some space, and oh, those minefields from Jolt and Joe doing even more. This Transcendence from Duano is going ahead and clearing out the minefields more, but still still Delaware taking this point.
Yeah, Delaware going into that team fight with a slight ultimate advantage. That rally from Hyper was great. That was really going to be the ultimate that had to do it for them, had to get Delaware onto the point and fighting, because once they were able to do that, they kind of had the advantage. Brilliant play, because they had that Transcendence online with you now. That's why they had that advantage. I probably should have explained that. That would have been better. Ultimates to look out for in this team fight. I mean, I would like to see an early self-destruct from Big Lenny, but this duplicate, this player we're watching right now, Rich, they're going to have to really pop off.
Duplicate going ahead, being committed by Rich, and
Oh,
very
no.
quickly ripped out of that mech. And then the duplicate form just as fast, has to go retreat back to Slurpee for that pocket. But a lot of resources were thrown into Rich to try and keep him at bay. Flashed, shot in the face. Nate taken down Fiscal there, and that is a great advantage for Delaware. They're trying to handle the Transcendence here from Liam, waiting it out, and now that it's over, aggression is going to go ahead and roll through. Another minefield from Jolt and Joe. Geez, Ocean, that felt really fast from St. John's.
Liam Lizard is popping off on the Zenyatta right now. Look at the Slurpee assists as well. Look at the Mercy assists right now, as well as the Zenyatta assists and kills. The backline for St. John's is really getting involved in these team fights. And that brings the question, when we talk about this conference in particular, the backlines are very strong. St. John's have a strong backline, as well as William Mary with Alondre as well, and Nuklama. So that's going to be an ongoing story throughout the day. Whose backline can get more value?
A lot of pressure, and the res is successful from Slurpee. St. John's gonna have another advantage, bringing back that player. There's a couple of kills in the process, but it is still a scrappy fight here on the point. No one wants to give it up during this OT bar. Delaware does manage to get a couple kills, and they have got to take this point back, or they risk losing this opening map here on Lijiang Tower. There's some good pressure being put onto Rich, trying to zone him out, but it is still a chance here for Delaware. There it is. Tough. Finally closing it out.
Oof. I mean, they had to use the Dead Eye, but I don't think that's a big deal, to be honest. I think realistically, the positional advantage, actually getting the point so that you don't lose the round is pretty important as well. You still got the minefields, which could be very disruptive to any rotation that St. John's wants to do. But if they get in St. John's, they have a Dead Eye, they have a minefield of their own, and a Transcendence.
Transcendence from Liam Lizard going to be clearing out the zoning minefield there. It's going to give Delaware it's not going to give Delaware as much space and zoning as they wanted. Stay out of the sight. Fiscal didn't come up with any kills off of the Deadeye there, and now Delaware has stalled this point out to be 99%. Self-destruct catches Fiscal and Jolton Joe and Deem. Oh my goodness, that was a huge amount of value from that self-destruct. That was what Delaware needed.
Wow. It got a D-Mech, it booped Jolton Joe off the map. Wow. Really good self-destruct from Big Lenny. I don't think anyone could really predicted that one going into that team fight.
No.
Very interesting round of Garden, right? Similar team fights, similar approaches from either squad. I kind of noticed one trend that, you know, transcendence was a big part of who
Yes.
was going to get the team fight victories. Um, so yeah, no, the Zenyatas were a big part of that as well as the main supports. We kind of hyped up Hyper and Slurpee being reasons why they were winning team fights as well. I just really want to highlight that support battle is going to go on the entire time this series is going on.
They did a really good job at zoning out the minefields as well so their teams could continue being aggressive. And holy cow, there's already a fire strike kill opening up the feed. St. John's knows they can continue being aggressive, and the immortality field gonna allow them to just keep doing so. My goodness, charged up Rich here from the Symmetra, lasering people away and easily giving St. John's this first point take. But that's what we saw last time, Ocean.
This was critical though because Jolton Joe was able to kill Pod on the Junkrat, which was critical because Delaware had already kind of taken up positional advantage, and St. John's would have had to walk into that Junkrat spam. Really
The
important
Earth
kill.
Shatter.
Yeah.
Oh no. That I don't think Delaware is ready for the Earth Shatter here from Jolton Joe, and he is just biding his time, waiting for them to walk through. And oh nice, teleported here onto the point, and we're gonna drop him
Oh,
on the ground. Does get stunned by the counter Rhine, but doesn't matter. There are so many resources being thrown after the shatter from St. John's. They know it's time to follow up, and well, it's not quite over yet, all right? Reinhardt's are duking it out, but all in all, St. John's still gonna have the manpower at this point.
yeah, I think this is going to be St. John's fight, just purely because of that advantage they gained from winning that first team fight. Kind of similar to Lijiang Garden, right? Where they just had an ultimate advantage going into the second team fight based on the fact that they won the first team fight. Of course, the more damage and healing you do in Overwatch, the more ultimate charge you gain. And also, look at
Yes.
this. They're going to have to walk into Lame Lizard's application matrix again.
Again, thank you. Man, that is a tough hand to be dealt walking into an amp matrix. And well, the fire strike, of course, following up so quickly. Great synergy between the two. And well, it's forcing Delaware to use so many resources just on this approach. Now the wall comes through and Fiscal drops the tire, doesn't find any kills in the process. It does actually kill a counter tire. And all in all, it's a crazy hectic fight over here. St. John's still holding this point strong as they're walking behind, kiting back some of this damage, but these Symmetras are getting charged up. They are taking down the shields, and Delaware is going to take this point back.
Yeah, I mean, they did the job. That's what they needed to do. But St. John's only need one more team fight. They're at 96%.
Yeah.
They've got both of their tank goals. But the question is, how do you get your tanks involved in this team fight, right? This is a very small doorway. Symmetra Teleporter seems to be the answer they're going for.
Well, yeah, no need to walk through the doorway. Let's just bypass it altogether. Already straight onto the point. And well, St. John's, there's actually been two exchanges now, and a third. I don't know where Hyper was, but he got clipped by that self-destruct. And now St. John's has this opportunity to take this point back and close out the map. They are aggressing here onto Delaware, but this is control. Delaware needs to be on this point as long as they can. And well, it looks like they just can't get to the point. The tire is going to be even more devastating as it takes down more members of Delaware that are trying to stagger onto this point and keep it alive as long as possible. But St. John's looking strong, Ocean, and it looks like they might, well, I might have spoken too soon. You know, there's a couple of straggler kills, but there it is. That's going to be the nail.
Yeah, that's going to be it for St. John's. I think they should clean this up, but those Symmetra turrets are threatening. It's just the
Jeez.
Lucio on the point now. Hyper, almost at sound barrier, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to Night Market.
Yay.
Big Night Market fan?
You know, I'm actually glad we got to go to Gardens first. Yesterday you and I hit Night Market every single time first in
Yeah.
Lijiang Tower. So, I'm always excited for map 3. That was the yay on that front. But nah, Night Market. I like Lijiang in general. And I like how it does yield to very different play styles, right? A lot of the Junkrat play comes through like we saw on our previous map. Um, I still love how Symmetra is used to jump up to that window, get up there, and set up before the opponent to just get your fortress ready.
I mean, both of the teams are going to take this Symmetra approach. Apart from Viscal being on the Cassidy and Pod being on the main.
Oh, the boop from Hyper. It did push a couple of people backwards a little bit as the Maywall was coming through from Pod, and it allowed Delaware to kind of get set up a little bit better on this point positionally.
Yeah, I wonder. I would assume Slurpee is more comfortable on the Mercy, and I think that St. John's is going to swap over to that sort of composition now, just based on Jolt and Joe going over to the Wrecking Ball. Liam, yeah, okay,
Rich,
so
yeah.
they're switching it up. They're going to try and set a slower tempo here. I think they had to go for the Symmetric Teleporter, and that forced Slurpee onto the Lucio, obviously. But I think this is the right swap. I don't think playing a mirror matchup in this situation is a good idea.
Some pepper damage here from Jolt and Joe as St. John's is slowly trying to encircle Delaware here. Oh, out of the way from that Maywall by the skin of his teeth. And once again, out of the fight by the skin of his teeth. He fell very, very low right there. And now St. John's, still taking this slower tempo, right? They've moved over to that Mercy, and with Rich going down, it's going to slow down the tempo a little bit more. We see that there's probably going to be there it is. Some point pressure, always good to have, but Jolton Joe's not going to be able to sustain it for very long. It's just going to distract Delaware for a moment.
Well, it distracts them enough so that Rich can be resurrected, and Rich is going to be your main source of damage here. Going to get all of the resources in from Slurpee in particular. So I think, you got enough value out of that, I guess, back cap attempt, even though it was just a distraction.
Rich has shown he's got quite the proficiency on these aerial flying characters as well. And I do like seeing him on this Echo. I think Echo is a very dangerous character with the focus beam. But of course, you got to be able to time it right. And with everyone disappearing through the teleporter in front of their eyes, there wasn't quite as many people to shoot. But it did allow St. John's to take this point. Shatters coming through. That is going to be another engagement here from Delaware, but they've been lifted and slammed into the minefield of Jolton Joe.
Oh, dear. I don't know why that was so satisfying. 5 kills for Jolton Joe.
Gorgeous.
Just the noise that made, right? With all the mines going off at once. That scared me, genuinely. Look, they used all of their ultimate support from Transcendence to get that team point win. They will have a Dragon Strike as well, St. John. So I think if they can put some pressure early in this team fight, they'll be okay. But once we get into a brawl situation, there's a Blizzard online for Pod.
Transcendence here being used early by Liam Lizard to try and keep their team in this fight. And with 2 kills coming through and another one on top of it, the DPS from St. John's are finding their rhythm, Ocean. And this switch up is really paying off.
Yeah, no, it really did have to be an early Dragon Strike from Viscal, and also it had to zone out or pressure Pod. It actually ended up killing Pod, and it meant that the Blizzard wasn't able to be used once Delaware closed the distance. The goal is going to be the same, though. Get a brawl scenario around the objective, or maybe in the courtyard, and get that Blizzard off. It's really your only shot at winning this team fight.
Delaware's moving forward here on to the point, and well, a stun comes through, but there's the Blizzard. It's going to force St. John's back, zone a few of them out, but it is still anyone's fight. There's been some exchanges back and forth, and this point has almost flipped into the favor of Delaware. St. John's still holding on, wringing out every last bit of control, and now the wall blocking off a bit of help here for St. John's. Geez, these minefields have been popping off left and right so fast. I don't think anyone can touch here from Delaware because of it. And with 97 or 98%, there it is, an OT triggered. But at this rate, St. John's handling the trickle of Delaware and taking the control map of Lijiang Tower.
That was a little bit of a shock to me. I kind of had in my notes, right? I said John's lost this map yesterday. Delaware were obviously, in a really good spot yesterday with 3-0 result against William and Mary.
Oh, look, we should appreciate this play really fast.
Yeah, actually, let's just, oh my god, listen to this. Sorry. Oh my word, that's hilarious. Oh, the noise.
Oh man. Right. And if you look in the kill feed, I love how many other players are listed in the 4K mines. A whole slew of them.
Yeah. I do actually want to talk about St. John's again, because I made an adaptation, right?
Yeah.
When they lost that first fight on Night Market, they were like, okay, no, we're not going to take the brawl versus brawl. We're going to have to walk into them. It's just going to be awkward. Let's go and play let's slow the game down again. Let's play our slower spam composition. They were good with it, right? They were able to get a tactical res on the Rich at one point, which was awesome. But I want to highlight one fight in particular, and that's the last one. Right, when we were setting up Pod's Blizzard, we saw Delaware actually walk onto the point. They got onto the point, and you would imagine that would force St. John's back onto the objective and force a brawl
Right.
scenario where Delaware and the Blizzard would be favored. Nah, it was brilliant. It was just the Sigma player that kind of contested the objective, and the rest of St. John's just kind of went around the objective and divided and conquered this brawl composition, and they were unable to react. And that meant that St. John's were able to take Lijiang Tower.
Which is a really big accomplishment for them since they did not take Lijiang Tower originally in the series yesterday as well. So obviously they have been improving. They're still looking to adapt and grow. And, that's going to make them even more competitive and even more deadly when they're in nationals.
Yeah, I think St. John's was a team. I saw them finish third in the regular season. I was like, they were kind of good. They had everything there, but they were very inconsistent. And I didn't have faith in them to be a team that could take nationals or even be top four in nationals, if I'm being frank. My mind's changed. My mind has changed. The adaptations from
Oh.
yesterday and the adaptations from today, even to win a map that they didn't win yesterday and didn't look comfortable
Mhm.
in yesterday, very, very, very impressive. And remember, this is over a short span, right? You would have week
Less
to week
than
games
8
previously.
hours, like less
Yeah,
than
week
12
to week
hours.
games previously. Now it's 10 hours, or no, sorry, 10 to 12 hours for like between days, or 10 minutes between matches.
Yeah. That's a huge amount of potential coming out from a team, especially one that's able to recognize those challenges, right? Challenges you're having in the map, but either, terrain or who to shut down or whatever you need to be
Please.
mitigating.
Sorry.
um,
It's just a
the
good clip.
it's such a good clip. But yeah, mitigating those challenges and being able to adapt in such a short time, those are the teams that are really going to progress and show a ton of promise. And honestly, they're the ones that are going to really be deadly in the next 3 years when they've had time to solidify and continue to grow and create that strong foundation.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about progress yesterday when we were highlighting Cincinnati, a
Oh,
team
and
also in this
yeah.
division, right? Who sadly is not going to be in the EGF for the rest of the season as they were eliminated from conference championships and their regular season finish wasn't strong enough for nationals. But the progression they made over the course of the season was a foundation that could be built on for next season and maybe even the year after, right? So that is
Yes.
extremely impressive. But what I want to know and highlight is, so John's has that foundation, right? They've also now got the foundation to go and win the tournament, right? Which is something that a
Mm.
lot of teams don't have.
I also think that St. John's has some really good depth to their role. A lot of these teams do, but St. John's, we've been raving about their support lineup for a reason. And today, I think Jolton Joe might be in a flow state, Ocean. Those ultimates that he's been charging, whether it be the Earth Shatter or the Minefield, they're online fast. And this is, I mean, if you're gonna have a good day, this is definitely one of the days to have them.
Yeah, no, Jolton Joe's playing really well. I mean, just the actual intelligence to go and pressure Delaware back onto the point to get a
Mhm.
resurrect off so that you could get your main player or
So
your main
smart.
damage back in the fight. Really impressive. Looking
Yeah.
at this from Delaware is I'm actually really surprised. We're going to Eichenwalde. Now,
Okay.
Delaware traditionally a team that likes their brawl compositions. We saw that on the previous map. They play brawl, I believe, like all 3 points. And I would have expected us to be going to King's Row here.
Nah, I'm thankful we're not going to Kings Row. We always go to Kings Row. Everyone loves Kings Row. I love playing Kings Row. I don't I like casting Eichenwald better. I can say the difference between those two. And Eichenwald, it's a tough first choke to push through sometimes, especially if those teams are really fortified. But with St. John's feeling comfortable on that slower play style, this might be, something they're more comfortable with. It was Delaware's pick, though, Ocean. So
Yeah.
I'm in
I
the
really
air.
expected King's Row. I mean, you know what? You know what? I think Eichenwalde's a better map than King's Row anyway. I enjoy
Oh,
Eichenwalde playing, watching. I think it's better, right?
I do
Yeah,
think it's a
come at me.
beautiful map as well. There's a lot of really nice details in it.
Don't forget. So this is where we met Brigitte Lindholm, right? This is where she came alive. She was in the
Oh,
cinematic, you
yes.
know.
Well, and the Reinhardt cinematic is just
Is good.
heart-wrenching. Oh my goodness. Some good storytelling, which, huge props to the Overwatch team for being able to do those elements. Not every game has that fun and side bit there that you get to enjoy. And actually, we have a side swap as well, with Delaware going ahead and starting on the attack.
Yeah, well, I want to highlight this more for St. John's though, because St. John's picked the defense, and they did this
Oh,
yesterday, and they were brilliant with it. They picked the
oh.
defense, and that's a good opportunity to kind of like slow the game down. Um, you know, you're able to kind of dictate the tempo because Delaware are walking into you. They're walking into your space either on the assault maps or the hybrid maps. It's just kind of how it works, right? Goodbye, Rich.
Okay, well, it's okay. You're in the back, and once again, Slurpee's got the res. Normal, it's fine. It's gonna be just a little misstep. Oh, but two is starting to make a pattern, Ocean, and Nate has got Rich's number. He's got his own damage boost pocket on top of it, and now Delaware's gonna go ahead and move on to this point. One tick in their favor, two ticks in the favor, and St. John's now has. They didn't even
Oh,
touch! Ocean,
oh.
I thought they were gonna touch.
Look, Rich is dead again. They've fallen off the map. I don't know what's going on. That's a disaster start for St. John's. Nate hit just 2 critical kills onto Rich, and that was done, right? I mean, there's
Yeah,
nothing else to be said. I
two
mean,
in a row.
only positive for St. John's is they built a Matrix, but they swap off, right? They go back to this ball composition. I'm not sure I like this swap though, because I mean, you're gonna have to go and take this high ground, and it's gonna be extremely difficult to do so with Delaware already up here.
St. John's just says, let's push forward. Let's throw every single bit of damage we have straight into the front line, and actually manages to be able to take the space back from Delaware and find their footing after a very, very fast first point cap.
I like the fact that they went super direct and just had to go and take that high ground. I like that because I don't think Delaware were fully set up there. And look at
No.
Delaware's composition. It's really good at holding space. If there wasn't a Matrix up there, St. John's wouldn't have been able to do that. So I like the fact that they took a quick approach to it.
Delaware pushing out now, and it is a small choke point to be pushing out of, and basically you're being hit from all angles and getting bombarded by both Rich and Fiscal from the high ground while trying to leave the low ground hallway is a tough hand to be dealt.
This is a neat angle. Doesn't get anything from it though. Big Lenny has to go and reset, so Delaware are gonna have to wait a bit. I mean, it's gonna be important to have your diva to actually get through these chokes. Like Paul could have used it there.
Nice, caught right there from the high ground, and well, still, I mean, of course, the res is successful there in the back, and well, St. John's has there are ultimates online for both teams, Ocean. It's going to be a flashy fight when they all decide to pick them. There it is, already moving out, and it's going to be the duplicate onto this Orisa. Supercharger almost built up there. That's going to help the team, and there it is. More reinforcements coming through here from St. John's as they continue this pressured attack. Delaware's trying to kite back from some of this damage, but Rich is at every angle. He is flying around, and he is continuing to just berate Delaware.
Rich is having such a clean game on this Echo. Look, why do I speak? As soon as I say it, Rich just gets absolutely dinged. Close to that duplicate again. I mean, you just saw how fast they were building it. I mean, Delaware now have a little bit of an opportunity to get into this team fight now as St. John's have lost some numbers, have to back up, and lost another number there in Koala Man. And look, Rally is instigated here from Hyper. Delaware want all the space they can get.
No one wants to approach a team that just popped Rally, so Delaware is feeling good, making their way across the bridge, across towards the bridge, I guess. Dragon's gonna zone a few people, separate them apart, and this minefield's gonna be a little bit more complicated for them. We see that St. John's is continuing to try and separate Delaware. There's a few of them on this side, but can they actually take them down in this hallway? There's exchanges back and forth, but it is scrappy on this side. Visor's getting popped, and you gotta get out of the line of sight of that.
I thought Slurpee was dead there, manages to get behind cover. Jolton Joe goes down though. And look, Delaware just kind of backcapping right now. St. John's are going to struggle to approach this.
Yeah, they are. Self-destruct being thrown over towards it. It does get hyper, but it's 0.63 away from actually getting to the second checkpoint. St. John's manages to clear Delaware out just at the last moment.
That is a hero self-destruct from Koalaman. I thought Koalaman was going to go off the map with that self-destruct.
Kind of looked like it from our angle.
It kind of looked like it. That was dynamic. But wow, hero play from Koalaman. Not a player that gets much highlights for this team, right? Because it's really their support line that sets the tempo. And Rich and Jolt and Joe. Viscal is kind of here as well, doing things. It's going to be a neat dragon. Go for it. Oh, come on, Viscal, you're boring me.
Oh. There
we go.
Dragon's from behind instead. They're just going to tear through a couple members. And, well, unfortunately, Junow does go down in the process. They lost Slurpee and Rich. And Jolt and Joe in the end. This actually could be a chance for Delaware to try and continue pushing a little bit. They can get some chip damage and a pick, but no, not into the numbers there.
They didn't have any supports either, right? So it was just if Nate or Paul was able to get some value. I mean, Visco's just got to kill on the big Lanny. That's another bit of stagger time. And look, 59 seconds on the clock. Look how far Delaware kind of has to walk to get to the objective. This could be last fight for Delaware's offense. The plus side is they've got some good ultimates, Supercharger and Rally namely. And I wonder if they're going to try and get Nate up to this high ground. I think we've all died to a dead eye on that bridge before.
Rally also being popped by Hyper from Delaware. It's going to give them a bit of reinforcements in the small room, but it is still St. John's coming out victorious in the brawl. Surprisingly there, a self-destruct clips 3 people. Oh my goodness, St. John's just essentially sent Delaware back to start, and with 18 seconds left, Ocean, I don't know if Delaware's going to be able to touch.
I mean, Savix is going to go over to the wrecking ball to try and touch. It's going to be critical. If Savix can touch, look at the ultimates available. At Matrix, Deadeye, and Tac Visor. The problem is Liam Lizard's Transcendence.
Looks like he is going to make it there, be able to trigger the OT bar, and just keep their team in this fight. Visor here from Pod needs to be a hero play and takes down 2 already. This is the chance. Delaware needs to go ahead and push this to the second checkpoint, make up for some of the payload time they lost. And now, with more people being cleared out, it is St. John's just desperately trying to keep this payload from being capped. Dragons are going to tear through, but a couple of people able to dodge it, no problem. There's still more kills coming through, and now St. John's has the spawn. They have the numbers. They are throwing their own ultimates in response, taking down members of Delaware, and at just the last moment, able to stall this point.
Wow. I'm going to be real, St. John shouldn't have won that fight. They really shouldn't have. Once Liam went down with the Transcendence and not being used, I thought it was done. It should have been done. Delaware should have cleaned up that team fight, but they didn't. They allowed St. John's to come back in. Jolton Joe was able to stall for an abnormally long time, and it meant that St. John's got the numbers back, the ultimates back, and were able to hold on point B of Eichewalde.
What a nail biter, man. I was with you in the same boat, thinking that Delaware was going to go ahead and just roll that cart on forward. And well, St. John's doing a fantastic job at holding, and we saw them have a really good stalling and trickle game on control yesterday. And some of those skills are easily transferable, and I think they came in a lot of help this last round.
Yeah, I think that St. John's are kind of, they're realizing moments where they need to make changes, and they're adapting better than they have done all season long. And what a perfect time to do it in conference championships just before nationals.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what the teams are gonna roll out with as we go into our second round here of Eichewalde. Right, we've got Savix on the Orisa instead. Ocean.
Yeah, I mean, they run this over Hadiva on their offense, Delaware. So I'm not too surprised. But I'm gonna be real. St. John's have picked a really good counter comp here with the double bubble. They're
Double
just gonna kind
bub.
of take a little bit of spam damage here, and gonna try and build up Liam Lizard's nano boost, and then Jolton Joe is just gonna wreak absolute havoc. And then don't even forget, Rich is gonna be taking an off angle once that nano boost is applied as well.
And everyone will be looking at the havoc Jolton Joe is causing, which means Rich can have a free day over there, just free firing away, putting in the pressure and the damage. Of course, honestly, Slurpee and Liam Lizard have always been in the kill feed for almost every single takedown, right? That means there is a huge amount of communication and leadership being brought from these players. And well, Delaware here has been forced back into the small back
Ooh, go
room of
time.
Eichenwalde. They did go ahead and pop their Amp Matrix, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They've lost a few members, and being corralled into the small room when you have Fiscal and Rich and Jolton Joe shooting at you is not something I would recommend.
Yeah, Jolton Joe finally gets that nano boost. I mean, maybe didn't even need it. Rich was able to find
Yeah,
a
Slurpee!
surprise kill on nice melee. I knew you'd like that one. Look, that kill on the Hyper shouldn't have happened. It was a good kill from Rich, but look, St. John's were even surprised, right? They were trying to set up for the
Yeah.
nano instant, right? Eventually, Jolton Joe just decided to go in there. They still built up the nano boost and cleaned up that team fight. It's been pretty good. Jolton Joe trying to build up this primal rage and get some space on point B. Didn't use it though.
Oh, what a nasty ante comes
What?
through onto University of Delaware. The Dragons clip a couple people, and with no healing available, it was St. John's opportunity to just aggress forward. And look at how much space they're already taking Ocean. Jolton Joe has Primal on. Oh,
Goodbye.
whoops, not Primal online anymore. And with the pop of Rally from Hyper, look, you're not escaping, buddy.
You know what's really bad? So Jones actually did everything right. They took all the space on point B, and then they were like, what a bit more? I want a bit more space. Got a little bit greedy there. They did the right thing. The start of the fight was absolutely great. This doesn't seem like it's going to be interesting. They don't have like a real weight condition other than this graviton surge, and that's going to be really hard to set up.
There's the visor being popped by Pod from the high ground. Rich taken out immediately with Fiscal following suit. No DPS online for St. John's, and that's going to send them back to spawn to regroup.
I think Koala Man's gonna have to use its graviton surge like ASAP because they're gonna struggle to get value on the Zarya here. Like even if we kind of get into a situation where St. John's gets their Zarya into the team fight, Zarya just struggles in like a natural brawl versus some of Delaware's heroes, like the Diva, like the Orisa. So it could be quite difficult for Koala Man to get value. So the importance of getting this graviton surge off, winning a team fight, and then getting that swap made, it is of the utmost for St. John's University.
Nanoed Winston on the engage for St. John's this time around. There's a nice ante coming through to try and help them follow up, and Jolton Joe pops the primal in the small room, does get some kills, does go down himself, but there is so much follow-up from the other members of St. John's. They are there, they're ready to capitalize on all the low health players he's set up for them.
Yeah, so Nico would kill there on the lizard. It's gonna get resurrected, but he doesn't have that in case like an early accident in the next team point. Although this is gonna be a difficult approach for Delaware, right? Because even if you get onto the point or close to it, there's gonna be graviton surge, there's gonna be dragon strikes. You have to say the ball is well and firmly in St. John's court.
Oh wow, it's a good thing Savix had Fortify online to save the point during the grab when everyone else was stuck in it. Now Delaware has to hold this point here, and it is a tough uphill battle. It is the payload is slowly inching towards the golden box of victory for them, and Delaware is doing their best to continue trickling out, stalling this point just a little bit farther here, and with the Tracer left on the point doing the best they can, it's gonna be St. John's taking Eichenwalde.
They look so good right now. They look just in their groove. They look like the best they've looked all season. And again, it's probably on the back of Jolton Joe this time around, right? That primal in that small room wins that team fight, that critical team fight that allows them to take position for them to actually get their Zarya into the team point. The biggest other concern, apart from just the heroes that Koalan was having to play the Zarya into, was the space that you had to walk with that Zarya. Zarya is not a fast hero, and that's one of the problems that Zarya players have getting involved and not being isolated. in fights in double bubble composition. But when you win the previous team fight, you're already in position, you're ready to go, you're set up, and that was critical team fight from Jolt and Joe in that small room with the Primal Rage and the Nano Boost.
I totally agree there. And, it was really tough for Mr. Koala Man on that Zarya. That second point, though, in general, is a pretty tough Zarya stretch in Overwatch on Eichenwalde. And, in general, I thought they did a really good job of combating that. But also, when it came time to it, the bubbles were there to save the supports, help with some of the engagements, and St. John's, I mean, I wanted to also take a note about these replays. Look at how many people are involved in these kills, Ocean. This is the real
Look at this
way
nade that we're gonna
this
see as well.
team should, like, this is a team game, and this is what I love seeing played.
The nade! Oh, yeah, that was sick. I don't even know where Liam is standing right now. I think on car.
Props to Time to Light for catching that nice angle of that too, because
That was kind of neat.
it was so nice. Suddenly, everyone's purple, no heals on the board. But, it's still 2-1 for St. John's, right? It is a best of 3, and we have our last assault map, which will once again be Delaware's Choice Ocean. So I'm pretty curious to see what they're going to pick.
It's going to be really interesting. And what they're going to pick has to be something that they can, I guess, play against the strengths of Slurpee and Liam Lizard. I don't know. We got to replay that last team fight on Eichenwalde. Slurpee was in the kill feed for every single assist with the tanks this time around, getting those damage boosts in. Look, you've got to think about that back line for St. John's when you're making this next map pick. That probably eliminates Volskaya. I think Volskaya is typically a slower paced map. I don't think it would be wise to go there, even though it's my favorite map. It probably eliminates, Anubis. I think it has to be Anubis or Hanamura, and it's going to be on whatever Delaware is a little bit more comfortable with.
I agree with you there. I think those would be probably the better choices to try and play against St. John's strength. But, it's up in the air. Delaware may have a comfort pick, and those are the ones that could actually, provide the best results. We will see when we come back, folks, from a quick break. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC East Conference Championships. For those of you just joining us, I am Waffles for Sid. This is Ocean on the analysis side, and we are in the middle of our St. John's versus Delaware match. Ocean, St. John's is up 2-0 at match point. Delaware's got their backs against the wall.
Yeah, it seems like not their luck. Delaware had a good run of form yesterday, with some really good results. Unfortunately, seems that that good run of form is slowly dwindling, and I think St. John's is causing that.
Yeah.
Something about St. John's adaptability in the last 2 days and their in-game decisions is just shutting teams down. What it did to Connecticut yesterday was absolutely brutal. It made them
Oh,
sub their
yeah.
captain and best player, your boy Wings, out of the lineup. Like, that was just crazy. They're doing it again here. Delaware have opted for Hanamura. I kind of suspected this because they're going to try and TP to point and up the tempo a little bit, and so that they're more comfortable to play their brawl style. But I think St. John's will be more than happy because they played Hanamura yesterday against Connecticut and were able to slow the game down pretty well.
That is very true. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to try and continue controlling the tempo of this game. We talked about how they did really adapt from even just their games yesterday and have been very proactive in making other teams transition their compositions to combat them. And St. John's is forcing people to play to their team style preference, their tempo preference. And they leveled up during this conference championships.
Yeah, no, they've been really good. They've been really good. I actually hope we get St. John's versus William and Mary at one point, not just because it was a 5 map or 6 map banger the last time they played, but
Ooh,
also because William and Mary play a very similar style to what St. John's are playing right now to put teams off. That could be an interesting game because it might force St. John's to look elsewhere and play a different
oh,
composition and a different style. That could be really interesting, but we're here in the now as Delaware, they are looking to kind of throw St. John's off of their game, right? They're
right.
gonna try and bring it back to the brawl style, play the game a little bit faster. Yes, I think St. John's will then probably match them in that faster tempo, but Delaware are gonna have to respond. They haven't responded yet to St. John's slowing the game down, like Connecticut did yesterday.
It's going to be really tough for Delaware, especially because St. John's is going to have, I mean, Hanamura's got a lot of open space to work with. There's going to be a lot of chances for St. John's to set up on a lot of different off angles, and we've seen how devastating the DPS are on those.
Yeah, no, St. John's setups are so good. Like, while we're kind of watching replays, the one on Night Market, where, there was a blizzard on the point, St. John's were meant to be forced back to the point if Delaware were to be believed, right?
Right.
No, they just set up and walked around, and they set it up beautifully. Look, St. John's, as we've already said, they've leveled up, and it is up to Delaware to find your response. What that response is going to be, I can't tell you the answer to that. It's going to be all on Delaware.
Okay, it looks like we are moving on into the game. We weren't quite sure what the teams were wanting to do, ready or not, but it is St. John's here on the defensive once again. That's their pick. Rolling through, it's bowling time for Jolt and Joe. An immortality field has to be committed right away. Did you see how low all of them were as soon as they went through the teleporter? Not surprisingly, a couple of them went down very quickly after the immortality field was removed. And now St. John's is just going to free fire into the point of Hanamura like fish in a barrel.
This is exactly what happened yesterday when Connecticut tried to
is.
teleport to point. They tried to up the tempo, and it just didn't work. I think part of the reason is the poor decision just to teleport straight to the point. If they were a little bit more careful at Delaware how they approached that, they would have noticed Liam Lizard is on their own in that back left corner from the current perspective. They could have just went on the Liam Lizard and potentially got the kill. I mean, Slurpee could have maybe peeled, but it wouldn't have been enough to save them. Just a quick teleport at the point. Liam Lizard got an early kill because of the angle they had. It was a good setup from St. John's, but a bit of scouting from Delaware could have avoided that.
And yesterday we saw St. John's give up a tick on the point just like this, so that way they could just continue to
Oh my
berate the
word.
oncoming team. Now Delaware's been trapped in the small room. Dragon's gonna hold them off just a moment, but we're cruising around towards the high ground. A slam comes through, and there's so much follow-up damage on everyone who gets
Lamp
booped
has to be
up.
used.
Yeah, massive resource commitment as a result, and now death is imminent and permanent here for University of Delaware. There's so much aggression coming through here from Rich on that duplicate form. He just flies straight into the heart of the team, continuing to follow up on player after player, and I am seeing discords in my vision left and right.
Tactical self-destruct. What? I was gonna say tactical self-destruct to blow up the Bay wall.
I don't
What?
missed it by that much.
Okay. But not sure what happened there, Hyper.
Delaware still has 147 left on the clock to push, so a bit of time left, but with Pod and Savix actually switching up the composition, it looks like we're going to see some new approaches.
I mean, this is a forced change. They've got to try and get onto the backline because the problem is they're taking so long, right? St. John's have more options now. They have a Transcendence, they have a Valkyrie, they have a Diva
Nice
that's going to play
heal.
deeper. The problem is the frontline presence for St. John's has just fallen. Jolton Joe is gone.
Nothing found from the Deadeye in the back, but it is going to zone a lot of St. John's out. St. John's down Jolton Joe, but they have, oh, and they're down Fiscal as well. The trance here from Liam Lizard keeping Mr. Koala Man in this fight and enabling Fiscal here to get rezzed in the process, keeping everyone distracted. Now with 56 seconds left on the clock, St. John's continuing to clear out Delaware, and Delaware going to have to reset for one last team fight.
That's another example of that night market team fight where Delaware are forced to brawl on the objective where they're going to be more comfortable because they have an advantage. St. John's just, they don't panic. They have to Transcendence, they use it so they can get a Resurrect off and buy some time. Then Fiscal gets resurrected, Jolton Joe comes back, and Rich takes a new angle. And Delaware are suddenly completely surrounded from all angles. That setup from St. John's is why they might be a title contending team.
I love how fast everyone scatters away from a Deadeye here. And I mean, Nate doesn't find the value that he's looking for. He just gets attacked here from Rich with the pocket of Slurpee. And now he just continues to try and press forward, holding the front line. I love a reload high noon coming out, and well, still gets another kill in the duplicate form. Man, that timer seemed to last forever for him that time around, and with OT bar triggered, Delaware doing their best to just stay alive on this point. A couple of them getting cleared out left and right, but this dragon may be the nail in the coffin, straight through the alleyway there, preventing anyone from touching, and at this point, it is St. John's here to hold on this first point.
Yeah, they look comfortable. Leonas are probably preemptively placed that Transcendence, but look, it's done. A full point hold from St. John's University against University of Delaware. Their win condition is set, just 2 ticks of points at Hanamura, and they will be moving on to the grand finals of the conference championships and actually securing a top 2 seeding, or roughly top 2 seeding in nationals.
You know, earlier in this map, you were talking about how University of Delaware could maybe single out Liam Lizard and isolate him to try and take him down early in the fight. And it seems like St. John's heard you when you said that, because as soon as the next fight and a couple of the others afterwards started unfolding, I actually noticed that Mr. Koala Man was peeling for Liam Lizard, getting pressured left and right, helping him mitigate some of the damage and keeping him in this fight. So, you know, I wanted to give a little props out there to the Diva players who always get the short end of the stick, Ocean.
They have to do everything. If you don't do that
Yes.
one other tiny thing, right, you're done. Your career is finished, right? You may as well retire. You're
You
washed
have to
up, you're
eat
banned.
every ultimate.
Yeah. It's just how it is, the life of a Diva player. I'm surprised St. John's are not just going to start off on like the Wrecking Ball composition and just try and slowly walk in. I mean, they're running the Orisa over the Reinhardt, which I like a little bit more. I think that suits St. John's' playstyle. No, they're not. They're just going to try and get this series finished, I guess. I mean, they have 4 minutes. I guess if they lose this first team fight, if they're not comfortable, they'll make the adjustments they need to.
And with needing a little under 2 ticks, that does mean that St. John's can farm up resources. They can get their ultimates ready, they can wait until they have the right opportunity to strike, or they can just slowly work their way around the point like we see here. There's already been the immortality field committed from St. John's, so doesn't enable as much aggression, but they're slowing down a bit. They're waiting here, trying to bide a time, and with Koala Man popping out a mech, that's not going according to plan.
Cool bit of platforming there from Koala Man on the mini diva too. Look at St. John's, how they scouted and waited for their teleporter to come out. They knew what approach they wanted to take when they knew where Delaware were set up, and they could still win this team fight.
There's a lot of aggression coming through from St. John's, but Delaware does not want to give this up. They are holding firm here, and they haven't even given up a tick yet. Right now, Savix is doing everything to keep their presence on this point, pushing back St. John's, and a little bit of chip damage is all we've got so far.
That's really Koala Man wants to kind of reset for that mech. I think they'll take one more fight on this brawl composition. They'll probably teleport everyone to that top left. It'll be pretty safe to do so. They've got the Earth Shatter now, they've got the Amp Matrix, but if this team fight doesn't work, St. John's need to make the adaptations that they've been making all series long, go over to that Mercy composition and try and divide and conquer this double shield.
Delaware is set up on the point here, and they do have the Amp Matrix online, but St. John's goes ahead, pops theirs first instead. Nate has gone ahead, used the visor in response to try and push back some members of St. John's, but they don't care. They are continuing to aggress forward. We got a Reinhardt shield blocking damage. Shatter's putting people on the ground, and Big Lenny trying to save this fight for Delaware. Goes ahead, commits the flux, but it is almost in the bag here for St. John's, and there it is. St. John's taking Hanamura and going ahead and taking the series.
That was, the both didn't mean anything, but it was heartbreaking. You're transing to the point to try and keep your conference championship hopes alive in the winners bracket. You just get booted away. It's a little bit upsetting. But look, Delaware, they'll move down to the lower brackets. They've had a pretty good run already in conference championships with the result over William and Mary yesterday, 3-0. Like a pretty darn good result, right?
Right.
So I don't think they'll be complaining too much. They're still alive in conference champs. They can still get top 2. They can still claim some good seeding for themselves when it comes to nationals.
Absolutely, and they should be really happy with their overall performance in conference championships in general. We talked about their great successes. They had a beautiful upset yesterday, and all in all, they have been growing very well, and they've got a strong foundation. They've got a good team going for them. Moving into the next years, it's only up from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And St. John's, I mean, I can't help but talk. I've been so impressed with them over the past 2 days. And I think the reason I'm so impressed with them is because I wasn't impressed with them the entire regular season. I genuinely wasn't. And, people could call me out on that. I was wrong, right? They've been able to
Happy
make
to
good
be proven wrong.
adaptations. Yeah, no, I'm happy to be proven wrong as well. The adaptations they made over the past couple of days, their map picks, their choice to defend first so they can spam better. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Congratulations on your top 2 in conference championships. We'll see you in the grand finals later on today. Well played, St. John's.
Absolutely. And, I think we're actually going to get a chance to speak with Mr. Koala Man from the victorious team of St. John's University, that diva player that I called out there towards the end, doing some fantastic work and, of course, being expected to do everything like the typical diva player. So, folks, we're going to grab him and we will be right back. everyone, and welcome back to the EGFC East Conference Championships. We are here with Mr. Koala Man from the victorious team of St. John's University that we just saw. Mr. Koala Man, thank you so much for joining us here today, and congratulations on your win, dude.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for having me too.
So, obviously, you guys just had a really great series. And to be honest, Ocean and I have been raving about how you guys have really adapted over, really conference championships specifically. It seems like you've narrowed in and zeroed in on consistency and, in general, just leveled up during this series. What's kind of been your guys' like mentality or the vibe or feeling for this tournament?
Yeah, we want to take it seriously. We want to get a good spot here to get a good spot in nationals. And
Hmm.
we're really just working on taking things up a notch and really trying to put our all, get in the strategies, get in the zone and do our own thing and play our game. And so far it's been working out really, really well. And yeah, it's just the whole weekend it's been working out well.
You have definitely been forcing teams to play your game, which you guys have been very successful at. Quite the mobile composition with, Slurpee on the Mercy, really pocketing Rich a bunch. I saw you on that diva, especially on Hanamura, and you were constantly peeling for Liam Lizard on that Zenyatta, keeping him protected. Obviously real squishy of a character, so needs that type of support. But
Yeah,
you're a diva player, right? You Diva
unfortunately.
players have it the roughest. You get staggered the longest, you're abused the most because you're just in your little baby diva form, not as threatening, and you're
Never mind the
expected
verbal abuse we get. Yeah.
Yeah, true, true.
you're expected to cover everybody and eat all the ultimates. What is like your mentality as a diva player, and like how do you handle really having all of those responsibilities all the time and keeping them straight and prioritized?
Yeah, so I go to a therapist about twice a week to deal with all the anxiety. No, it's really about finding that middle ground, being able to push up when you see the opportunity, being able to fall back if someone's diving your backline or you're trading back. It's all about what the plan is for that fight and what ultimates you have, and it's really about just thinking about what they're gonna do, what's happening, and what's gonna happen next, and just trying not to get overwhelmed and anxious and depressed all at the same time.
Yeah, yeah, life of a diva player.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely get it, right? And I like the fact that you have your fight plans in place, and that's how you decide what you're gonna do. If you need our Zenyatta to play more aggressive, get a better angle, I'm just gonna sit near him, right? I'm gonna ask you some questions about St. John's over the course of this conference championships. Your adaptations have been absolutely brilliant, right? The one on Night Market in particular today, where we went brawl versus brawl for the Symmetra teleporter, then we instantly swapped. Talk to me about who makes those calls, who is the main player in those decisions for St. John's.
We went into that one with kind of a plan. We wanted to try the brawl because we know Delaware is not the strongest brawl team, and we
Yeah.
thought that ours was going to be better. But they pulled out the May on Night Market, and we were like, you know what? We're not doing that. We're playing our game, and we decided to go with the ball, the Echo, and we said we're not playing games with this wall. Like you're gonna play your game with the wall. Okay, we're gonna do our thing, and it just worked. We know how to take the angles. We know how to get in there. We know how to get the back line. We know how to bait their team on top of Liam and then take point.
Okay,
You
cool.
did.
Right,
I
I
felt
have
bad
two.
about that. We threw him under the
Yeah,
bus, quite literally.
yeah.
Yeah.
We have two more questions for you. One is about this conference championships. Is there any of the Eastern teams you want to apply? I think there's one that I can guess you're going to answer.
And any of the Eastern Conference teams I want to play?
Yeah.
Honestly, I want to go against UConn again. That was a lot of fun.
Yukon.
That was a really
Ooh,
close
Ooh.
game.
I
fun
was expecting you to
curveball.
say William and Mary for some revenge since they beat you 3-2 in the regular season.
Oh, they have to get to us
Esper.
first.
There we
Oh,
go, there we go. And
okay,
then,
Mr.
all
Koala
right,
Man.
last question. What can St. John's do when it comes to nationals?
What can St. John's do when it comes to nationals? That's a good question. I think we're gonna find out. We got a lot of time to prepare. We got a lot of time to. We got to get the scrim bucks, you know,
Heck yeah.
and it's not the most well timed, unfortunately. You know, we're all in college. We got finals and stuff. It's gonna be rough, but if we put our heads to it, I think that we can do quite well. I think we can do quite well. Uh, the honestly, watching all these games recently, the most surprising for me has been seeing. I think the most entertaining game I saw was Colorado versus Hawaii yesterday. That was a
Yes.
And
really,
Hawaii
really
not
good game.
currently in playoffs. They're currently not in nationals. They have
Yeah.
to
I
qualify
know. They have
today.
to.
It's ridiculous.
Colorado has to lose against who is it?
Tennessee.
Tennessee today, and yeah. There's a lot of there's been some echoes I've been hearing about that. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, just throw so Hawaii doesn't get in. You know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure Hawaii is amped to fight their battle and try and make it to nationals. You guys, on the other hand, are secured a spot, and with this win under your belts, and we'll see how many more yield for the rest of the day. You could have a very nice seed moving into nationals, and we really look forward to watching you and the rest of your team perform there. Is there anyone you want to call out or give props to before you go ahead and sign off?
Yeah, I want to give props to my father, Rich.
Ooh.
No, not only Rich, of
Rich in
course.
game or the other
In
your
game, in
actual
game, in
father?
game, in game. Yeah.
Oh,
In
okay.
game. Okay.
No. Definitely want to give a shout out to my entire team, especially like Liam, Rich, Jalton, Jasmine, Mark. If you stay, oh my god, everybody.
Well, that's why
Yeah,
people
no,
get names and some people get the gamer
yeah, no.
tags.
Some people, I mixed it up. Sorry, but everybody on the team, seriously. Uh, they're all really trying right now. We're all excited for things that are to like coming and our practices, and they're really putting a lot of work in right now, and I think it's showing. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Definitely the people that are watching right now. Everyone in the Route 66 area. We were watching the games yesterday. Everyone in there. I'm probably gonna go there after this, honestly, and I guess my family because I haven't seen them all week. I was playing too much Overwatch.
Oh,
Well,
it's
obviously
worked.
they have been a
It's
huge
worked.
support for you. And
Absolutely.
you and your whole team performed so well this round and yesterday as well. Good luck to you in your future games, Mr. Koala Man. We will
Thank
be
you.
definitely cheering for you. And thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Well, Ocean, I was surprised when Koala Man was going to give props over to his dad. It's my dad's birthday too, so I was going to chime in and
Yeah,
give
that
him
works
a
well. You were trying to figure
happy
out how to get that
birthday
on
wish,
broadcast.
right? Obviously, I'm extremely grateful for him and my mom and all the support they've given me and all the PS5 games that he's already finished and sent over to me. So happy birthday. Hope you have, just a few less deaths in your questing for today. And well, I hope everyone in general has a few less deaths in your video games today, folks.
It'd be more if you just said death today. That would have been an interesting one. Yeah, no, I hope you don't die today, gamers, while you're watching EGF. That'd be bad.
Only if you're, on the enemy team, right? If you're the It's all you want from the enemy team. Just go ahead, sit in the respawn
That's in
room.
game.
Right,
Practical.
in game.
Just emphasis on that, please.
Always, always. But I am excited to see what we have moving through the rest of the day. Obviously, St. John's did a great job. And let's see, remind me who we have coming up, Ocean.
We're gonna see William and Mary take on their friends, the University of Connecticut, in the lower bracket.
Well, this is a double elimination. So obviously these guys have already got one loss under their belt, and this is really make it or break it time in the losers lower bracket. Um, if you're out, then you don't get a chance to come back in grand finals to win it all.
Get through this. Time to raise my tide. I have noticed.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day, night, whenever you're deciding to watch this broadcast. We've been here since the beginning, but it's only getting started as we find ourselves closer into the lower bracket. But still, we are here in a bracket format. I'm using him underscore Intel here, joined by Ocean, and I gotta say, I'm absolutely excited with what's gonna happen. But how are you feeling? I mean, you got to see the last match, but now we're in the lower bracket rather than upper.
Yeah, we're in the lower bracket. I'm confused, right? These two teams, William and Mary and University of Connecticut, top 7 teams in the overall regular season standings, playing in the lower bracket of the East Conference Championships, and they've still got like 2-3 games to win if they want to win the championship or the conference championships, mind you. And they need to win these games because the top 2 in each conference championships get some better seeding at nationals.
You're absolutely right. So this match is not only very integral to that seed, but it's just kind of what momentum, what your team's looking like. I definitely feel they don't want to come out of this in a 3-0. Both of these teams are most likely going to hope to kind of either get that 3-0 or go further. With the first map being Lijiang Tower, I think that's going to be a difficult kind of point to make, especially on a map like this.
This is going to be interesting. William and Mary, yesterday they underperformed. William and Mary at one point looked like a title challenger, a potential team that could go and challenge Colorado for the championship, the national crown. Unfortunately, yesterday was not good. They lost 3-0 to Delaware on top of a shock 3-2 result, getting reverse swept by Marist near the end of the season. William and Mary needs to patch up, and they need to patch up now.
I agree. They are looking like they want to walk out on the competitions that we're familiar with, so I'm hoping that the changes are there. They're going to be looking like the team that we've known them for. The Wrecking Ball composition very much relies on that coordination. They are counting out on Connecticut using that teleport strategy, so it's going to be what we're used to. One team waiting to collapse on top while the other is basically sitting inside of this microwave.
Yeah, essentially, this is what it's going to be. It's also going to be a lot of Max and Unique. What are they able to do here? Max able to isolate the Diva player, but Unique unable to get any value immediately. And I just saw Kneecap getting harassed by Connecticut players.
Yeah, they use the teleporter solely to walk in. They managed to take out the Hanzo, but William and Mary, it's taking them a second, but they still managed to find out the pick. Stacking together only helps out the Pharah, especially when Max is able to go in and hit a nice dive. With 2 on the point, no teleporter is going to allow you to come back and try to stagger this out. It's just one big delayed of a fight.
Yeah, going with the composition with the Pharah for Unique again. Look, Unique's just an insane Pharah player. Not a little bit too much of it in the early season, but now I can play heroes like Tracer as well. Great player. We've started to see William Mary use the Mercy with Unique's Pharah a little bit more. Usually you'll see Nuke Llama on the Brigitte to give more resources over to a Laundry. Now it's kind of solely reliant on Rival to get more value out of the Zenyatta on William Mary.
Right now it is still working though. I mean, the Pharah just sitting far back, they're not able to pay attention towards. They have to split that focus, and as they're stuck inside that choke, Nels isn't really able to get a good sightline onto the Pharah. It seems that they are going to be picked off by the Hanzo. It's becoming an increasing issue of who they want to pay attention to and how they get to that point.
I mean, they got onto the Hanzo in the first fight, Connecticut, and that was good. But then they didn't know who to go for afterwards. It could have been a Laundry, it could have been Rival. They just couldn't decide who to walk onto. Now, on their approach, they've got to be super careful because of Unique's barrage.
You're absolutely right. Using it in the window, that's unique, but it's not really gonna get the kills, but it does get the resources out of them. That immortality is needed. We see as that Transcendence is gonna allow William and Mary to move in, but with that point flipped and the sound barrier there, they have a lot of sustain, and it seems that William and Mary don't know what to do against it. That is still a massive boop onto the Diva, not one that you're expecting, as they are still taking this fight, playing on the outers, hoping to burn down their resources and taking their time more than anything. I mean, just look at this barrage built so quickly. They may have a wall and they're pushing in, looking to play onto the sites, but they just move in, pop the barrage onto the Cassidy, break down the immortality, and the Pharah Mercy, they are still alive. It doesn't matter how much time they are giving up, they are still in this fight, looking to win it. The BAP can't even focus onto the Reinhardt, so as they slowly collapse, it still seems that Will and Mary just aren't really able to get the picks that they were hoping for.
I mean, they had 2 barrages in that team fight. The barrage setups were actually kind of good. It's just the rest of the team unable to find themselves into the team fight. Max got that 1 pile drive off, but I was struggling to see Max involved anywhere else. Alondri kind of isolated. This is the problem with running the Mercy over the Vegeta. Your Zenyatta can't play as aggressive, which means those Disco Orbs aren't going to be as prevalent. And of course, Kneecap. Have we seen Kneecap get a kill yet? I mean, they're going to have the Dragon Strike, and they're going to have to use it well in this next team fight.
They do use the dragons. It'll only force them to have to play on a different side. And Connecticut are very much playing very patiently. They're respecting how this is going. They managed to block the bomb that was used for the engagement. It's only 3 people on the point. The rest of them are somewhat split. The Shatter goes through, is going to miss out. But this fight is very much on a patience game. Who is going to die first? Well, it's not going to be Connecticut. They have no reason to invest. As you see, William and Mary, they're still going to take their time and wait, but this is no longer in their favor.
I mean, they've got Transcendence, William and Mary, for some sustain, but again, they're just kind of relying on Unique to make a hero play. And Ezdirk knows that. Ezdirk's just going to play patiently and make sure that they wait out Unique and try and zone them out. However, Disguise has been caught.
They land a nice barrage burning down. The Transcendence able to keep anybody who was stuck in the midst of it, but Connecticut still have control over this point. We see a nice dive going in, getting a big slam as they push forward. Connecticut not going to be able to hold this for much longer.
Yeah, William and Mary, get the point. I think the difference there is we saw Kneecap more involved, right? Got the Dragon Strike again going into this next team fight as Yukon will try to approach. We saw more value out of the other DPS in William and Mary, and that allowed Unique to have more space to get that barrage in, and it also allowed Max to get more involved in the fight. This is not a very difficult approach for Yukon.
We now get to see how Connecticut, they're going to have the most important play of the game, which is how do you get to that point? I mean, look at that. So much spam damage. The dragon splitting through. They can't even unify as a team or even escape. They place down that immortality, but it's just broken as quick. With less than 5% on the clock, we see as two people are sitting there waiting to dodge. But not only do they have the barrage, they have the kills to stop even a second of a touch. That's how William and Mary, they're going to take that first point of Lijiang Tower.
Good round for William and Mary. Connecticut is an interesting one because they're a great team. They're one of the best brawl teams we have. They're very dynamic, very aggressive. The problem is when they're playing opponents who play these Mercy compositions where there's a little bit of spam involved, they struggle. They struggled against St. John's yesterday when St. John's subbed in Slurpee. They played a lot of Mercy and they slowed the game and tempo right down. And Yukon weren't ever able to respond to that. William and Mary are like a similar team. They're more aggressive than St. John's. And they're going to be playing the brawl composition here on Control Center, so maybe it's not going to be too prevalent here. Connecticut should be pretty comfortable here. But they've got to find an answer to these slower poke-based compositions.
Seems, well, they're not really going to worry about that too much, though. That's not really the aim, what they're looking for. As they enter into the server rooms, we see a split on the side of Connecticut, but they still manage to get the first pick. Unfortunately, though, they lose out the Reinhardt, meaning they're not going to have anybody to help stay in and push forward. So you just see Connecticut, they're making a smart decision of just backing up, respecting their opponent. William and Mary may get the first control, but, ooh, never mind. That's going to be a late fight.
This is bad for Yukon because they have to walk into Unique spam damage, whereas William and Mary, they can kind of just sit back, chill, build up their ultimates. They're going to have an Amp Matrix as well, faster than Yukon will. Everything's looking beachy for William and Mary right now.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty fine. I mean, William and Mary also have the Riptire early on, so as Connecticut, they really just need to take a second and heal. That immortality gets broken, and this is a really nice Riptire play, just going after so many.
4! Wow. Alright. Remember I said you have to walk into Unique? Alright? Yeah, well that was good. You could say it was a rather unique Riptire. Ha ha, very funny. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if you gotta play the patient game, then that's the way you gotta play it. I fully respect it, and it worked to such a factor. I mean, University of Connecticut, they're only now starting to build up those ultimates that they can use in the fight, and they pop out the window very early, but William and Mary taking the rotation, they're gonna respect it. Nels wants to use the Riptire to do something similar, but look at that! The RNG hero able to take out the Riptire, the big ultimate for the engagement. So William and Mary, they now found a reason to push forward, even if that immortality is allowing the side of Connecticut to stay up for a little longer. Their resources are burnt down. The wall, the sound barrier used to protect them against that shatter. So Connecticut want to even it up. Unfortunately, they've lost 2, meaning this hold is not really possible.
Yeah, Connecticut are in trouble here, and this is not good news for UConn. This is a map that probably should favor them, right? It's a brawl map. It's an aggressive brawl map. That's what UConn is good at, right? They won the map against St. John's yesterday here. They won Control Center, and they actually won Lijiang Tower as a whole. This is not a great start to UConn if they look to patch up their woes from yesterday.
We do see them using the window, hoping just to get an early pick. They've lost to Lucio, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Connecticut are the ones who want to make the difference. We see that Riptide go through. Broken once again. The focus is immense. Though that wall is going to give Connecticut so much room to play on the point, and they're going really aggressive with it. Will and Mary, though, using ultimates just to wait it out, taking their time. That bomb's going to be able to break the Riptide. Not able to play against it, but look at that. Rival's going to even it up by getting revenge on the Symmetra. Now, William and Mary, they start to play that aggression, and they're finding the bigs. Connecticut, though, go for that charge with the shatters. Not going to work out as well as you want, and unfortunately, you do not have the time to be able to make those mistakes. Look at this, William and Mary, 99%, and there's not really much of a stall.
Yeah, nobody's on their way. Your boy Examining now has gotten onto the wrecking ball, and that will be Lijiang Tower.
It was a really good stance for William and Mary, especially in that second half. They were just able to play at a different pace against Connecticut. But, I mean, Connecticut on that first point were definitely finding the ways. But I'm wondering, is the spam too much for Connecticut to deal with?
It looks like it. They haven't found an answer to it all weekend, user intel, and that's becoming a problem. UConn is a great team, right? I'm going to preface that immediately. They are one of the only teams in the EGF that has a really good identity, right? They're aggressive, they're fast, they like their Reinhardt compositions, but recently, when they've been asked to play against these slower poke compositions, they have really, really struggled. They have been poor against St. John's. They were really poor. They weren't able to find a response to their slowing down of the game the entire day of yesterday, and it seems to be a similar factor now here against WNM.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fascinating to see what Connecticut end up trying to change in. I would really like to see more resistance, or at least focus fire, when it comes to stopping any form of that spam coming in or shutting them down. So we're going to go to a quick break, get a second to refresh, so don't you go anywhere because this match has only started. welcome back, everybody. Told you it was going to be a little short break solely since we needed to get a moment to figure out what's going to be happening between these teams. With the next map being on to King's Row, we really got to sit here and wonder, what's this outcome going to be like?
It's going to be really interesting. It's no surprise to see that Yukon has picked King's Row. As we know, they're an aggressive brawl team. This is going to favour them. The problem is, when we were just on Control Center there, they lost the Brawl Mirror. So if we get a Brawl Mirror, Yukon might be in trouble. But also, if William Mary plays spam in a slow way, Yukon are also in trouble. So you kind of really got to play aggro here, and they've got to set the tempo early on in King's Row. Otherwise, this series could be in jeopardy already.
I very much agree. It's not necessarily just because they lost that Brawl Mirror, but it was in the fashion that they did. They never really had a good team fight, and it wasn't that, it was a single player difference. Rather, the team wasn't really able to coordinate together, and that's what's really worrying. I think Nels had a lot of good moments, but the fact that the Riptide was being broken so consistently, they're not finding the opening, meaning that they're either not playing patient enough or they're too stressed on trying to get value with what they're running.
That was what, in fairness, that was so crazy work from Unique on the second Riptide that they got rid of the concussive mind. That was nuts, right? And it looks like we're gonna get said Brawl Mirror that we were discussing. So good job us. We got the narrative right. Yukon, I mean, this is an important moment for them. On their attack, they have a chance to set the pace, but I just don't have the confidence in them right now. Usually, I'm more on the Yukon train. They're aggressive, they're fun, and they have an identity, but they just don't look comfortable right now.
We're just gonna have to see what they do. They managed to place out the wall. It is gonna be splitting up Connecticut for a few seconds, but they're not really too worried. This is still where they're pushing forward. William and Mary, they just want to play back onto the hotel, wait for the first pick, wait for their own wall. We see it both split up both sides, but the immortality comes out first for the side of William and Mary. Not the best start, but it's an even trade when it comes to his ability. Seems that Max is going to fall, and this is where Connecticut are going to be feeling proud. Just look as they start hitting the W key.
Yeah, this is your boy Wings trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Millie and Mary have to fall back. I'm surprised Rival didn't go in and feed, try and get the early respawn and make sure that they get back in neck for the next team fight. They should be okay. Both teams could have Amp Matrix early in the next team fight. It's going to be on how they use them. Are we going to use it for a bit of space? Are we going to use them to set up a play? It's going to be interesting. I think Connecticut might use it to try and set up either Nelsie with a Deadeye or your boy Wings with an Earth Shatter.
Right, I think the Earth Shatter, the Shatter just ability is going to be by far the biggest ultimate that they're looking to engage with. I mean, the windows work, but you lose out your Baptiste on the side of Connecticut, so it's not going to be the best sight, especially when you get stunned out. One quick reset, but William and Mary have already set themselves to at least find a bit more control.
Yo, TTL, that was awesome. Right, I'm going to talk about Rival. Rival yesterday had an awesome day. We don't usually talk about Rival as a player individually. They're not the most important part of this William Mary roster. But in the last fight of their series against Cincinnati yesterday, a Blizzard got a self-destruct kill at 2 Blizzards in that map as well, Hanamura. This gamer has leveled up in this conference championships in particular, although William Mary has been underperforming. That off angle and that timing in that team fight single-handedly put Connecticut under so much pressure.
Yeah, but now they're the ones putting pressure onto William and Mary. They use the high noons with the engagement. The shatters do necessarily get blocked by each other, but Connecticut, they're the ones finding the picks. I mean, the Baptiste has been split off and is dying very late. William and Mary aren't going to be feeling too good about this one.
Yeah, William Mary didn't really adjust to Connecticut going up to the high ground. William and Mary could have made a rotation of their own to play a little bit deeper so they were harder to walk on. The Deadeye was good, the rotation was good from Connecticut. Good, sharp decision-making from them. We need to get a little break in the action now. Let's talk about what we're going to look for in this next team fight. I mean, it's probably going to be on these Blizzards, right? Pretty impactful ultimates. It's going to be a slugfest of a team fight, so it's rare that we're going to see a bad Blizzard in this sort of scenario, but the Lucios, they also have their sound barriers online, so this is going to be an interesting battle between the 2 Lucios and the 2 Mays.
Use that window solely to give up room. I'm really paying attention to how Rival's going to use this bomb. They have to use that immortality just to keep themselves up, and the sound barrier will allow them to play aggression, wanting to go in with that Blizzard. but the bomb stalls them out for a little longer. Now Connecticut, they get to play a similar game where they throw out their own blizzard, but the bomb is stalling them from being able to push in. It's been one big neutral of ultimates, but the dragon gets Ian on the side of Connecticut. They're going to be able to push in. They have nothing to worry about. No ultimates besides from the shatter, which gets blocked. Now we're going to be seeing one come out from Connecticut. Your boy Wings able to land, but the window stalling them back. Every move they have always gets countered out, and well, that the wall's not going to be feeling too great, at least for Rival.
I mean, that was unfortunate. Genuinely, that's cost them in this team fight. Rival wanted to get up and be the new frontline presence since Max went down in that team fight because of your boy Wings' Earth Shatter and couldn't because they were stuck between the wall and the grating, and that means Yukon will take this team fight. That is actually the craziest, just stupidest thing to win a team fight with, but it has worked for Yukon. And, you know, going into this next team fight, they've got a bit of momentum. Kings Row is a very snowbally map. They're going to have this down line to get some space as well. And William Mary don't have anything online yet. This is dangerous for William Mary. They're going to have to be extremely careful.
Yeah, it's going to be one big dry fight for them to be able to move them. That wall has already limited their space and line of sight, and as you see, the supports aren't really able to peel in for Max. The Immortality as well, just coming in a little bit too late. But that's a really good Dragons, at least splitting them up. You force them to panic for a second. They're not able to move in, but Nell still has the High Noon, able to take out your Baptiste, and well, they're going to keep up the pressure. There's not much you can do on the side of William and Mary. That Blizzard that you just built is going to be coming in late.
I mean, it's bad for William Mary. They're probably going to get snowballed all the way here. Look at the momentum. Look at the pace that they are going here, Connecticut. Nice double shatter in the spawn doors. It's done. Kings Row has been completed.
And I mean, we came into this a little bit worried of how Connecticut were going to be playing. We didn't really see them win very well on the mirror, or at least when it came down to the brawl, but I mean, look at the team that we are paying attention to now. Completely different. They seem unified in every decision they make.
Yeah, I think William and Mary, when Max went down there on the first part of point C, they were a little bit screwed. We know Kings Row, very snowbally game mode or type and map as well. Look, Kings Row, you lose one team fight, you can use the next, and you could suddenly just have lost the map completely, right? It's because of these corners. It's so hard to get around these corners. Once they've already been taken by the opposition, you're kind of already at a disadvantage on Kings Row, and Yukon have better map control for it because they were able to get better fight setups because they won the previous team fight. So as soon as Yukon won the first team fight in this map, Yukon had a severe advantage.
Yeah, now we're gonna see really what is going to be the change. I think William and Mary, they're the team to be paying attention to because they weren't necessarily having the cleanest team fights. And you said it back on like first point of just the idea of adapting. And I don't think that they're really living up to it. And I don't know whether that's Max not really getting the right positioning, because maybe it's just the fact that Sam has had amazing walls in these fights that haven't isolated but blocked off healing.
This is an adaptation here from William and Mary. They're going over to this bowl composition. However, there's some differences here, right? Where we've got the Baptiste instead of the Brigitte. Nuke Llama, as I've already said, plays a lot of Brigitte this season, and it hasn't played it so far, I believe, in the Conference Championships. Just a lot of Mercy and Baptiste here. So this is a bigger spam approach. They're going to look to get value out of Rival, Kneecap, Alondre, and Nuke Llama as they look to just spam out Yukon. And look how far Yukon have had to drop back already.
They just keep putting on the aggression. Connecticut really don't have to worry about too much. And look at this. They are making the rotation to go after William and Mary, who are just trying to play inside the house. Unfortunately, it's not going to be feeling too good. We see the Zenyatta, poor soul, may not be instantly killed, but it's only delaying the inevitable. When that charge goes in, it helps and clean you out. And when you're playing this Dragon Ball competition, I gotta know, how do you play it like this? Because William and Mary, they're having troubles engaging in, but at least they're able to find that late pick in this fight.
I don't think that pick's gonna matter too much, but I think it's all about your setup. I mean, they're actually really screwed. Nuke Llama's top right now, right? I think there's a Baptiste just stuck from William Mary on the top right. Or roughly, look where they are! Nuke Llama is in trouble, and they need this Baptiste, because Alondre, no way can Alondre heal the entire team on her own. This is a bad situation for William Mary, because it's all about the fight setup. Unique and Max need to create the space for the rest of these spam heroes to walk in, and they are unable to do so. Look, I'm still not in the fight.
You're absolutely right. They lose two very quickly. The rotation was way too predictable, and Connecticut were able to play against it. They're having a pretty good answer to most decisions that William and Mary are making. How do they change it? I'm wondering. Is it the BAP? Maybe they need that break just to be able to stun, possibly?
I mean, the break has a little bit more brawl potential for one, and secondly, Brigitte is just. Look, as soon as like Esder tries to go up to the high ground, you can maybe whip shot them away, or even like they could go Mercy here, and Unique could go for like Farah. That's a nice stick though.
It is a very good stake. Taking out that immortality is a resource you need to melt down, especially because now look at this. The Baptiste doesn't get any peel. The High Noon may be able to take out Max. And oh no! Not checking your corners is going to hurt. They really need their Baptiste up when the sound barrier goes live, and we already see Willem and Mary having to back up onto the corners. They're able to take out the Reinhardt. The spawn is in their favor, but they really need to start getting these picks because in Connecticut, they're going to be able to stabilize a little bit. It's not going to be forever, but Max does come back. So gotta wonder who gets this.
This is 50-50 right now. You're really looking for a player to make a point here. Samo's got the Blizzard. That could be an answer. Or maybe we're looking towards Unique, the superstar DPS player for William and Mary.
And use that Blizzard on the point. That gives them more than enough room to be able to regroup, but the Dragon splits them up. They're looking to take this fight against any squishy that's there, and it seemed the Tracer was going to be the answer, but look at that. No immortality to place against the Mines. They're going to get that first tick for free, but then popping out. Gravitic Flux misses slightly, but it does find those in the back. We see you, boy, looking to hit that Shatter. Finds out 3! They just accidentally teleport inside of it. You may not find a pick, and unfortunately it seems that splitting yourself off just to try and get it is a punishment in itself. But this is still back in that 50-50 scenario as Sam is able to hide up against, wait for the Lucio to come in, manage to take out the Hanzo. William and Mary, though, they have the spawn advantage. They should, in theory, win this, right?
They should. Max is trying to get away here from Nelsie on the Tracer. Really low health. Goes down. Nelsie's the player who's popped off. It's not Unique. It's the other Tracer for Yukon. And that could be Kings Road done and dusted.
I mean, there really isn't much to look in. They don't even get the touch. What a change in styles as Yukon. They're the ones who are going to be able to win out on Kings Row. I think we were a little bit too worried for no reason because they are still here to bring in the fight.
Wow. Yukon taking Kings Row. Look, this map definitely suits them, right? I don't think there's anything to be avoided by saying that. They're an aggressive brawl team. They're going to enjoy Kings Row. And they had to play Nimbani yesterday in their series against St. John's, which is obviously a slower game mode, so that's why they were kind of struggling on their hybrid maps yesterday. One thing to note, that didn't look like a William and Mary team, did it? Their timing was off, they were unable to get Unique into good positions, their backline, which is usually the bright spot of William and Mary. Like, if you usually see me on a William and Mary broadcast, and I haven't talked about the backline for like 2 minutes, we're in trouble, and you got to call a doctor, right? Their backline is really, really good. But today, and the rest of the conference championships, it's been poor. It hasn't been great. They need to find more ways to utilize Alondra and Nuke Llama better, because if they don't, William and Mary might just go out here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. In comparison, when it comes down to Lijiang Tower, the biggest difference is just the fact that there is no spam, so the fights are being taken very directly, and William and Mary, their weaknesses get exposed a lot quicker. Connecticut may have not been winning that brawl from before, but I think we can now say that solely because they didn't know what to do when there were opponents flaying at different angles. When they know where their opponents are coming from and they can somewhat predict and kind of play against it, they're finding the advantages and they are shutting them down.
Yeah, and no, this is important. Map pick. The map pick is going to be so important here for William and Mary as we go to Assault. I hope they pick Volskaya. I think Anubis would be an okay call. I don't want to see us go to Hanamura. I think that would be a really poor call. We do not want to see Hanamura here. Temple of Anubis. Okay, this makes sense to me because you kind of struggled against either poke compositions or spam compositions in the past. I'm surprised we didn't go with Volskaya. Volskaya is very open, and I can see Unique on the Tracer having a really good map. But here, I can also see Unique getting value out of those projectile heroes like Junkrat and Farah.
I think it's going to be really really scary for both sides, because as much as I want to trust in William and Mary's own spam potential, I'm more worried of the momentum that Connecticut has built. I mean, getting a full hold, that's not something that's always easy to do, especially on a map like Kings Row where you've scrimmed it a billion times a day. You're gonna have practice, you're gonna be prepared, and I think it's gonna be a lot harder for both sides to kind of get that first stabilization. But Connecticut, they're gonna come in with that advantage, especially from Lijiang Tower.
You know what? We know what's crazy. Both of these teams right now just don't want to play Assault because the momentum's with Connecticut, and William Mary wants to slow the game down. So if Yukon attacks and gets both points to the snowball, they get the momentum. But William Mary probably wants to defend first to try to slow the game down, right? So we're in this weird scenario where neither person wants to defend or attack first. It's a weird scenario. This series is going to be quite strange, I reckon, on this map, right? William Mary went with Anubis. They are probably going to play some sort of spam composition on their defense. Don't know if they're going to defend first yet or not. Look, this is going to be an awkward map of Overwatch, but I'm excited for it.
I really am. We're entering into a sphere of unknown knowledge right now, because I think off of Lijiang Tower, we kind of felt like the story was already written of just, oh, it's not looking good. They're not feeling like they used to be. William and Mary are starting to clean up, be the team that we know they are. But then Kings Row happens, and it basically looks like an entirely different game. So I think more than anything, this is going to be the DPS players needing to step up and kind of help out. I think they're going to be the game changers when it comes down to this. And Nels has already been having a really good performance, even back on Lijiang Tower, where they kind of got unlucky when it came to the Riptires. They are going to, I think, make it the difference.
I think that's right. I think the DPS players are going to be extremely important. I think I want to highlight that battle. Nelsie versus Unique, right? Unique has been a star player all season long for William and Mary, right? Unique is an absolutely amazing player, has been more versatile over the course of the season. Nelsie's had to, swap around a little bit for Yukon. Had to play flex support for a couple of games because we saw they lost their flex support player Pascal / RuPaul before the spring split did Connecticut, so they were trying to figure things out. So they moved Nelsie to flex support at one point. So that was weird. Now Nelsie's back on the DPS, and it's going to be a key part of this series. So Nelsie versus Unique, especially in a messy series where you're going to be relying on people to come in and make plays, those are the two players we're going to have to watch out for.
Yeah, especially when Temple of Anubis, it's actually one of the first times we're actually seeing this map, interestingly enough, so we gotta wonder how much practice they're gonna be coming in. Still though, William and Mary, they're walking in on the Wrecking Ball Chaos comp, whatever name you really want to kind of define it as. Well, Connecticut, I'm quite interested. That's not a double shield.
It's It's Connecticut. What were you expecting?
I was expecting a little bit of a difference. I mean, they do play this as the name intends. They immediately walk out and brawl, but it's a big weakness. The forest set up, able to take out Nels. They have the angles. I really was expecting something a little different because the brawl has so many weaknesses on this point. Your boy just can't even stay alive.
I mean, maybe you can argue that there's better brawl sightlines point B. Like, you could play a little bit more of a brawl style. There's more places and smaller areas to brawl in. But yeah, on point A, you need some sort of spam. I like this map choice for William and Mary because Connecticut, let's be real, they're going to be more comfortable in that brawl composition. And William and Mary are always going to have an advantage on this first point.
I mean, if there's any way to like kind of predict against your opponent and look to shut them down, I guess it's just got to be with map pick. It's always that most vital thing that players tend to not understand. You just scrim, and that's kind of the idea. But at least Connecticut managed to build up their support ultimate. I don't think it's going to be too well against William and Mary, especially that barrage, but they have something to call for it.
I mean, we're going to have to watch Unique. Unique is one of the players that William Mary's looking for to make the plays in this game. Gets slowed down a little bit by Esther, but it's all got into the team.
The barrage, it lands, it finds out the May. Very big pick. No stall quite possible, and the rest of the side of Connecticut are completely split. This is now going into the famous side of who's going to touch the point and how long can you sit there and do it. You have to sacrifice that first tick, but Unique is already set up. The Dragon is managing to split as Moira is going to touch, quickly fall down. The Tracer going on to the flank, but the Wrecking Ball, the Diva, able to lastly stand on there for a little longer, but unfortunately it's just not going to be for too long. The ultimates for Willem and Mary, they built up. The Soundbite able to keep them up for a little bit longer, but in the end they don't have any long-term sustain. They're able to just barely touch this point as the Moira is able to keep up the Diva for a little longer, but in the end it's really a delay of the inevitable. They're not finding any picks when it comes to this. That's a nice charge, but you're off the point. It's going to be a couple seconds while the rest of your team, they get slammed down, taken out, and that's 4 minutes and 33 seconds on Temple of Anubis. An absolute astounding time bank.
Yep. Well, William Mary picked the right map. I think this might be where the series is going, right? Map picks. Because Connecticut won their map pick of Kings Row. William Mary look set. They look dominant here on Temple of Anubis so far. I think they're going to be more comfortable on the defense as well, right? It's harder to take space with a spam composition and attack than defend said space and defend those chokes in important key areas around the map. William Mary look pretty comfortable right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this game gets full held and we just go straight to map 4.
I think that's a very scary topic, map 4. You gotta wonder what type of point they're gonna be changing it to. You can always just say, like, we know what maps are in the pool and what type of hybrids are quite possible, but I don't really feel confident in what that possibility escort of what it might be, man. You always know the map, but you always get it wrong. Hybrid's just too much fun to play. But I'm interested.
Hybrid is fun.
Ocean, yeah, it is fun.
Yeah.
It's always on my mind. Ocean, I'm very scared, though. Not from what Willie and Mary are playing. I think the Wrecking Ball composition works here, but Connecticut relying on that brawl.
I mean, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
But I think that they have to run with it. I think it's too much. Like, they had a day from yesterday to today to kind of figure out how they're going to play against these slower compositions or these spam compositions or poke compositions, whatever you want to call them. And that's too short of a time. This is going to be something we judge Connecticut on when it comes to nationals. How do they play against these slower compositions when it comes to nationals? Because I don't think it's gonna be there today. When we play on faster maps, when we get a brawl v brawl, or we get a map where it's more linear, where it's linear enough where Connecticut could be direct with their brawl composition and be aggressive, then sure, Connecticut, they'll look great. They're probably one of the best teams in the league. But right now, in this particular matchup, I think they're in a bit of trouble.
My feelings are absolutely with yours right now. They did have a nice rotation. Nobody took much damage or really died from that. But now they're playing on the high ground. You're going up against an Echo. You managed to get a wall, but that Wrecking Ball smoothed criminals right out of it. And you're back in the scenario where you're waiting for your own resources to get set up. But you're kind of just giving this time to William and Mary to figure out how to play against you. More than anything, they're building up ult charge just as fast as you are. You have that window as a possibility, but how do you use it when they're so split?
I mean, this is just an awkward scenario for both teams. Look at this pile drive, and look how much value Unique's gonna get. Unique just got 20% ult charge, as did Max with that pile drive on the high ground. Connecticut are just kind of stuck. If they walk out, they're gonna die. If they don't do anything, they don't capture the point, and the map is William Mary's.
I really don't like how much they're sitting there and they're relying on that big mistake. I think they really just want to wall off and shut down Max, but the Wrecking Ball has sustainability. The Wrecking Ball is going to be able to escape. Unless you're able to instantly melt them down, you're kind of in a questionable position. I do like them walking out with the window. The Hanzo was not able to kind of adapt against it, but you're still not getting any control on the point. The Diva's able to fling down, but messes up their boosters, so now they're stuck. You lose out your Baptiste and William and Mary, so this is getting a little scarier, but you're coming close to the mines. Might be an ability to let you sustain, but that charge, so coordinated. Able to take out the body blocks. William and Mary, they weren't ready for it. Kind of caught themselves off by mistake.
I mean, good patience, I guess, for Connecticut. They go out with a plan, with the window. They get the kill onto Kneecap instantly. I mean, I think it's kind of lucky. I don't think they even scouted that Kneecap was there. But they didn't hang around. As soon as they got that kill, they moved towards the point. They tried to engage in a brawl with their own brawl composition. It worked out pretty well for them. Now, it's going to be a longer approach. How do they get here onto point B? Not very well with those minefields.
I think the mines are, well, they could have been at least game-changing, but they did their job, and that's just to stop you from pushing forward. It may not always be the biggest, but they get the job done as the rest of William and Mary. They go in, and they look to clean this up. I'm interested now. William and Mary, they have the opportunity to be able to play forward and stop Connecticut from moving in. They're on Brawl, so they're very exposed. Will we be seeing them play far back, or... Well,
I'm actually not sure. There's multiple options because you're on a spam-based competition, so like it's generally better to play further back. But also look at the area that the Unique is surveying perfectly for us. It's quite tight, right? It's a linear area, and that's where brawl comps are quite beneficial. You see in Korea, teams all the time they push hyper forward on Temple of Anubis, and it leads to a lot of C9s. But it's not going to matter right now. They're just pouncing on your boy wings ASAP every single time they can.
For someone with a cool name, it always feels bad to have to point out your boy is going to be picked off first. But now William and Mary,
no.
I mean, Connecticut, they're forced to
They're
push
stuck.
into that point. Well, yes, they're stuck, but they are forced to push in. They need to get time for your boy to walk back in while the Wrecking Ball is going into the back, but now this fight is taken at a 5v6 while we wait, returning back into that 6v6 scenario. The copy going in, going to be able to place that bomb from the side of Connecticut, looking to abuse the fact that William and Mary did not take the early engagement on, but the mines, they are built in. The slam it finds two. The blizzard may slow them down, but you can't even get that charge, your boy. You got no room for it.
That's insane. I actually can't believe that Max lived there. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous that Max is able to live. They're going to win that team fight, William and Mary. It's going to be a little bit of a later... Ooh. Uh-oh. That's not good for Aztec. They're just going to stagger this baby diva. Can they get a kill as well? That's another 20 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, I think what the worst part about that Ocean is they didn't get the tick. They got close to the tick. They did not get the tick. And on Temple of Anubis, I think as long as you get that tick, you're good. But they are on attack, and they're needing to respond to what William and Mary captured with. So not only do they need that tick just to give themselves some form of hope, but they have to push it. And I'm hoping that maybe Nels is able just to get a bit more room to find these angles and shoot down, because as you see, they decide to go through main. The Wrecking Ball has that free dive. They throw in the dragons. You're entirely split, wanting to take out those who are flanking, but you don't really have the shield to sit there anymore. It's already starting to go down. Luckily, though, Nels takes their time, manages to find out Unique, and now they're pushing in. They do get the resin, so it's back to the 6v6, but the ultimate's there for the side of Connecticut using that window. They're playing down on main. You can't even poke out if you're William and Mary. Your boy is just able to play back. Look at that, the flank high nude just playing behind it. Rival's not going to be able to eat it. Held that DM out for way too long, but Nuke is in a very dangerous position. Still, though, this fight is not over.
Ooh,
it's a beautiful eat. My goodness, Connecticut. They have a better chance now to hold this. Though they lose out the Baptiste, they're going to look to close this fight out. The Transcendence is there, going to be able to give them a bit more sustainability, so they counter out with the Sound Barrier, giving them a bit more hope. Connecticut, my goodness, you pace out the Blizzard. You need to get mega value off of it, but you're getting that first tick. You get that second tick. Will and Mary engage with the bomb, finding out Nels. This may be the end of the fight, but they did guarantee they have a chance to win it back.
I don't think Connecticut can win this team, but the respawn advantage is too much for William and Mary, and we've only got 40 seconds left. It's probably impossible here for Connecticut to capture a time.
I mean, I don't think it's necessarily impossible, but it is a very much 1% chance. Your boy just proved that as you walk out, you're hoping to make a difference. You can't even come back in as a full team. That's really disappointing. They kind of just tried their best, and honestly, I worry, were they too impulsive?
They probably were. I mean, they'll probably get a touch, they'll probably get a last team fight, but even if they win this last team fight, which is very unlikely with the respawn advantage and the ultimates that William and Mary have, like, they still can't go and win this map because it'll be 4 minutes 33 to get a tick of Anubis.
We do see that Dragons managing to go through, helping to take out that mech. The high noon coming in from Nels is solely for the ammo, and poor your boy tries to land out that shatter, is going to fall as the mine split them up. Ocean, you were absolutely right. It seemed Connecticut may have been a bit too impulsive, because William and Mary, they're going to be taking the match point when it comes down to Temple of Anubis. And, well, I gotta say, as much as I want to say that was very a confident swing, may have to just pay attention to what the next map holds.
I mean, it's going to be all about the map picks again, right? So Connecticut have won their map pick, William and Mary win their map pick, and it's not surprising based on the fact that Connecticut are a fast, aggressive brawl team. They won Kings Row. William and Mary, very good at spam compositions. They won Anubis. Now, the question is, what escort map is spam not good on? That's the question for me. I mean, the best map for Brawl on escort is probably Havana, but look at the long sight light you're going to have on Havana. I mean, the only upside I could see is Unique probably can't play the Pharah.
You know, I'll give you that. Definitely a point that I'll have to give, but I'm quite curious. Connecticut. I feel like they are a little bit more consistent comparably to William and Mary, but that's only because they're playing the same composition.
Yeah.
As much as I know they're going to run out on it, I still find myself hoping that they switch things up, because I always feel that if you run the same composition over and over, Will and Mary are only going to be able to adapt, even on a map they may not be good on.
Yeah, see, the problem is here, they tried to do this on Escort yesterday when they picked Route 66 Connecticut against St. John's. They were well and truly had their back against their wall, because St. John's had controlled the series. At that point, they were 2-1 up. They just won 2 maps in a row, and they were just firmly in control. There was no way that Connecticut could really get back into it. So what they did was they subbed out your boy Wings, who's their leader, one of their better players. They brought in Kelp to play Wrecking Ball, and they tried to make map 4 really crazy. I didn't like that approach. It didn't quite work. They didn't win the map. And that's not the approach I want them to take again here, but it is one that they might do as we head to Escort.
Yep, but that's going to be something from the break. So don't you go anywhere, because you never know. We may go to a map 5, folks. So stay tuned. honestly, I think there's nobody better than Rival besides from Unique. The pressure Unique gives just by being alive is there. But Rival being able to defend the team and be that person who's going to be on the point more often, it's understandable. Though they do take this rotation, they get slammed, so a tiny split, but look at that. Rival, the Hanzo, they are the ones who are going to fall first, and now Connecticut, though they may be swapped on the side of the point, they pop that window, and they're getting the kills that they want.
Yeah, I mean, that was good. They did score the Rival. They identified that target, they waited for their moment, they got right onto it. Good fight from Connecticut. Oh, this is interesting. Steals Mega Health Pack. Goodbye, Max. Oh no, the wolf! It gets away.
That was a ping difference right there. I just saw the wrecking ball phase through it. As if we're listening to Newton's Law. We see the High Noon go in, hoping just to move out, take the poor Sigma, but the eat is there. There's still a touch. The wrecking ball in the back, going to be able to stand there for a little longer, but it isn't looking too good. Max is not going to be able to survive forever. Actually, no, stays there as the Dragon gives the space for the escape, and they throw the bomb. William and Mary, they always manage to pull out the impossible.
Yeah, they get in. Max does well to touch the point. Imagine if Max gets walled off there. They don't get a touch, and then Max dies, right? And then we're sitting here talking about point B, how you kind of taking the high ground, right? And William and Mary are in trouble. Now we're sitting and talking about how Yukon have to approach William and Mary with pretty much zero ultimates, a Blizzard and a self-destruct, I guess. But what's that Blizzard gonna do against any of the characters that William and Mary are playing? Maybe get the Zen, but the Zen is trans. Maybe get the Sigma, but the Sigma's probably gonna flux early anyways. This Blizzards are gonna find difficulty getting value. And I mean, Esdark could create space for this self-destruct. We're really focusing on Esdark right now. What value can they get out of this diva here for Connecticut?
Seems the more Reliance is just taking up that damage, being the sponge that you want to be. But Max is going to be doing something very Omega LOL funny. That's placing the mines, then taking out your boy. Though the bomb! That's actually a really big bomb, helping to take out not only the mines, but the Hanzo is fallen. Now they use the High Noon. They have the Silence to be able to take out that Echo. The poor Mercy using the Falcon, looking to escape. Isn't going to be caught out by the Gravitic Flux as he gets canceled due to the Blizzard. And the Sound Barrier, that gives so much sustainability. William and Mary, one mistake after the other allows Connecticut to push forward.
You know what? I was actually saying, you know, that Blizzard might not get value because the Gravitic Flux will probably be used too early. Or early in the fight, which will be better for Rival. And they use the Blizzard to cancel the Gravitic Flux, which keeps Connecticut's 2U fight alive. That's absolutely mental. Point A has been captured, 2.5 minutes left. We're around that to capture point B. Rival in a bit of trouble here, but gets saved by Max.
They're just clean and they're looking to keep it fresh right now. I mean, with Connecticut, honestly, as much as I worry too much when it comes down to the brawl, they're managing to make this work beautifully. William and Mary, though, the ones on the composition that takes a lot of coordination, I'm finding that maybe it's just a slight positioning. They're being trampled on a lot.
Well, they're just not doing anything. They're sitting in their positions, and Connecticut are taking a while to be like, okay, which is the easiest target? William and Mary, they're not very active. They're not finding anything to do while they're playing in these deeper positions. I mean, Max is obviously on the wrecking ball. There's always something to do on that hero. But, like, for example, Rival was sitting out in that courtyard on point A for ages, and then Connecticut just eventually walked out and killed him.
Yeah, look at that. Managing to break down the mech that at least is going to give them a bit more room to stabilize, especially with the mines and how they were used. This is more of Connecticut just wanting to take, no poke at the best, especially because their poor baby diva gets staggered, and that's going to be, honestly, I would debate a good minute worth of their time gone.
Yeah, around that. I mean, Aztec starts to come back and get into this next team fight. And don't forget, you can't, if they lose another team fight, they have to walk across that bridge. And that's a long, long sight line. Oh, okay, they're going to be able to go and take the high ground fairly safely. That's good for Yukon. They don't have to walk across the bridge. They don't have to walk across a long sight line against the Sigma, against the Echo, against the Hanzo and the Zen. But now, it's just a big brawl on the high ground. Unique's in trouble, but does get the dupe off.
The immortality is going to be able to keep them up. I find it interesting. Unique onto the Baptiste has that immortality to help keep them up. And honestly, the window is an ability that is not going to go underused. Getting set, pop it out. Now with that extra damage, they almost take out the diva, but throwing in the bomb, open to find, and gets Rival. They use a window inside their own backline. And for poor William and Mary, there's not much they can do. That Transcendence is used in vain.
They had to use both support ultimates here to try and keep this fight going, and they're in trouble now because you can't have the ultimates probably snowball not just this point, but maybe point C as well. Look, they got the Silent Barrier, good sustainability, and they got win conditions in Blizzard, and your boy Wings is enough of a win condition on the Reinhardt, and they've got the spatial tools like the Denoi. I think William and Mary investing both support ultimates in that team fight have left themselves in a bit of a pickle here on point C. There's so much reliance on Max and Kneecap right now.
Able to throw out that Dragons. Doesn't do too much as I've been calling out how well they've been to use the split. I mean, Connecticut didn't necessarily feel pressured, and now they're just backing up, maybe wanting to go for a different angle or wait for that immortality to come back in. They have 4 ultimates. They have a lot to invest.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about how they use these ultimates, because I think the support ultimates really and Mary might take a little bit, because they're not taking that much damage really and Mary until the actual brawl happens, so it's quite hard to build up those support ultimates. I mean, I think what we're really looking at is what value can Unique get close to the duplicate as well. Can Unique shut down these ultimates?
Really hoping that they're gonna have the chance to. They lose out Nuke very early, but it does cause in the trade as Unique able to go copy the Diva. Now they're pushing in. Connecticut already invested a little. They need to find a good payout, but that bomb managing to go through to split them after they've lost the Reinhardt. I mean, I understand why Sam did it. Good reset, but they have less than a minute to try and retake this fight.
I mean, Unique, we were looking at Unique to get the value, get to the value. That's all they needed to do. That Soundbar and their Deadeye, gone. I mean, I don't know if Esther has self-destruct. Trying to remech here? I would imagine so if they're trying so hard to commit to getting this mech back. No. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. Just an arrow to the head and Nelsie's gone. And so is Connecticut's time. 18 seconds, 15 seconds left, and Nelsie just respawned.
Oh, they cannot afford to lose someone extremely early. They're now going into this fight as sick. They have the Shatter if they want to try and take solo somebody, but they're using that wall and managing to find out the Hanzo. The Flux looking to say goodnight, but it's not going to be enough. But they do find out the Baptiste in the meantime. Connecticut need a big play. They drop the bomb. It's due to the main, but the shield blocking it out. They're playing very carefully as Max wants to go in, use the mines. The Shatter managing to break a good line of it, but the Transcendence keeping up everybody. Connecticut are not in a good position. They are on the flank. They're managing to split themselves very thin, and as well as that wall is, it's not blocking out any damage as a leftover mines finds out the Lucio, and there's just nothing left for Connecticut as William and Mary, they're gonna find the hold here.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. And Connecticut are held here on point C Rialto. William and Mary, there is a win condition there for them to get to the top 3 of the conference championships. And that's just capture all of Rialto, basically. Just complete Rialto. Connecticut, they're going to have to try and stop them.
I think it's going to be a really frustrating type of attack for William and Mary. I like the Wrecking Ball and how it engages in, but I think there was a big point of just how they're positioning and how they're kind of adapting when it goes against to the brawl. I think not only your boy Wings and Nels have just had really good aggression playing in, but this guy, a helpful Fox, keeping their team up, managing to peel it. It wasn't until that last fight, you know, 3rd point, where we really saw them struggling to get value not only off the immortality, but off their own support ultimates. But they were still doing an amazing job from first to streets.
Yeah, and this first point is going to be a big test, because Connecticut, I imagine, will go like for an early hold on the first straightaway to try and maximize their brawl composition and their brawling. Because otherwise, right, they're going to have to like go a long distance to actually be able to brawl William and Mary. William and Mary probably knows that. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Unique's just going to go out and scout, and then they're going to maybe make some changes. That's kind of looks like what they're doing right now. They're going to outspeed Unique out. And use a Sonic Arrow to scout as well, to see if they can find where Connecticut are and what composition they're playing. I think it's more about where Connecticut are. Yep, look. There goes Unique. Gonna go and scout out. We'll get a Zarya bubble if necessary. They see Brawl. They see it's on the high ground. Here's the adaptations.
They are basically going to be feeling pretty safe with the way that they want to engage in. I mean, we talked about Unique being on the far beforehand, but now this is where we're going to see it. Connecticut, they just give up that high ground. They have no reason to be up there anymore. So I understand. I like the fact that they're playing low, but what I don't like is the fact that Unique is on the flank right there. Look at that. safe and sound. There is not much that Nels can do against it unless you really have some masterful aim in your close quarters. Just look at how much poke and spam is going through, helping to take out the Baptiste. Connecticut are stuck trying to play natural cover, but in the end, they're slowly losing their own teammates.
It has to be all on Ezra, just to annoy Unique on the fire. Not even kill, just annoy Unique on the fire. Try and take some of his resources, try and take some of his time away. Instead, we saw Ezra trying to peel against Max on the Wrecking Ball. No, you've got to spend your time right now annoying Unique. Because otherwise, Connecticut, their time in conference championships, it will be done.
Now they're having a nice hold as it is. Connecticut really are just trying to find that good opening. You need to respect Unique right now. Cassidy has so much attention to put. Look at that, looking to use the high noon, but the boop, and you're not able to find the pick. Unique then just waits, builds up the barrage, and solos it on your Reinhardt. The poor soul, your boy did not deserve that, but it still was absolutely necessary as the boop helping to move them out. They can just barely hold the point, but oh no, the thruster is putting you inside your enemy's line of sight. Once more, they just stay back, they play patient, and they set the mines now. Can you even touch? I would say no, because we see the Reinhardt charging in, manages to live at half health, get the healing from this guy, but everybody else, the poke is just way too much for them to handle.
Oh, goodbye, Disguise. See you later. You had a nice trip. Unique has just got too much license. Either Connecticut play faster and play more direct and get onto that backline or get onto rival faster, or they swap completely. I would recommend Nelsie going onto the Tracer, or Samo going onto the Tracer even. I think that would be better. That would enable Connecticut to put more pressure on the backline of William & Mary, take away some of those resources from Unique, because otherwise they can't play. They cannot play Brawl into the Wrecking Ball, the Zenyatta taking a different angle, Hansa taking an angle, and Afara. This happened yesterday, and it's going to happen again.
We see them already engaging very early, and it's working to great degrees. I mean, the Gravitic Flux Unique walking back in. They build up the barrage once more, and poor Connecticut, they don't even get a chance to stabilize and set up for the next fight. They have to run in, and they do get a chance to contest, but it's not going to be the best one.
Yeah, I think Connecticut are in deep trouble here. I mean, this Deadeye and Self-Destruct, those are good zoning tools. If they can zone Unique onto the next fight, they'll be good. But look where Unique's hiding. They know that one of those ultimates is online.
The barrage, it comes through, taking out Sam. They placed the blizzard, but the maze not there anymore. I'm pretty sure it got canceled as well. The high noon, though, it's going to be a threat, but the bigger threat is the fact that the bomb's going up sky high. You don't really have a shield to stop it, and poor rival, the Sigma, the one you think can survive from it, is going to fall. Connecticut now have a good reason to stay up. They have the window. The Rhine goes, oh, the shatter with the charge. I respect it, but you don't get any kills off of it. Not the worst thing, but at least William and Mary, they're threatened by it. They just leave.
I mean, they have to leave. Laundry's kind of stuck here in an awkward position. They're waiting for Max. Max is going to be the main engagement tool. Max is the main tank, the leader. I guess not the leader for the team necessarily, but the actual main tank is going to start these engagements off. Here comes the minefield. Nice. And that's going to allow Unique, Kneecap, and Laundry to get more aggressive.
They do really just push in, but I mean, the fact that it's like you said, they have the aggression, helpful Fox's Hound, but are able to keep them up. It's just the fact that your boy is being body blocked consistently, and well, Connecticut are trying to put every resource they can into peeling in, but they end up losing out Sam in the meantime. I understand wanting to keep up with Reinhardt, and it's working amazingly as Willem and Mary, they are now struggling to win these fights. They find picks, but they're not winning.
Yeah, they're not getting the job done. They're not actually getting into the backline, getting the critical kills. And this is a lot of time being wasted here on point B, where point C is probably going to favor Connecticut. William Mary, their time bank is draining, and they need to be aware of that. This next team fight, though, they're going to have all 6 ultimates, let's be real. Max is not going to take long to build up that minefield against the Brawl composition, but let's look at Nelsie. Nelsie is probably the best person to try and take out this pharmacy with the Deadeye, and he probably has to do it.
Nelsie's been doing their job and doing it well. While the Flux and Unique's able to take out your boy, they don't hold it enough. But Unique is still going to be taken out. Wasn't respecting the double hit scan. There is control on the point. Connecticut used the window and the bomb, making that space, taking them out. You said they were going to have 6 ultimates. They invested around at 3, and look what it got them.
that's not good. I don't understand. They got the first kill on the your boy Wings. They were pretty well settled there. William and Mary Unique had the barrage. We heard the deadline come out. We heard the outmetrics. Why not just wait? We have a 6v5. Let's wait and then use the barrage when everyone else can engage as well. A poor decision from Unique, and you need better decisions from your star players at this moment. He's enough. He's gone over to the Tracer to try and fix these. Oh no, Max is gone. This is last fight territory here for William Mary. Unless they get one more fight, are they gonna back out? They're gonna back out, I think.
Yeah, but you can't just sit there and abuse the mechanics. You can't just do that. I didn't know that was a possibility, a helpful fox. That was I mean, not only was that a game changer, Willem and Mary are now stressed. Max is going to come back into the fight, but they've lost that time to set up. They have to use that mines, and they don't get a chance to really position it the way they want. I mean, look, the sound barrier basically is going to nullify it as we see them walking up, using the visor as a defensive ability, not allowing them to be able to move forward, but the Transcendence is going to keep them up. It's still not invincible, though. As you can see, Unique goes a little bit too far, is going to be taken out, and they have to keep touching, but the Brawl is stopping them as the Shatterland through. Folks, we're going to a map 5 as Yukon. They managed to take Rialto in their favor.
Yukon, bring us to a map 5. They win their map pick. It's been a series of map picks so far. You can't help but feel, though, William Mary had opportunities to win that map, and they just let them slip away. But you have to credit this gamer. This gamer on the attack was the reason that Connecticut got so far. The decision making from your boy Wings, the leader on Yukon, is the reason that they even got to point C, and the reason we're going to map 5. You saw the Earth Shatter in that little clip there.
Yeah.
Was absolutely massive, but the decision to go on the rival on point A was even more massive.
Honestly, Connecticut are starting to, I think, wake up. And correct me if I'm wrong, Willem and Mary, I don't think they're having the best engagement, but they had pretty decent ones. They were getting good wins. How is Connecticut stabilizing so quickly to bring this back? I felt there were like 3 times over they should have lost second point.
I think it's the William and Mary backline, not underperforming, but being underutilized. I would love to see a version of William and Mary in this series where Unique consistently plays the Tracer and is at the front line with Max on the Wrecking Ball, and Nucleum is back on the Brigitte, because Nucleum on the Brigitte allows Rival and Alondri in that backline group to play a little bit more forward and a little bit more aggressive. They're really missing out on those more oppressive and aggressive Discord orbs that we usually see from William and Mary. And this is like not just a today thing. This happened yesterday as well against Cincinnati. Even though they were comfortable and they were winning that series, I want to see more Alondri in the kill feed with assist with Discord orbs, because usually that's what we get from her.
Yeah, with it being map 5, I really want to just, I don't want to see those same mistakes being made, especially because they were a continuous thing at this point, especially in this tier. We're in the lower bracket, meaning that if you win this, you're not instantly going up to the upper bracket. You still have a good ways to go to be able to bring your chance back, and it's difficult. And you need to be able to adapt on the spot to be able to break through. William and Mary, while they are showing at times, I think Connecticut, they're having a stronger advantage with it. We're going right back to control. That's how it ends. We saw how it ended first, but I think it is going to be a completely different story, especially once we figure out what choice we're getting.
This is really, really tight for both of these teams. William and Mary, at one point, were considered second, third best team in EGF, and they were challenging, maybe arguably challenging Colorado to be one of the better teams in EGF, right? That's where they were at. And they're slipping slowly. They are slipping slowly. Connecticut, one of the most identical teams. Like, you can look at just the play, like a Reinhardt walking around, and you would go, okay, that's Connecticut, right? You'd be able to do that. They have an identity. They struggled so far here in the conference championships against slower-based compositions, against St. John's, and against William Mary, but they're slowly coming back. They're slowly improving in this series and improving against those spam comps. That's going to be interesting as a developing story towards nationals, and I think both these teams are going to be there. They're just fighting for that higher seeding.
Yeah, but that higher seeding is going to, I think, affect not only just what they're placing, and that's obviously there, but the mentals. Going into a map 5, you see the desperation coming out from both these teams wanting to get those advantages, especially coming down to the small plays. But we can talk a lot about how these players are also learning in themselves, but just to figure out, give some times. These teams are stressing, and we need to give them a second to breathe because we're going to be going over to a break, so don't you go anywhere. The Map 5 will be coming soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are here, and we're absolutely stoked to see you, because if you've not been here since the beginning, honestly, I gotta say, you missed out on a lot. It's been back and forth all night. William and Mary and University of Connecticut going into the final map, hoping to get a chance in the victory in Ocean. We've got I don't think a lot to talk about here, but I think we've got some big points to talk about.
Look, we've got a lot. I've got to talk about it. Connecticut. Look, they're fast, they're aggressive, they like their brawl composition here. William Murray, they like their spam, but they haven't been as characteristic with their spam as of late, and that needs to improve not only now for conference championships, but for nationals as well. UConn have struggled against slower pace compositions, but are starting to get the hang of it, and it might be just in time for Busan.
Oh, Busan. I mean, before we managed to break through, one of my main worries was on the possibilities of what Control can bring, because we know each team's major weaknesses, and so I was paying attention to what map it could be. My worry was that it was going to be Nepal, a big open map where you have the versatility to run, but Busan, this is another map similarly to where that wrecking ball strategy can work. Same with spam, but the brawl. University of Connecticut, UConn have so many chances to take the rotations, look to set up, and they are coming off of a victory. Ocean, how are you feeling just with this map pick?
This is interesting. I think that's a weird map pick because I feel like Sanctuary is going to play into William Mary's favor. I feel like Mecha Base is going to play into Connecticut's favor, and I don't know what the hell we're going to see on downtime. And you know exactly what's going to happen now that I've said that is that William and Mary are going to win Mecha Base and Connecticut are going to win Sanctuary, and it's just going to be confusing. So, I mean, that's what I think the two teams are favored, but this is going to be interesting. This map 5 has the potential to be a strong one.
Map 5 is by far the most stressful thing in Overwatch, besides just, I think queuing competitive queue, and you get into a game with one of your friends on the enemy team, so you can't really...
Oh, you got away, yeah.
Yeah, you gotta win at that point. But now, being down here, being in this big open bongo, this is a space where we often see the fights being taken on the right-hand side of the map, as you can see, but these points, still very similar. William and Mary, walking out of the wrecking ball conversation, they're going to be very open, but I think not only Nels, but Sam, something's changed in them. They have started to land a lot better attacks, or at least having a lot more security.
This is an interesting composition from Connecticut. It's got a lot of poke potential, but it's still a brawl-based composition. You got a double hit scan in there in case that we see William Mary go for the 4 pick. Interesting, we see Nucleoma on the Mercy instead of the Brigitte. I was almost certain that we were going to see Nucleoma switch over to the Brigitte. I'm not sure I like the fact they're on the Mercy. But yeah, this Connecticut composition has a lot of brawl potential and a little bit more spam potential than the average brawl composition. Rival's in trouble. Rival's gone.
Yeah, I don't think you noticed it, but looking at Helpful Fox doing an amazing job when it comes to telling the team, move forward. They managed to take out 2 so quickly, and they're still engaging in. You gotta wonder, William and Mary, is that Mercy solely to pocket Unique really worth it in the long term?
They've either got to swap over to the Brigitte, because I don't think the Rival dies there if they're on the Brigitte, or Rival could come over to D.Va. Rival could just run away if they're on the D.Va there. So I have to wonder why the Sigma here. Why are we not playing D.Va? Because we know that Rival is a good D.Va. We saw them play the Wrecking Ball competition with the D.Va base yesterday. So why all of a sudden are we running the Sigma? Why all of a sudden are we running the Mercy over the Brigitte? I'm not sure, but it seems to give them some leverage right now. As William Mary have somehow gotten up to the objective already. They killed Esdert.
Connecticut really kind of got a little bit aggressive, and half of the team were sitting there on the point, half of the team were out in the open, and William and Mary, they weren't necessarily completely split. Though their composition, it's working amazingly to enable Unique, and I'm worried that that's going to be a problem that's later on. Unique is a very talented player. It's been shown to be a very good DPS player, but I mean, now we're going to see how are you going to be set up? How is the rest of the team going to be able to survive?
It's a big question. I understand putting the resources towards Unique because Unique's talented enough to go and use those resources to the best of their abilities, but it's so much reliance on one player. Ooh.
Yeah, and I mean, the entirety of Connecticut, especially on this comp, they're set up as a team. Though you're not going to be able to get the fan the hammer, you instantly work back as a unit. They do lose their Sigma, that's going to be a problem, but they built up to the visor. They're inside the immortality. You can use that solely just to pick them off in Connecticut. You may have not noticed, but they still do not have that point. They got close to flipping it out, but William and Mary, they managed just to not only get that touch, but stabilize for a little longer.
Yeah, now William and Mary are in a good position here. This is the map out of the 3 that probably favors William and Mary the most, because look at the distance that Connecticut has to travel to actually get into the face of a player here of William Mary. That attack visor. Not the map 5, not in the top 4 conference championships.
I truly thought that they were just about to go back to spawn to switch characters, because that's the same energy that I would have. But with the fight happening, the Gravitic Flux is going to be able to help make that change. A lot of damage goes through. Had to use the immortality to keep themselves up. Didn't use, really, the sound barrier. They're popping out a visor on the enemy side. I mean, just look. There's not much you can do even with a Mercy pocket. Sam just has the accuracy to make the difference. William and Mary may be a little upset that they did not have that visor, but in the end, it seemed Connecticut, it really had the option to play against it.
You know what? They could have used that visor to zone after the Gravitic Flux. That's bad for William and Mary, and it's unfortunate, but they've got to move on. They've got to find a way to reset. They're going to come up against probably 5 ultimates from Connecticut, but they've got maybe 2 or 3 fights to do this. But they've got a Bull, and they've got a Transcendence for this next fight.
They managed to force out the Transcendence, though. The Gravitic Flux did an amazing job of just setting the pace of the fight, especially with Max going down. They throw the Bob, a nice 7th hero, but they used not only the window, but the High Noon just to melt. It's done its job, and it set the course as Connecticut continued to hold this point.
Oh, Kneecap's not going to get out. Right, last fight territory, really, here, just based on how much time you have to set up a fight here on Busan Sanctuary. Connecticut have the Sound Barrier and the Earth Shadow. I mean, everything's really going to be pumped into your boy Wings. What can he do in this last team fight? What can Max do in the main tank battle? That minefield is also online. But then again, we're still looking at those resources being pumped right into Unique.
It's still a really good mines to help, and you're not wrong. Just look as Unique is just sitting perfectly fine, not uncontested, and the rest of the team are just sitting there on the point while Unique is in a good position to not really be hurt. But the rest of Connecticut, they are as a unit. With you see the Sigma wanting to make the difference, put some pressure on Unique, but they have the Mercy Pocket, so it's not going to be doing too much. The point now at 99 to 98 isn't going to be feeling too great for William and Mary as they slowly begin to fall. They're not being able to make those solo plays when everybody is just, well, not on the same page. Connecticut, they are one step closer to pushing themselves forward.
They're in a really good spot now as well. That was the map that theoretically, with all the maps that we have, favors William and Mary, but the execution wasn't quite there for W&M, was it, right? They got the kill onto your boy Wings. What did they want to do next? They had no idea what they wanted to do next. They hadn't selected it. They could have went on to Ezdirk, who was on their own on the right. They could have pushed towards the point and tried to force a like brawling, but they didn't have their Reinhardt.
With it being downtown Ocean, a map really good for most styles of just diving on a singular target. I want to see how Connecticut tend to stabilize and play as a team. Is it just mostly going to be under the point, or is it just rushing into their opponents?
I have no clue, right? I mean, I would try and take that mega health back. That's exactly what Connecticut tried to do, but William and Mary knew that. They're going to take the open area around the point, and this is going to just be a weird clash of styles, like this entire series has been. Someone just went down there. That's just unlucky.
Oh, that is immensely unlucky. And look at this. Max is able to freely go in, gets stunned and knocks down. I mean, mentally, that's how I felt. But now, Connecticut, they're safely on top of the higher ground, not able to help out Nell's poor soul, but Connecticut still move forward. They're winning out on this fight as that Rez able to help bring back in the Hanzo. But they have 2 shields. I don't think you're going to be able to stop that, you poor souls. No matter how much damage you have, you already see your boys able to just walk in, start melting you down, and Max can't stay on that point.
This is really weird because William and Mary had the positional advantage, the player advantage, and they just didn't use it. That's happened so many times over the course of the course of this series. Apologize. Words in the Northern Irish accent are hard. And William and Mary, they've had enough. It's brawl versus brawl time.
They're feeling safe. They're holding really close, but they forced William and Mary to switch. That's not something we expected to predict because your boy has to shatter. And completely, you weren't ready for what was next.
Oh, I think this series, honestly, look, Connecticut right now, they are in prime position to win this series. This stagger on the rival is going to be absolutely brutal, and they forced William and Mary to play their game. This is not good for W&M. What are they going to do there? They just swap compositions? That fight was not good for them. Look at the ultimates. They're firmly in Connecticut's favor.
It's not only just the old economy, but it's the way that William and Mary were forced to switch midway through. It was a really good time to switch, but that basically just means you don't feel confident anymore. Look at that. They're already set up. They managed to charge in after the flux, and it's just a cleanup. And Connecticut still has ultimates.
Rival's getting staggered again. I don't think there'll be maybe one more team fight after this, if even. Oh no! Right. One more team fight. What have you got, William Mary? Who's going to save your conference championships? It might have to be a laundries at Matrix to get you into a team fight. And then someone's going to have to pull off a miracle. Because look at the ultimates. Connecticut both support ultimates. It's a tough ride ahead for W&M.
it's one big stress. We just see the ultimates. They're now going in. Hail Mary as Nelson's able to find the 2K, and the rest of the team walking inside Willem and Mary. They don't have anything to do to stop it. They get the flip. But I think you needed that diva, because now, look at this, they just push in. You may have got 5-6% maybe, but the rest of your team who wants to try and touch this point, they're now walking into a maze, a trap, a field of death, as we see the window being placed, the boop there, stopping Max from being able to touch onto the point. Though you managed to find out, Sam, you're still having to walk into a dangerous field, playing onto the high ground, very split, but your boy really going in to take out anybody that they can. On top of the high ground, we're seeing Wonk wanting to stay there for a little bit longer, hoping to build up that blizzard, but in the end, it is just not enough. As Yukon, they hold, they stand, and they will continue to move forward as they manage to defeat William and Mary in a Map 5 series.
William and Mary's disappointing trip into the Conference Championships continues. They will still be at Nationals, but with their 3-0 loss to Delaware and this Map 5 loss to Connecticut, you have to wonder what their chances are at Nationals. A team that people thought maybe they could just challenge Colorado. It doesn't look like it anymore. Whatever has happened in the last couple of weeks, it's not good for William and Mary. It needs to be patched up. Connecticut, fixing some of their issues from yesterday. Absolutely amazing turnaround. Fixing some of their issues in this series against William Mary today. Awesome job from them to win this series. Yukon, once they get in their role, once they get in their identity, once they play as direct as they do there, one of the best teams in EGF. Fact.
I think William and Mary got a lot to work on. And, well, Connecticut, they're starting to pick their pieces back up together, but that does not mean they're going to be looking the best continuing on in the, the lower bracket. They still have a long way to go, but William and Mary, they have a lot of time now to prepare for the future, and they still brought this to a Map 5, meaning that there are still hints of them being able to bring this back into the future. But Ocean, we are here at the end, and we're going to have a chance just to be able to talk with one of the players. And wait, no, never mind. We're not going to be having a chance, and I can't wait to see what's happening next, because there still are more matches to come.
I mean, there is. It's going to be exciting. Yukon, one more game, and they will guarantee a top seeding at Nationals. Of course, the top two in each conference get better seeding for Nationals. They just got to beat University of Delaware.
Yep, and that match is going to be happening in a little bit. So don't you go anywhere, because this is going to see who's going to be able to take on one more team to the grand finals. So we'll be right back after this break. Welcome here, everybody. We are finally at the bottom, but at the end of it all. Whenever you decide to watch this broadcast, I hope you are excited for University of Delaware versus the University of Connecticut in the lower bracket. One has a chance to make it back up top. One has a chance to go back home. I'm username underscore intel here. I think they got me right there. I'm username underscore intel joined by Loki. How are you feeling?
I am feeling excellent. I'm so excited for this game. Last two games of the tournament, it's all led up to right here, right now. And UConn coming after this 5-map win. They've got a little bit of momentum. That's some strength, that's some energy put into your soul right there.
Yeah, but I mean, we are looking at the University of Connecticut coming. Ooh. I think the map 5, it got me. The University of Connecticut, they did just come off of a map 5, and it was intense. It came very close, and now they're going up against University of Delaware, who just got knocked down here, and then have a chance to go right back up. They lost against the team that is in the grand finals, so it's either University of Delaware managed to bring themselves back up to the top, have a redemption arc, or the University of Connecticut, they show that they're no longer rusty, and they're willing to move forward.
Yeah, I think UConn right here is really the one, trying to make their stand. Delaware obviously wants the rematch. It's never fun to lose. And right now, here's their chance to immediately turn it around, take it back, get the run back. But they do have to get through these Huskies first. And I don't think they're going to let it go easily.
I don't. With the first map being on to Lijiang Tower, University of Connecticut have had time to prepare and get ready, while University of Delaware, they've had time to relax and strategize. We're looking on this point first. I do believe it's called Gardens. You never remember because there's no gardens here, so it always confused me why it's called that.
I think it's because of the little pond in the middle and all the little rock gardens. If I had to choose, though, I would probably say that I would prefer to be playing, It's so much easier to be playing, to keep it rolling, than to just be sitting and waiting and dreading, especially with a 5-map series. You keep having to ask yourself, is it going to be one more? When am I playing? When am I not? I want to be the team that's right here, ready to go. Just keep it going. And it looks like for the start, UConn wants to roll out on this more brawl pick, while Delaware is, kind of staying on that ball comp that we know and love, but with a BAP instead.
Oh, what a beautiful first 2K boom. I mean, Delaware may have had time to just relax, but it seems that they are more than warmed up.
Yeah, no, Savic's there. They've got that rollout perfectly. I can guarantee you they've been in training ranges working on that rollout over and over. I think every highly mobile character just trains a rollout on Lijiang Gardens.
Oh my goodness, you're not wrong. We may never see those clips, especially when they're streaming, but hey, we're gonna be able to see this beautiful slam does slightly get booped. Sav is needing to just retreat. Is too worried about dying right there, but has the not only mega health back, but the rest of the team who are safely sitting. Connecticut have to break through this choke point, and that's the very scary part, because as you see, yes, they freely managed to make it through, but they're having to worry about the fact that Delaware is still alive. Delaware are still being able to poke, manage to take these angles, and as much as you're getting the damage in, you're still not necessarily winning. They walk in, place some mines after the slam, and now your team is forced to play on a very uncomfortable angle. It's not getting any better as you get booped slowly into the mines. You're still taking so much damage. This guy doesn't even have an opportunity to place on the window that they managed to build. It's not looking good as the dragon splits them up, able to dance at the immortality, but you still slowly begin to fall. The poke is way too much, even if you get out that window.
Yeah, no, the issue that University of Connecticut's running into right now is it's just so easy for this ball comp to maintain this space and to keep off this brawl from anyone else and just not die. We see here they're just rotating out over and over, letting someone else take the point, let the Sigma take the point, let the ball take it. And then as they rotate through, all of, that Hanzo, that Baptiste, that Zen in the backline are just throwing in damage. And eventually they're going to find a pick in an opening and just wear down this University of Connecticut squad.
And only recently has Connecticut actually managed to get that point. They do get slight picks here and there, but I mean, they're not going to be controlling the point. If Sav wants to, they can invest the mines, but, well, yes, they will. Never mind. It's not that they can. They want to. There's not much healing. There's not much survivability. It's not so that immortality comes in, and yet Delaware still decide to fight it. Honestly, the lack of aggression at those last seconds did end up costing Delaware that point. Connecticut, they're going to be feeling a little bit more happy. They built up those ultimates because of it.
Yep. And we see here those ultimates coming up. That big one is going to be Visor. No big barrier. Other than that Sigma barrier, only 800 health that can get spammed out so quickly. And Samo Jipke? Samo in that case can so easily take out this Tracer, take out that backline, take off all of this pressure that UConn's having to deal with here.
They still, though, they play back. They're taking their time, managing to split themselves away from the dragon rather than letting it walk in, and that window immediately melts down Sav. They throw in the bomb just as insurance. Even though it does get blocked in by the shield, I mean, what is Delaware really gonna do?
I mean, this is the wonder of playing Brawl, is you have such good point control, and if you do it right, you can sustain through everything. Look at Easy D here on this Diva, just completely controlling everything. They're Esdirk right where they need to be. That DM is so perfect. It's letting Tisguy, build up these windows so quickly, so meaningful to just poke out all that they need to.
I mean, they're also just feeling continuously safe. I mean, that pulse bomb goes through. Your boy doesn't even get the immortality. Not worried about dying at all. Managing to dodge that gravitic flux is going to hurt for Delaware as a sound barrier allows him to go in. It does get counteracted by the Transcendence, but there is no touch on that point. Delaware made one big mistake, and that was not kind of having anyone touch. Now they have to go in and try and bring it back on the second point.
I mean, those 2CP, or as I was, those, King of the Hill maps, you really only need to win one solid fight. That first fight is oh so important, and then after that, you only really have to win one more important one. And Delaware there, not really able to keep it moving with that one really long, fight. They're trying to keep the point, and once they lose some of that backline support, that's when they start to falter. That's when UConn just, straggles themselves in over and over and is able to win it. And that now that they have point control, their Brawl, no one's going to move them from that.
I'm still falling in love the more and more I watch of UConn. I mean, I am used to them playing the Brawl, but I mean, that's what they strive on. You already see them walking out, managing to take out bot, and they continue to push forward. The Symmetra just has so much damage right now that Delaware can't afford to drop the shield. You already see them trying to disengage, but in the end, it's much better to reset.
Yeah, this UConn squad is playing a comp that I like to call Bully the Main Tank. Doomfist comes out, huge punches in the backline, and then this Sim with the projector, they're going to force you to have to hold up shield, they're going to charge it up, and then they're going to break your shield. Nothing can be done about it, and so it forces the main tank back. You can't get your Rhine swinging.
They use this window. Delaware still are very much wanting to take in this fight, but is that a flanking Reinhardt out of position, leaving the team open to be shot? I mean, you can see it in the kill board. It's happening. Connecticut, not the brightest decision there.
No, I mean, you see those Reinhardt plays every once in a while, especially when they want to find a shatter. Coming through the back, huge shatter, everyone's on the floor, team goes through and wins. But they were only at 80%. I'm really not sure what they were looking for there. If that was a pathing issue, I would have liked to see them path coast, get back to their team faster. Instead, Savik is just able to swing through. There's nothing stopping Pod, and this is going to go right to the next fight.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions. They placed that teleporter there as a distraction, and that wall is going to be able to build up some security, but the Soundbeard just barely saves out Nels. That's absolutely massive. But what's not is the fact that Big Lenny's able to catch you out with the bomb, using the Riptide solely to take out the helpful Fox was on the flank. Once more, Delaware, they're still feeling safe. They're going to hold.
Yeah, Delaware here doing a great job with that window. They're not letting Nelsie take in anything. Look at this. We're more than a minute into this map. Nelsie hasn't charged that, that Doom ult. And that's not because they're not playing well. That's just because the damage from Pod and Big Lenny are doing such a good job at forcing this Doomfist out. They're not letting them in at all.
They do take their time. We're looking at a very interesting fight here because there's a lot of ultimates being thrown to give the advantage, but in the end, it's the wall that makes the change. They cannot use that window. They can't even set themselves up to land the shatter, and poor Delaware, once again, they are not going to be able to really break through once their opponents start getting a good chance to walk into them, especially, yes, the fire strike. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, University of Connecticut right now, they do well in these aggressive, over-aggressive fights. The issue is they take so many resources. Look at University of Delaware's, in that top left, they're charging ults. They've got a little bit of a rotation. Meanwhile, Connecticut, they just use everything the moment they got it there. I feel like Delaware really has the macro of this fight, of this brawl comp down to a bit of a stronger degree.
I agree. Look at that. Once more, a teleporter placed there as a distraction. The Shatter slightly getting blocked. And unfortunately, Pod, all of their damage and their traps are being eaten up by the Diva on the side of Connecticut. And they're basically staying safe while Nate builds up, manages to place that wall to split them up. They will be playing onto the right side and having that sound meter, meaning that they want to go in aggressive. But still though, they have to play back. They seem to be a little too scared to put in that aggression, and they're slightly split, allowing Delaware to focus fire down that Reinhardt, break down the defenses, and move in.
Yeah, I mean, look at Nate off on these slight little angles, putting so much pressure onto University of Connecticut. They're able to do that because Big Lenny is right there, able to help them out with the DM. Anytime they get pressured, they're able to get right back to their team. And with that, they charge up a huge symbol that just lets their team stroll right onto point.
That's a big problem that I really think we're gonna have to see them try and play against if they really want to be able to win. And we see the engagement already coming out. Oh no, Hyper and the rest of the team, they get opened up by the Shatter. Now Delaware not in the best position, drops the bomb. The wall's still there to be able to protect them, and they keep pressing W into Delaware. It may seem that the practice was rusty. They may have a touch here, but at 89%, I don't know.
Yeah, those are the picturesque Shatter bombs that we want to see. Bomb comes in first, turns all the attention, Shatter in after it. Everybody on the floor covered by their own symbol. And now Delaware is going to have to act quick to get it. They barely have this beat on point, but they're getting pushed out so much by all of the CC that UConn is bringing to the table. I don't know that they have any way to flip this.
It's not the fact that if they can, they really don't have the team. The wall's there, that's pretty nice, and you don't get the touch, unfortunately. It seemed in the end, UConn, they're going to be able to take the lead in this series, already setting the pace up. Delaware, what will be your answer, the callback?
Yeah, honestly, right there. While Delaware looked like they had a little bit of macro, Connecticut won those big resource fights. We talk about, differences between just how important fights are. It doesn't matter if you win 5 fights if you lose the 3 most important ones. That first fight to get on the point, the next fight to just keep percentage, and then if you take long fights like Connecticut was doing, where they might have been losing a lot, but they made it take 8 years whenever they had control of that point, and they lost very quickly when they didn't. And Connecticut did a really, really good job of throwing in their resources on their engage, counting on that in this King of the Hill setup, and just racking up the percentage.
Yeah, and I feel Connecticut, at least when it came down to the support line, they were getting away with a lot. There were at times where we saw, obviously, Connecticut getting punished, especially their Lucio for going in a little bit too far. But more than anything, they are staying alive, and they're dropping the immortalities. They're popping out these windows, which are defending. Delaware can't say the same. They're staying as a team, and when the Reinhardt falls, the supports are immediately the next ones to go. And that's not really going to be helping them out too much. But look on the bright side. We don't know what map is next. We did know Lijiang. So, Connecticut, already coming off of a game, had that warm-up. They were prepared against it. Now it's Delaware's chance to kind of set the pace, and especially maybe go with something that's Connecticut's more weakness. We've seen a lot of big exposures happen, especially since they're the type of team who really likes that brawl composition.
Yeah, I imagine here Delaware probably tries to send it somewhere that's a little bit more divey, focuses on that high ground. We've seen their DPS able to make work, especially on those off angles. Maybe a map like that for this hybrid, a Hollywood, maybe add some double barrier, put some Winston, make some high ground work. That would, put in a lot of work on their end.
Yeah, you make a really good point. I would really like to I think definitely I would like to see that double shield. I feel it does an amazing job slowing down onto Connecticut, especially no matter the map it goes. But on Delaware, I really want to be seeing more coming out of their tank players. I want to see them at least take a bit more aggression and, well, play over-invested sometimes. I'm never going to get mad. I don't think anybody's ever going to get mad if you're feeding a little, as long as your support gets that ult charge that they really want. We only make fun of feeding if it goes out with no value. And on a map like Hollywood, as you were so beautifully able to predict, I think this will work.
Yeah, I mean, it forces UConn here to play either that really strong double barrier comp. It works great on defense. It can work on second point and third point as well, or like a Winston comp, which isn't what they seem to be most comfortable on. They seem to really want to force that brawl, even playing it on Gardens, which isn't where we normally see that at all. Here, though, if you try to play a brawl, you're going to be running into a lot of poke. You're going to be running into a lot of very long pathing, a lot of high ground that you can't get to. So I imagine we'll probably see a double barrier type comp from UConn here.
I think you underestimate the versatility that is of a character called Symmetra. You can just teleport around. I think UConn are the type of team who will sit there and say, we will run Brawl until we physically cannot reach our opponents in any type of way. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I think this is really a game of how Delaware respond to what UConn play. They can't really be the aggressors in these types of moments, especially just because they're more warming up after that long break. So I think that, well, they're going to be able to break down Connecticut as long as they respond to how their opponents are playing. If they try and, guess what it is, that's not going to work. You got to know.
Yeah, I think if they, play that double barrier or even just like that double bubble comp, put some weight on their DPS, and that's a very easy comp to enable your tanks in. They pretty much have their own resources, their own sustain. It opens up your supports to play more like that DPS, which it seems like Delaware wants to do, as we did see them play like that BAP Zen when they were running that ball comp on Gardens, which seems to be a very, we want our supports to left click, we want them to put in damage. It's a great way to do it when you're leveling that skill and those mechanics from them. And then plus, it makes your tank line life easy.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Well, listen, all right. Beforehand, you said you expected a double shield. What is that? What did you think you were going to be expecting? That's not necessarily a double shield, but it does have 2 shields.
It's almost there. You are right though. UConn really seems to be trusting all into this brawl comp. Defending second point with that may be a little bit interesting, but if they can make a stand here, that's the place to do it. University of Delaware, once they get online, there's going to be so much ults and spam coming out. So we're looking at University of Connecticut here to play aggressive, even on the defensive side.
Well, Delaware using that double shield to attack. This is where I kind of want you to help me point out things that happen, because Delaware, look at this, they're already looking to take over that high ground, and Connecticut just really give it up. They're backing up, allowing Delaware to take that rotation. Well, they do meet them up here on top of the high ground, but I mean, look at that. They just end up getting burst down, though they take Big Lenny with them. In the end, there's just too much damage to kind of break through.
Yeah, no, once this double barrier comp finds an area that it wants to be in, there's not a whole, it gets so much harder to break through it. When we want to see these defensive teams play aggressive, like we want to see UConn doing, we want to see them try to catch these teams on rotation, set up on this high ground, and as this double barrier tries to come up the stairs, either drop on them or, run straight ahead at them. UConn here letting Delaware choose their engagements.
This is good, though. They have another chance just to try to hold this, but what's not good is, look at this, the Orisa moving in without any fears. At the moment they start taking damage, they use the Halt ability, they manage to fortify, stay safe, and, well, we see their opponents, Connecticut, be very uncomfortable as they have to reset and try and hold. Well, is it on the high ground, is it on the low ground? Where do they go?
I mean, with this, though, I do want to point out the great work that Nate and Pod are putting in. This comp from Delaware is not meant to brawl. It wants to take these sightlines, and yet the damage from Nate and Pod are so much that it doesn't even matter. Oh no, that flux catches everyone.
Yeah, but your boy is the one who falls That's not going to be the brightest sign. The Dragon's making room for the Riptide to be able to take out the Sigma. I mean, we have to remember, Delaware, their spawn point is really close in, and they have so much natural cover. Connecticut are the ones who are suffering the longer this fight takes.
Yeah, this street phase is going to be rough. Once again, though, Pod with the supremely placed trap, able to find a pick that opens it all up. Your boy there almost had a shatter. One more swing, that would have been everyone on the floor for Delaware.
And they're feeling safe. Your boy may just want to be able to move in, land this shatter, but quite possibly could just save it. We do see them taking their time going up to the high ground, saying, "Hi, friends, forgot that little platformer's there, so, you know, my charge isn't going to land." But at least Delaware don't get the chance to position.
Yeah, and that's a little bit more what we're looking for from this ball comp. Great pathing by your boy Wings, taking their team around to find the entry there. You know, catching the team while it's split, catching them while they're in, you know, still in that rotation, trying to get set up. That's exactly what we want to see as, oh no, he gets caught out.
That's a Rutro Raggy type moment. I mean, your boy now, yes, has a speed boost there, but I mean, look at that shield damage. You want to have as much as you can, especially because you have the chance just to be able to walk into your opponent to land that shatter, but they pop out the window, your shield gets broken, now you have to stay back, hands folded, wait for what your opponents are going to do, and they pop out the flex. They manage to take out Genji, but you trade in by finding out Nate. Sam is also going up on the high ground, using this visor against the Transcendence. It is going to be able to sustain for a little longer, but now you have to wait. Delaware not in the best position that they want to be, but the bongo at least helps even it up as well. What are you gonna do against this type of damage? You can't brawl into it forever. That immortality can only keep you up for so long. However, that visor wants to kind of give more room. They land a beautiful shatter as well, and that's how you manage to bring it back. I gotta say, Connecticut's patience working glorious.
Look at Tisky's usage of this immortality. It is up exactly where your boy Wings needs it before the action happens. That cast time does not exist. Tisky knows what is happening. He sees this preemptively and is using it so that your boy Wings doesn't have to press the S key. They can maintain this space, keep everything going, and swing in and get these huge shatters making plays.
It's the trust in the allies. It's something I will fall in love with every time. But, I mean, Nels has the blade. That's an interesting ability that we haven't actually pointed out. There's no nano, so they're very much relying on to the dry ability, which I like to see. That means they have trust in their players, but they're already moving out using the window. Or Nels is going to fall immediately. How is Nate the one finding out the damage, sitting there freely on the high ground, using the dragons to take out this guy? Nobody paid attention.
Yeah, I mean, that we saw a really aggressive play there from as Derek, you know, going off on that angle, which is what we want to see from Sigmas. But as a result, when you're not playing a diva that can rotate quickly, that angle is open and Nate finds exactly where the arrows need to go. You know, that is that supreme Hanzo vision that we want to see, finding out that perfect angle, gets two, and then with the dragons to top it off, completely shunting that. Oh, that's rude.
I mean, that's even ruder. Using the flux, helping to take out the Genji who used the blade. Nels just does not feel happy right now. Did not get any value off of it. And though that shatter is able to take out Sad, you still have to walk into them. They have the trans, and they're basically just going to use it to retreat. Your boy has no reason to try and fight that out until it wears down. So maybe a charge, maybe not. They're just going to let the Genji kind of get that done.
Yeah. Your boy Wings there absolutely turning that fight. We're seeing a lot more plays made from the tank position on this one. Big Lenny canceling out that blade. Your boy Wings, you know, solidifying that fight with the shatter. And he's not seeming to have any issue finding a shatter past two shields.
The flux landing through. That poor Baptiste has to use the immortality to keep it up just to be able to stay alive, and look at that, they immediately retreat for the double shield. They're actually being a little bit outpoked here. Pod does have the high noon as they want to take rotation open to the skies, taking Sam out, who was alone, the poor soul. But Connecticut, they're the ones on top of the high ground. They're the ones who can decide how to play as they use the sound barrier and say, we're going in. Popping out the dragons, placing them in the middle. The shatter goes through, but not stopping the high noon completely. Still though, they make the even trades. The immortality manages to keep up the DPS, but Connecticut, they still manage to thrive in this.
As Derek here deciding to go, so they don't want to play off tank anymore. Let's be a main tank, pushing forward, opening all the space up for Nelsie to swing through there on Genji, getting those dash resets and carving through Delaware there as nothing can stop him. I mean, this brawl here is doing such a good job of the exact things that we didn't see on first point. You know, they're adjusting to how Delaware wants to rotate, catching them when they're vulnerable, aggressing in with, you know, that trademark aggression and just running through. And Delaware here, not really seeming like they have an answer.
They are. I think they're struggling with trying to figure out how to kind of play it on attack. And we didn't really see an emphasis on the high ground either.
No.
I think we're really used to seeing teams rely on top of that high ground, and now Delaware, they get to set up on it. They get chances to prepare, and they're even running out on the Pharah. How does Connecticut try and play against it, especially if Nels goes back onto this Genji?
Yeah, I mean, usually we'd want to see a sim and that more EU style of brawl where you run it like a dive and you just, you know, explode out of the sim TP. But running this Genji, instead, what we're looking for is point control, and we're looking for Genji to be the one who's up on the point contesting things. You know, you have that Sigma barrier that's going to give you space to try to path the point, and then from there, you just have to force point. Eventually, Savix or Big Lenny is going to have to drop, and the goal is just explode them before Pod and Nate can explode you.
I can't wait to see how well that goes, because it's always going to be a hit or miss type moment. They do have the speed boost, so you already see them looking to take the cover on the high ground, but I wouldn't say they have the composition to really benefit off of it. I mean, just look at them. They're sitting on the stairs as if they're waiting for Christmas morning, while Potish is freely shooting down. Nels is set up looking for that dive, but they're already booped, messed off on the high ground, while Pod goes after the Soldier 76, seems to take too much damage from their own right and is going to fall. This is going to help Connecticut as we see them charge in. Your boy always going in for a little extra style points, and well, I gotta say, it's working out greatly.
Yeah, Salo there with an amazing play. You know, a lot of times when we see those aggressive Pharah plays, soldiers aren't able to put enough damage in against a Mercy pocket to kill the Pharah before it kills them. It's so easy to get those rockets from close range. Samo there, completely steady, knows to just, you know, control the recoil, get their shots down, as exactly what we, you know, Connecticut wants to do there happens. Forcing point, forcing a drop, and then just blowing up every target to come down on them.
Honestly, they're going to keep that up. You have no reason to even change your style. They just really want to go over on top of that high ground. Try to stop Pod from playing the game is kind of the ace of what you're going for. I mean, just look, as Connecticut really don't care about where the poke is coming from. Rather, where is Pod going to be? Where are their opponents setting up? The Dragons is there, but they use the Halt, so they don't even get a chance to really use it as well as they want to. As well as, look at that, Nels is basically a mini tracer in that sense, being able to stay there, but the dragon from Nate, it manages to clean it out. Connecticut never want to walk into that.
No, I want to take a look at Pod's positioning there, though. This man positioned so aggressively because he knows there isn't a diva. You know, one of their DPS is back on the cart. I've got all of my team behind me. I've got this amazing pocket from Mercy, who, you know, Hyper is gonna stay alive in this cover. And as a result, they're able to position so aggressively, force the team into a bad position, and Nate immediately picks up on it.
What a barrage, though, managing to take out the soldier who was stuck in the flux, but you do lose your life. However, it was not in vain. The rest of the team doing their job to clean up after you. And look at this. A really good hold coming out from Delaware. As Connecticut, they're having issues, I think, stabilizing, or at least consistently being on top of their opponents.
Yeah, Connecticut here, you can't do the same play that you did before. You know, force a fight on cart, just keep pushing it all the way down. Instead, you have to take a fight and try to clear these high grounds, or else you're just going to get blown up on this cart. Delaware using that to their advantage. Look at how much damage is coming out of this comp, and now they're switching to even, you know, take care of Nelsie. They know that Blade is coming up. The comp swaps to cast to deal with it.
They're getting set. They have to go predict Flux, so we can see them, yep, using it really early to try to counteract anything that happens. Immortality gets used, and this is now the speed boost to be able to walk forward as the Visor helps them melt them down. The Bongo, unfortunately, is not going to be able to help out, well, because it seems Nelson is able to get the clean, get the reset, and they are halfway there to the point with 2 ultimates to be able to hold this, while Delaware, they used everything.
Yeah, Delaware in a little bit of a rush right now. They've got to get back fast. Having a DPS gone is not going to help. They want this NTP to try to keep their team going. I don't know that they can even get to the cart in time. Your boy right there, that's gonna get
No!
UConn takes map 2 on a map that we thought they would be at a huge disadvantage on.
Connecticut looks so good right now. I mean, there obviously are points that we could talk about that questionably happened. I mean, Nels held that blade for very long, didn't have a reason to use it, but in the end, didn't even pop out their ultimate the entire game, or at least from what I saw, which is a big point. But they were able to get away with so much right there that Delaware kind of they shot themselves in the foot right there, and that's not the best that you want. I mean, double shield on the ground while the Ryan's on top? It's not heard of.
I am very surprised by that. I think UConn is hitting their stride perfectly, perfectly in this right now. I mean, and this is where we want to see them, coming together. We want to see them hitting their stride. Last day of the tournament, getting prepped right here for nationals. This is what we want to see from UConn and Delaware right now. They're playing very well, but the University of Connecticut, they are on a train right now. That is powered by Cole and hopes and dreams, pushing this forward. And I would not be surprised if we see a huge loser bracket run from them right now.
Well, Loki, we're gonna have to see, is that possible, or are we living in a fantasy? We're gonna be going to a quick break, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back to see if Delaware can bring this back. Hey, welcome back, folks. Hope you've had a good little break because we're sitting here very close to see if University of Connecticut will they manage to sweep this out with very good confidence, or will the University of Delaware will they manage to make Connecticut wish that this does not go to a map 5 because we are so close in that theory zone. But Loki, how are you feeling? We've got a moment to relax and rethink of how this has been going.
Yeah, I'm feeling excellent here as Delaware, they're making UConn work for it, but UConn just seems so dominant on this brawl comp. As we go to Volskaya, though, Delaware seems to be trying very, very hard to counterpick them. But, I mean, it didn't work with Hollywood. I don't know if it'll change with Volskaya. Personally, I think it would be cool to have a reverse sweep into a rematch grand finals, but Delaware needs to start putting in some work, and it needs to happen quickly.
I agree. I don't think you can really counter map pick anybody at this point. I think this is really just counting down to Delaware waking themselves up and playing, well, executing their dives a lot more. That was one of the bigger points that we saw they failed with. They just weren't able to execute their ideas, and that's how it fell through. And we know, UConn, they're back on the brawl. They're feeling safe. They're just happy to be able to run down Maine. But Delaware, they're walking out on a wrecking ball strategy. So what should we expect?
Yeah, I mean, UConn here wants to hold these arches up front. The issue is going to be they're not going to have point control. With running this Sigma, with running EZ on Sigma over a Diva, that means they're not going to be able to get back to point. That you're going to have to use a helpful Fox for that, maybe at most. Yeah, I don't know that UConn will have an answer to be able to try to hold these arches and try to hold point.
We do see as this, well, poor Zenyatta is going to fall extremely early. It's not going to stop Delaware because they do get the res in, but that does mean they've lost that resource, and Connecticut are managing to get some good execution. More than anything, look at their positioning. Yeah, I mean, the Reinhardt staying with the Lucio, being able to juke around Nate is not in the best spot. Has to play so far off just to make sure that the double hit scan aren't able to put any pressure in. But even then, look at that. The Soldier just goes in with the Reinhardt, puts some pressure onto the Mercy. And Delaware really aren't feeling that safe. But eventually, Sam is going to be caught out, picked off, and Connecticut are now trapped within inside the Mega Health Pack room. Will they go out to touch the point? I really think they have to.
Yeah, they have to aggress here. Down a hit scan, walking to this far. It's not great. That slam is going to put in a lot of use. As a helpful Fox is going to be the one who takes out Far. How often do you see Lucio's taking out Fars with headshots?
Look at that. They're managing to take out not only the Mercy, but the Tracer. Delaware don't even. Wait, no, they're not paying attention. They almost managed to get the tick, but look at that. The Cassidy able to clean it up, make sure it's back, and, well, Delaware may actually be switching out. Baptiste is now in this option.
I'm a little bit surprised by that. I wish Delaware would just keep on this comp. As we see there, Pod, or as I was, Nate did a great job of opening up that complete arches just off of positioning on Farah. But now, oh no, Savix going in a little bit too aggressive. They don't have their team right into that Cassidy. There's so much CC on the side of Delaware. There's so much sustain. UConn, or as UConn, I'm sorry, I messed up the teams. I apologize. Yeah, Delaware's gonna have such a hard time breaking through that as they switch off of Farah as well, not willing to play into this double hit scan.
I mean, look at that. First point, it's open. Poor Connecticut, not in the best position. I mean, that Sigma managing to dodge out on the pulse bomb and then eventually gets that peel. It is impressive how they are still alive. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Delaware not able to find it, but oh! I felt that, and they're going to feel that in the morning, taking out the Cassidy, placing the mines down onto the point, and then the Dragons dead down the middle. They aren't really able to find, but look at this isolation. They're not putting any pressure on the point. They really do want to try and find the win on the map, but it's not going to help when Sam has the visor, starts walking through, and they get the sound barrier. I don't know if you saw that, but Nate messed the wall climb up a little bit, so gets up there a little late. Transcendence not going to be helping around this time.
No, I mean, University of Delaware here is playing for picks really hard. During that time, though, it opens up UConn to just swing through on this brawl to find their ult. It gives them time to do whatever they want to, as Delaware seems a little bit trepidatious to push in on their advantage. They're worried to move their core in because they know if they do, your boy Wings is going to be right there with a gigantic hammer to just swing through all of them.
Now, see, this is where the fight's kind of taking an interesting turn. Delaware, where do you want to go? The high ground. So we just see them slowly take the poke, and they're going to accept it. But they're not really going to be having the chance to have the full team there. Pod is going to fall. They're going to be rotating over to the high ground. Not even the mega health pack room as Connecticut go onto the flank looking to take them out. That's one big boot as the Zenyatta falls and the Reiner continuously walks into them undeterred, unfazed, and with that fire strike, this is now less than a minute to touch the point, and the poor Baptiste does not realize there's a Tracer lightly poking them. I can't believe it. University of Connecticut are so synergized right now that they managed to get, no, they will. There is no stall as the University of Delaware will get full held.
Yeah, Connecticut here so strong. The most that Delaware can hope for is a draw here to, that keep that tiny bit of playoff hopes alive. The window is closing so quickly here off of this aggressive play from Connecticut, just trusting in their teammates. All of Connecticut is working as a complete unit right now. Every single person working towards that one goal. We're not seeing a whole lot of hero plays. We're not seeing a whole lot of just like one person stealing the show. We're seeing UConn as a unit bunker down in this brawl comp and completely close off any option for Delaware.
I gotta say that the way that University of Connecticut, their patience, I mean, I'm very used to this team being very aggressive and walking in. That's the style of what Brawl is, and so it's very understandable. But a helpful Fox, Sam, your boy, they've been doing such an amazing job of just waiting their time, and everyone else is willing to just, be the sacrifices of the pieces to be put in a position of better. While University of Delaware, everyone feels like they have a different idea of where they want to go.
Well, with this UConn team as well, watch whenever, they're doing such a good job of not just accepting that push and aggression from Delaware, but UConn, the moment that they see the advantage, they all turn so perfectly. Even while giving space and even while delaying a little bit, everyone from UConn is still positioned where when it's time to aggress, they're all right where they need to be. They're still as six. Turning teams mid-fight and being that coordinated in mid-fight is amazing.
Now we have to see, can University of Connecticut capture this first point? I think it's going to be an uphill challenge as we see your boy get walled off, not going to be able to survive. And oh, that's a nice hit, but Delaware at least managed to clean it up. Still though, they've lost two. That's both of their supports. Uh-oh.
Yeah, now here, Delaware just has to pull back. They have to hope that no other picks come through. UConn here can just play so free. They know they have spawns. They know they have support. No health is going to be coming back for Delaware here. Barely getting a pick as they're all pushed into this mega room.
Now they have to be very careful. Delaware, they cannot sacrifice anybody right now. But their Baptiste falls the moment that they return into the fight. The immortality's not going to last long. How is the Cassidy able to just go in? The rest of the team now with the aggression. There is no contest. The University of Connecticut, UConn, they have won Volskaya.
Coming into this, I don't know that anyone expected, a UConn win like this. A UConn win maybe, but we expected, at 4 or 5 maps, nothing quite as convincing as the show that UConn is putting on, showing a clinic on how to play Reinhardt, on how to play this brawl. Nothing stopping them. I am so impressed with UConn's mid-fight on their ability to stay on the same goal, on the same position, on the same coordination, where most teams are falling apart and you see those individual plays coming out. No, UConn is 6 at beginning, middle, and end of this story.
Yeah, and last round, or at least last game, we saw a lot of issues coming out of the University of Connecticut. And my big worry was that the fact that they just came off of a map 5 meant that they were going to be suffering from burnout. They were not going to be able to do well against University of Delaware because they had time to relax. They had time to scrim, maybe get a bit more coaching, and they just came off of the upper bracket. So I am absolutely amazed in the ability of the University of Connecticut to be able to bring this back. But Loki, do you know what this means right now?
We get grand finals soon. We get UConn in the grand finals.
We get UConn in the grand finals. They have fought their way tooth and nail from the lower bracket to be able to bring themselves to the final, and I'm absolutely so excited to see how they work. But we are going to be able to get an interview in with Samo. So if you want to be able to listen to that and before we go into the grand finals, I'd recommend you stay tuned because we'll be right back with this interview. Welcome back, folks. What an amazing series we've had to sit here and see from the University of Connecticut, only going from the lower bracket, having to fight tooth and nail and bring themselves closer to the end. But we are here to sit down and talk to you, Sam, one of University of Connecticut's people. How are you doing?
I'm doing great today. Hopefully, we can still have the chance to win the next game.
Yeah, I gotta say, at least for me, the way I want to start this out, I want to get a bit of insight. You guys just came off of a map 5, and that's stressful. I definitely can understand, but how did it feel knowing that you were immediately going into your next game?
We're actually pretty glad we don't have to take a break because we would still have the you know, really exciting mode. Because when we finish map 5 and we win against William Mary, and we can bring the mentality just like keep going to our next opponent, which is Delaware. So we feel really like fine with keep going.
And so with that energy to keep it going, how did it feel, mid game, with that aggressive brawl comp? How did it feel just like rolling through these maps, keeping it going, getting yourself set up?
Um, to be honest, like Rush is just our significant comp, like really good at it. So we just decided we're not gonna run other comps. We only just gonna against William Mary for it. But Delaware, we just thinking about like we watched a little bit early VOD when they play St. John, and we know they kind of like playing sort of double shield. So we just gonna try out with Rush comp, but eventually we just keep it going because it works pretty good.
Yeah. And then with that, with going into this grand finals, I know you don't have a whole lot of time, but is there anything you're doing like as a team to kind of prepare, get your mind set for that?
We just basically just gonna sit in the VC and just chatting for a little bit, and then like take some bio break, and then keep going.
And so, at least for me, I want to know who on your team right now has been helping you and everyone else kind of stabilize, make sure that you're focused, and especially in this high adrenaline play, be excited for your next match.
Um, Especially just like our captain Death, your boy wins, and also like um Easy Dark on the off tank. Basically, our tank line helping us a lot. Micromanage us and then tell us like we have to stabilize, don't get really hype on. Pretty good having both two teammates like that holding our back as a tank player.
Yeah, I think that's extremely insightful. So, with a little bit of the time of the break, do you have a message to your opponents who are going to be listening in? They're already prepared, they're cracking their knuckles, and they're ready to go against you. Do you have a message for them?
Yeah, we were ready for the rematch again. I wish St. John gonna be ready for it, even though the record right now is us one versus their two, because they beat us two and we only take 1 point for them. So we wish we can keep the winner mentality going, and then hopefully we can destroy them. Um, yeah, basically, we kind of know everybody on their team, so we're basically friends with each other.
Then I want you to go take your break, relax, use the bathroom, do whatever what you gotta do because we are so excited to see what's gonna be coming out of you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yep, anytime. Now, we get to sit here and we get to relax, but that doesn't mean we're going to be going anywhere. As you know, there is going to be the grand finals. This is going to be Yukon versus the STJ. So, if you want to, or rather St. John's, just so you know, I want to make sure I use the abbreviation. So, make sure you don't go anywhere because in a short bit, we'll be able to see who takes the crown. So, we'll see you in a bit.
Let go. Let go. Let go.
Hello, everybody. I just want to give you one big welcome here to the EGFC Championships as we find ourselves in an interesting play. And I hope no matter when you are watching this broadcast, you are excited because the University of Connecticut are now facing St. John's University in the grand finals. I'm username underscore Intel, your play-by-play caster for tonight here, joined by Loki. And Loki, we've been here for a while. It's been a long day, but I mean, University of Connecticut, it's been longer for them.
Yeah, University of Connecticut having to go through a 5-map set or 5-map match to get to here, and then a 3-map right after it that was very hard fought. Looking at this loser bracket, we've seen they came down in the second round, had to fight through William and Mary and then University of Delaware. University of Connecticut having fought against all of the best teams, making it through to get to here right now to play against the what we imagine to be the favorite of this tournament.
I think you're absolutely right, but this lower bracket story has just been phenomenal. At any point, the University of Connecticut could have fallen, especially against William and Mary. That was the map that went to map 5, and, well, if we just pay attention to the upper bracket, they fell to they managed to win against Villanova, and then St. John's were the ones who knocked them out. And again, St. John's were the same people who took out Delaware, and Delaware took out William and Mary, and William and Mary almost beat out Connecticut, so you gotta wonder where in that rock, paper, scissors does that work out. Either way, we're looking at St. John's versus Connecticut in the grand finals. There is no make it or break it type moment right now. You have to make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be perfect Overwatch from here on out. We've seen a lot of this, I think, has just been matchup based. And so Connecticut, they've had a day to adjust to the St. John teams. To the St. John's team. Apparently, they're friends with them, as we heard in the interview. They know them well. They've scrimmed against them before. So hopefully they can take that knowledge and make something of it. They're looking for the rematch right here. St. John's, on the other hand, looking to close this one out right here and now. And it is, of course, going to be Lijiang up first.
We've seen Lijiang all night. It's always been the first map that we've got to see, and there's a lot of reasons for it. It's just the most popular map in, well, I don't make the rules, but again, it is the most popular map. It's something that we honestly should expect, and for those of you who may not know, this isn't going to be a 1-4 set. This is 1-3, meaning that Lijiang Tower taking this victory, that's amazing. However, I don't see it as the end-all if this does not go into anyone's favor.
No, I mean, we see a lot of times you can set the pace by winning this first map, but at that same time, winning a first control map is no indication. There's been a lot of 3-1 matches that are won because just one person wins control, and then on from there, it's the other team off to the races. Control requires a lot of different comps. It requires a lot of different skills. And if you're really good at playing control, it doesn't always translate to other map types.
You are right, but I mean, look, now we get to see how they're going to be working when it comes down to the server room. St. John's, the Koala made it first. No one else did, so they are deciding to just fight onto the main point, and I like this idea. Just look how Connecticut aren't really comfortable. However, if you does end up staying a little too long, it is going to fall, but it's an even trade out. But my goodness, was that a 2K out of the mine? Nels is just setting the pace already.
Yeah, as they might have played a little bit aggressive, but I think I'll take that trade any day of the week. Take that spam off of your team, open up everyone else, open up Nelsie to just pump in the damage. They are already almost at a tire. Aggressive play for UConn, continuing to pull dividends.
Look at this, we're now seeing how they're getting set up for this kind of rematch into this phase. We're not going to be seeing any fight in the server room, but I mean, still, Connecticut Sigma is still freely able to get in that poke, build up the Shatter Riptide. They do lose out Nels, which is a big person not to have, especially when that window is there. You have so much damage going in, but they need to keep up their shield. They've lost their Reinhardt. Wait, no, Jolton is gone! They've lost their Reinhardt. There's no reason to continue this fight. They're backing out.
Yeah, no, the tank play is huge for University of Connecticut right now. The tank play is always going to make the difference in these brawls. You've heard it before that you can win any fight, win any match with just good enough tanks and supports. UConn right now having both, and they're winning this Rhine battle. As oh no, Easy might be caught out here.
Not necessarily, but it does still happen. If you stay, it's going to fall to get the trade onto the Lucio. That wall is doing absolute work, denying St. John's the ability to move forward. And look at that, Koala falling down once more. They are not going to have a full 6 to fight, and we are at the halfway point.
How does EZ not fall on these huge flanks? They're always off by themselves. They always look like such a juicy target. But then every time St. John commits, all of UConn swarms back around to help them, and they manage to stay alive no matter how low they get.
It's just skill. With this Flux now landing, they're able to use the sound barrier to keep themselves up. Oh no, Sam falls incredibly early in this fight, so this guy is going to be following closely after. Even with this Riptire finding the 2K, no, it's your boy who manages to make the difference, finding out the Reinhardt, then a helpful use of that sound barrier secures that victory. Is this going to be a touch? Is there a possibility?
Very, very small one. I mean, with Mr. Clawman having to dip back, Jolton not being able to get there, and there it is. Not quite close enough. The tank play, your boy Wings and EZ showing up right now for UConn, giving the squad all of the space they need and just carving through St. John's. They don't have a response with that brawl versus brawl. And unsurprisingly, I think we're going to see a ball comp out of them here.
I gotta say, it is. I think what's impressive about UConn right now is the fact that they don't look like they're slowing down. They had, what, maybe a 5-minute, 10-minute break before this match. St. John's, they had a good hour or so. So they're not walking off of the same momentum. Oh, no, 2 hours or so, yeah. And so now going on to this Wrecking Ball strategy, I could see this work. But Connecticut, they already went against this last game.
Yep, and they're going to get right on the point that gives them their point control. And we are going to see a boop this time, but they did well last time with only 4. 5 might just be enough.
Yeah, however, they almost lose out their Sigma, who's a little bit out of position. Immortality does go down a little early. They're being slightly overwhelmed. Even if they manage to find out Rich, the res is there. And yet, Nels, Sam, they're controlling the pace of this game. I've never seen a DPS duo who confidently just walk out and without their Reinhardt, and they're not really being punished. I mean, just look, St. John's, they're now stuck in these houses, in these off angles, and they're going to be punished for them.
Well, why wouldn't you just walk out when you've got TIS guys backing you up? Lamp's always on point, and the healing is always there before it even goes. They know as well that this tank line poses such a threat that St. John's won't be able to aggress on them, and so why not just walk out and set this pace?
I mean, I have no idea. I couldn't see it any less. Already moving out. That window helps take out Jolton. Not even fair. They didn't even give them a chance to try and survive and escape. At least St. John's are going to live another day just to wait.
Yeah, and that wasn't an overly aggressive play by Jolton Joe there. Just a nice roll through, trying to set themselves some distance, maybe get a boop, and still can't manage to get out. The CC and the damage from UConn is so on point right now.
They do have the poke, and Connecticut are not wanting to play it forward. They're allowing St. John's to kind of move in, and then they react accordingly. Though the mines and the copy may be a lot to handle all at once. We see Sam and the rest of the team, they kind of get collapsed on top of, and it's not even close, especially with that Flux. At least Connecticut managed to bring this closer to that 70%.
Yeah, Connecticut there is going to get a lot of ults from St. John's for, you know, the price of point. However, we did see there the negatives that come from Nels and Sam just being, you know, so confident, so aggressive, pushing out forward, that if St. John's can rotate and capitalize on it, they just die so quickly, and they're not able to set the pace like they have been there. Jolton Joe and If You Stay doing an amazing job.
They're feeling safe right now. They know Connecticut is going to just walk in through this choke. They're using the high noon, trying to find anybody out. Oh, the baby diva! That bomb does get blocked, and it seems that Liam is forced to use that transcendence just to allow the team to be able to walk in, but they're not working too well. Look at that, the pulse bomb's gonna get Ian. They land the shatter, and now St. John's, though they gained control of that point, it was not gonna be forever. Just a story in a book as we see Connecticut take this point back.
Yeah, I want to look at EZ there. That sticky bomb was about to be huge. That pulse bomb was about to be so big. And EZ manages to catch it with the suck, which allows their boy to know, you know, I've still got this Baptiste. I've still got this ammo in my pocket. Let's push forward. Huge shatter opens it up. Tanks clearing the way.
Now look at this, having to touch that point. They get the overtime, but Rich is not feeling too great. Does get the copies, able to reset where they're going, but they've lost out to Zenyatta. This is now an uphill battle, especially with their minds not in the best position. It's up to Rich to help use his flux, but misses it. Not gonna have a chance to build up a new one. So St. John's looking to just spin to win, give themselves a second. They managed to take out a helpful flag, so they're not gonna be building up to that sound barrier, but the High Noon finding them out, taking out the Valking Mercy. The Shatter kills out the Echo, who's supposed to be flying and safe, as Jolton returns to the point, hoping to let them land, but it's one big stall. Actually, it's one big flip. St. John's, they won that fight.
Yeah, that environmental kill off of a Shatter, not quite enough there. St. John's doing a great job of flowing around, letting UConn over-aggress. They're such an aggressive team, and if you just play around it, if you give space, play like water, they're gonna put themselves in an overextension just like that. And with this ball comp, St. John's is able to correct with it.
They use this window out. It's at a very difficult angle to get a lot of value off, but that doesn't mean they're not getting any. If you stay false and your boy with the confidence of every Greek god just walks in, they use the flux to slow you down. You don't have an immortality to save yourself, and it seems you're not really going to have a team to help make the difference, though the ball's underneath. That's just unlucky as we see UConn. They managed to take Lijiang Tower, and they'll be setting the pace for this rest of the series.
Yeah, if you stay there, just stayed out a little bit too long. And then once UConn takes them, that means there's nothing harassing their backline. They're good to go, nothing blocking them. There's no reason to stay, and they did not. They took all of their damage straight forward. They took their Reinhardt swing straight forward, and there wasn't anything there to keep them back. They just didn't have a defense against it on the side of St. John's there. Playing such a fluid comp, you rely on your momentum, you will rely on that disrupt, you rely on your Tracer to try to pin this UConn team back, and they're just not able to find it.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit beforehand to when we were going to get in here, but, well, we knew that one of these teams were going to be the favorite. St. John's were looked at to be one of the strongest, and for a very good reason. They've gone all the way, and they've looked amazing in those points. But I gotta say, I think Connecticut's wave of momentum may be overwhelming.
Yeah, Connecticut, this tracks just keeps going and going. This train has all of the steam it needs, and I don't think this track ends much short of at least, a 5-map loss. I don't know that we're going to get less than that. However, though, don't forget, this is how this last match against St. John's opened. They won Lijiang, yesterday against St. John's, and then went on to lose the next 3. So Connecticut's off to a good start here. They looked off to a dominant start even. But with St. John's with the counter pick now, I don't know that it's going to, stop here for St. John's.
You make a great point, Loki, to the point where I have to take off my glasses and make eye contact with you. That burns my eyes. But that is because Control is not always seen as the map that sets the pace. I think we can both agree that sometimes teams just need that second to warm up. St. John's, this is where we get to see that if that momentum from Connecticut can truly move them forward, or if the players just don't do well on Control. And I could see this going all the way. But, I mean, we get a moment just to be able to think, and Connecticut's players are doing good, but St. John's get that time to prepare in. What map do you think, like, hypothetically, that we're going to be looking on that may, because Connecticut, they've been able to play against maps that are very much their weaknesses, even against Double Shield.
Part of me wants to say, if the counter pit maps haven't been working, which they haven't against Connecticut, just bring it right to them. Take the mayor, go to Kings. You know it well. Everyone knows Scrims Row. And just brawl v brawl. But it is going to be Blizzard World, which that's also a pretty good anti-brawl pick. It opens up a lot. Same thing with high ground. You can run, ball comp really well. You can run double barrier really well. Either of them work. St. John's does seem to be confident on that double barrier type of comp, or on that ball type of comp, as I was.
Ooh, it's got me excited. Blizzard World is not a map that we commonly see, but every time we do, something is always off about it. I feel that the way that these players always engage into it is the same, and yet sometimes not everybody learns of how to take it. Often it's with that wrecking ball, or sometimes even the brawl where they go all the way behind and they look to take their opponents, but I really don't expect this to be too much out of the ordinary. Connecticut, they run Brawl. What will St. John's do? They have a lot of options to try to counter this out.
Yeah, St. John's here. I imagine you're looking at either a ball comp or double barrier. Blizzard World isn't the best place for Brawl, and while it might be a good idea to just meet them, head to head on something like Kings, where it is meant for it, if you're not one of those Brawl only teams, I think you want to adjust to the map type here. And it does look like we're getting a double bubble out of St. John's, actually. So they are going to be looking to play on that high ground. They are looking for a little bit of a fast dive. And with this, they're able to put, Jolt and Joe in, take a lot of attention, and just keep a soft dive going. Let Rich and Fiscal put in the damage to open something up for their Zarya to walk in.
Yeah, they'll feel pretty calm. I think St. John's don't have to stress about anything. The double bubble composition really needs that focus, especially. I think it's Connecticut. They're the ones who have to worry. They have maybe 2 stuns.
Yeah, the stun from Cass and Sigma, but also don't forget a helpful Fox has been able to play forward and boop away Winston, not taking it there. It looks like they just want to absorb at the moment.
They will manage to take over the high ground, and that's the point that I like. Rich has the angles to be able to shoot, while Fastgoal can basically go on any flank that they want and pretty much feel safe. It's Connecticut who really needs to figure out when's the best moment to take an engagement. We see as well the Sigma's looking just the 1v1 against Rich, but they've got a Mercy Pocket Sam able to take out Fastgoal, and it seems that, well, the rest of the team isn't able to deal with the fact that your boy just continues walking forward. Even the ante is not enough.
Yeah, Jolton Joe and Kawalo, man, not quite able to put it, while they're giving a lot of time to their team, they're not quite able to have enough damage. They need to rely on Fiscal and Rich to put it through, and it's just not there. The movement from Yukon is so good, especially with Easy off on the flank, that they just can't find the picks. They're not getting them fast enough.
I'll see them moving on to the point. The Monkey's able to use the bubble just to make a distraction and then dive onto Fox, who was just a bit split out, but the window is denying them from being able to move forward. That's a massive res right there. We did not see Yukon wanting to move forward, wanting to try and punish it, so this is moving back in for St. John's' favor as they use that primer to go in, but what a nice charge to help lower that health. Not much that you could do, but in the end, I mean, Yukon don't really have the necessary characters to stay on. I think it's up to Sam to really sacrifice a couple ticks, maybe build up to that visor for a chance to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great charge to take the Monkey away, but then if you're charging out behind, you don't have the Ran up front that you need. Walking on point now, there's nothing to block this Shatter as the Sam comes out as well.
They use that grab, and it forces them off the point, allowing the team to get the cleanup. That could have been dirty. I saw Koala really wanted to hold it, but I mean, Yukon managed to force it out, and they're actually running out with a Ryan Wrecking Ball, something that, at least for me, on Blizzard World, that's not what I'm used to seeing.
No, I think they're just looking at for a swap, and sure enough, we are going to head right back to D.Va. I think the main thing here was, this double bubble comp plays so heavily off of the Nano. Yukon doing a great job of fighting against it, but then they've used all of their resources. Nestle too low to keep up, and when they turn to try to keep them up, finally Rich and Fiscal have the space they need to get the picks to push this team forward.
They are going to be moved forward, but I mean, Rich is getting so much ult charge right now. Poor Fiscal is not going to be doing the same. Had the Dragons, but does fall. Connecticut moving forward, but managing to find out Jolton the moment that they even try and jump out. That almost felt like a desperation Dragons right there. They were all pushing forward.
Yeah, this St. John's team is doing very good with, that primal and doing acceptable with the Nano, but they're not really finding fight wins without it. That's what this comp is based around. And anytime there's not a Nano Monkey in the backline, Yukon is doing a really good job of pressuring out all of St. John's.
See them already throwing out that Bob, helping to make the space necessary. St. John's, though, their main idea is going on top of that high ground. They really don't want Connecticut to just have easy access to them, and yet Connecticut still aren't afraid to just walk in. So, St. John's, they take their time, they walk in with the Nano for the Monkey. The sound barrier is forced just to keep themselves up. It's way too much damage, so they have to use a shatter, take it directly to them, and you don't really have anything to stop it. But what you do have is a Primaling Monkey going after the backline. Those who are split off in Connecticut don't necessarily have the healing to survive.
Yeah, that DPS duel, I think right there, that's going to be what turns the fight. Nestle there just about getting Rich. Had they gotten Rich, they probably would have gotten Fiscal as well. The movement from Rich, though, so strong. It turns this fight. It keeps it going. Great tank flame from both sides, but that fight really being decided by that one-on-one DPS fight.
They will take their time, though. Connecticut, though, really don't care about doing that. We see the Dragons go through, hoping just to find a pick, split them up while the window is active, but losing out Rich is a big problem. They put the res into the Ash, but the Monkey falls in that meantime, meaning you don't really have the engagement tools that you want. Connecticut once more. Is that a charge off the high ground, hoping to make it, and then the bomb fights too?
I think that was a little bit of a sacrificial charge. Hey, everyone look over here. Ignore the bomb flying into your backline, as it does pick up resources. And now Connecticut able to poke out the Monkeys so quickly on that one. You know, we've been seeing Liam get out, get these nanos once every other fight, not able to find it that time, as they poked out Jolton Joe so quickly, he just doesn't have anyone to heal.
I gotta say, Connecticut scare me with just these ideas that they run out their pocket. I cannot expect anything that they run. I mean, St. John's don't feel that either way. I mean, they move over to the Diva. We see Jolton engaging, and they want to get that point to the second. They need to guarantee themselves a better win condition, because look at that. You lose out Rich, so you're slowing down. You get stuck by the pole, and the High Noon's gonna take you out. It's gonna be closer to the one-fight territory. How do they take this?
You rely on Nano Monkey Bob. It's won every single fight for you up till this point. But Jolton Joe is not going to play Nano Monkey, actually. All right, never mind. I guess here you have to look really hard on this backline. Try to open up space for Rich. Maybe go for a Nano Bob. I think it really does come down to Rich's play right now.
I mean, I like seeing the Wrecking Ball come in, but I mean, you don't have a lot of room to go with. Your Bob is going to fall incredibly early, and you're taking a lot of time trying to get up, trying to get the boops. However, Connecticut are perfectly safe playing against you, and Jolton's not getting a lot of room to do so. They don't even get the touch. The focus was so much on trying to find anybody available that in the end, it's gonna stop halfway to the second point.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want to see from UConn there, is that relentless aggression, keeping everything forward, keeping everything fast-paced, keeping everything, good to go, and being able to pressure out those high-value plays. St. John's, I'm amazed they didn't stay on the Nano Monkey Bob. That's won them fights. Every single fight they've ran that play, they've won the fight. Not confident, though, there at the end. I wish we would have at least seen one more Nano fight to, push that cart forward all the way, instead of just not trusting in your plays, not trusting in your team, not trusting in your win condition.
I think it's going to be really hard. I mean, St. John's have... Nope, that's going to be a pause, so we're going to have a second for them to be able to breathe, but I think I'm getting progressively worried for St. John's, and that goes into the ideas that you were talking about of not trust, finding those engagements the way they want. Connecticut, no matter what they do, for some reason they're confident. I mean, the best idea goes back into that charge. I was not expecting it, and they still committed.
Yeah, no, I mean, UConn so utterly confident. Their team, we talked about it with Sam when they were in the interview. It is so built on trust. It is so built on 6 people working towards one goal. That's why they play that brawl comp, because it requires you to do that. And if you do it well, it's very hard to find an opening. St. John's is just not able, it doesn't seem like they're really able to lean on that quite as much, to lean on that trust of teammates, to lean on that trust of plans, to lean on that trust in preparation. And I can't really blame them. When you're going up against a Brawl team like this and you're set off kilter, it does break down your trust and your preparation, because going into this, the understanding is Brawl shouldn't be winning on these maps. It shouldn't be beating ball comps. It shouldn't be beating double barrier. But look right in front of you. Here it is.
I mean, you're absolutely right. I don't think you could look at any other team and sit there and say, oh, well, that Brawl's going to work. That Brawl is going to win. This game has been out for so long, and St. John's have been in this type of scenario before against Connecticut. So I think we already have that pre-knowledge, and we have that understanding that they know what to play against. They know what to do, and yet they're lightly slipping. It's falling through the cracks, and they really got to start changing it up, especially during this pause. Maybe good just be able to take that breath and figure out who is it on Connecticut that is making that difference.
Yeah, UConn is, they're just really coming together right now on this one singular plan, and they don't need to adjust. St. John's does, and that puts them on the back foot here. When you've got your plan and it's working through, and then you probably still got a plan B or C to pull out. If you're UConn, you're in a lot better position. Meanwhile, St. John's, it looks like they've already tried plan A. That one didn't really go through. The ball comp didn't find its way. Okay, fine. Let's try plan B. Let's play this Winston comp. That one didn't really find its way through at either. And so at the end of this, as we're rolling through plans, eventually you run out of the easy ones to fix, and you start having to be a little bit more inventive, which is not what you want to be doing mid-match.
If I'm St. John's, what I think you do is you take your hands and you clap them as hard as you can. That sounds random, but it's a technique some people use when they're panicking. It's just all the pain's in your hands. You get to try again. It's something that I do when I'm trying to talk to my dog. It's very frustrating of an animal. But Connecticut, walking out here with the Sigma, with the Snipes, with the Rhine. How does St. John's? I mean, they've got a good composition to fight this.
Yeah, St. John's here is very focused on spam. If you notice, they're not running a Tracer with this, opting to play the Hanzo instead to just throw in extra damage. They want to catch this Connecticut team out. They want to catch them on these rotations. Issue is this big, long flank doesn't really give them a whole lot of ways to. It gives such an easy corridor for UConn to just run straight onto the point.
They will take that full rotation. We talked about it a little bit, but the Sigma actually went off on their own, does not have the rest of the team, is able to eventually rotate with them. As we see, St. John's, they lose out the Zenyatta. It seems that they weren't prepared for the entire split, but at least they managed to find out when it comes to the Baptiste. That's less healing, and now they're starting to collapse under it. Even if Nels is able to find out Mr. Qualaman, you're stuck inside your enemy's backline. Not the best thing you need.
How does EZ never die, though? 62 with an aggression from the Diva. This man is unkillable, it feels like.
EZ just lives into the world of you can't see me, I can't see you, or just I'm too determined to die. Has the blood inside of them. But it's been impressive. Whether that's St. John's not focusing enough or just EZ having the world's best AD strafes.
I think the movement from AD and the ability usage, it allows them to get on these flanks like no other. It pulls so much attention away from everything else. I mean, look at the amount of space that Nelsie and Sam has to work with it as a result. And the amount of resources that just get thrown at EZ that don't even matter.
You see Rich is set up with the copy, going early, managing the copy. Rich coming close up to that Flux. Connecticut are the ones having the issue to move in. I mean, that Flux immediately takes out Helpful Fox, and that immortality is just a delay of the inevitable. They have to reset anyways. Why not let your opponents get a little bit better of a KD?
Yeah. Well, look at this now. While this has been going on, University of Connecticut's been charging their ults. They haven't put, anything really into any fight yet. And these are the ults that we want to see for them to confirm this point. High Noon, Window, Sigma Lift with the dragons underneath. If you can get that on a backline, St. John's, just you have to get out the trance. That's the big thing here for UConn. Get out the trance. That's a win condition.
They immediately take this rotation back up to the higher ground. They're going back to what they're used to doing, no longer wanting to go through the main. Going all the way back, though, they do take that tiny move. This is going to be an ult fest, I promise you that much. I mean, just already look as Connecticut gets set. Your boy needs healing, but the mines are going to stop them from moving in. I think those are incredibly early.
Yeah, you want to do this to split the team, to maybe force this Reinhardt and Sigma forward away from everyone else. Instead, they're just not going to find anything.
We already see as they now push out on the point. The High Noon able to find two, but the bomb, Connecticut, they're starting to find plays. Not the remech taking out Sam, though they do have their team on the point. They're not able to pop out the flux, and your boy is going to fall. They're starting to find their adaptations. They're finding the changes. It doesn't matter how many picks you get on the side of Connecticut. St. John's, they're finding the hold.
Yeah, I am amazed there. Koala Man winning that fight off of a Goomba stomp to keep it going. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. University of Connecticut now is going to have to move quick. They've got the Tracer to touch, but the rest of their team staggered so late.
This is looking too familiar of past series. The moment St. John's gets off of that control point, they are set up to dive anybody who's out in the open. That sound barrier is forced to be used solely so they can touch the point going after the backline as the Flux wants to help. But look at that, Transcendence is available, going to keep them alive as Nels is going to fall due to the Echo 1v1. Now the pressure is being put onto the supports if this guy can stay up as the Shatter manages to go after the back of St. John's. They're looking to push, and well, they're seeming to find the victory. No Koala Man to stay alive. The Echo, Rich able to find out easy. No Sigma's gonna be helping. You gotta stay onto that point. But look at this. Rich is just basically uncontested on this point. There's nobody who could sit there and help, but it's lucky that your boy's able to find out the charge, but losing out the Baptiste isn't gonna help, so we just see continuously St. John's taking turns, finding a person to dive on, and they stop any chance of capping that point. St. John's are gonna tie up the series 1-1, but that was a full hold on Blizzard World.
Rich there getting 4 kills to save this point for their school. Look at that though. Such great positioning to force out the Cassidy. They pull the Cassidy back, and then once they're back, just that little bit of poke gets them in the focus being range. Now they're separated from their team and they're gone. This means they're uncontested for the rest of this point. Flying around in the air, nothing can stop them. EZ has to focus forward, so they can't dedicate a barrier. And as a result, this is everything that, this Echo's been waiting for. All of the sticky bombs in. It charges up their copy, actually, to get Reinhardt on the point to continue to have this tank presence. I am amazed by the amount of skill coming out of that Echo play right there.
You got to give props to St. John's as well. I mean, yes, the big points do go down to the Echo. Absolutely beautiful. But I want to give some love to the Wrecking Ball player. I mean, did you see those engagements? Did you see the disruption they were able to create?
Yeah, and that's what we want off of Ball. We're not looking for them to be, that big frontline presence. What we're looking for them to do is disrupt and open up opportunities for the DPS, very succinctly, very, very, overall, huge openings, so that the DPS don't have to worry about, forcing themselves to make a play. They can just take what's in front of them, take the opportunity that's being made.
Yeah. I mean, with Rich getting around 46% of the overall damage, I mean, there's an opening at every point, meaning we're gonna have to see if Rich can kind of keep that up and allow St. John's to be able to find those opportunities, or where Connecticut finally find the difference that allows them to break through these holds. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Welcome back, folks, to the EGFC Plus Intel Championships. I mean, it's not me, but I definitely always wanted to say that solely because of it. Regardless, we've returned back in from the half point. Had to make sure Loki's dog was, relaxing a bit. These matches have been way too intense, going back and forth for them to be able to contain. It's tied up, though, 1-1. Loki,
Yeah.
how are we feeling?
I'm feeling like my dog that I want to burst out and watch some Overwatch here as we're tied to 1-1. Voskaya is going to be the pick, and it does seem to. I think that this was a counter pick last time for Connecticut, but they seem to be super confident on it. As honestly, this is probably one of the best places to run the brawl that they like to do. Super aggressive, take control of the high ground, which they can't really do on any other 2CP map. So Connecticut here really seeming to settle in, especially on this brawl comp.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's what we're used to seeing UConn do. So going on to a map like Volskaya, they've already shown a bit of capability to run on it. But against a team like St. John's, who look very good on the Wrecking Ball strategy, and more than anything, their disruption is absolutely perfect. That's just the consistency that I've seen from them, and that's what's been working well. I don't think that we've seen Connecticut kind of deal with that too often, especially in their last series. So Volkaya Industries may not be the same of what we saw from before.
No, St. John's settling in much more against this brawl. I think if they play, a double barrier, or we've seen them, take success on Winston, that they'll be much, much stronger. I don't know if they'll be able to play a ball comp on this quite as easily, however. And that's what they played that really kind of found out, Connecticut's number was that, solid brawl comp, being able to find that huge disruption, the echo in the sky that couldn't be countered. With Volskaya, though, we're looking at a lot more Winston and double barrier than we are ball. But St. John's apparently not getting the memo, putting Jolton Joe on the hamster.
St. John's, they are the alpha chads of this high school drama. They're the jocks, they don't listen to the rules. They don't need a status quo. They've got their jerseys on and they're ready to help disperse anything. But Connecticut, they're not running out on a Sigma. They're not running out on a default. Why is there a Zarya of all characters?
Yeah, easy Zarya isn't something we've seen out of a very short burst today. I assume what they want to do is just full focus on the backline for St. John's. They know they're going to be running something dive, I think. And so by running this Zarya, you can just run full force onto the backline, find, that Zen who can't run away. As, oh no, this Widow.
Not again. I remember seeing this. Oh no, it's hitting me. If you stay, did this about yesterday. Just had the perfect position to take anybody out from the high ground, and it works to fabulous degrees. I mean, Rich is already able to take out easy, so we're showing you kind of how taking these angles and these positionings are working. St. John's don't need to hard aggress right now, even though they have the advantage, because if you stay is already prepared to take those shots.
Well, Rich seems ready to pay the bills on this Echo. Already having one pick, looking for a second here as the spam damage is coming in while Jolton Joe and If You Stay is getting set up. And if you stay in this crosshair, I don't know that it's going to be kind to you.
Gonna be feeling with that once more. Poor Soul Easy is just not having a good day when it comes to returning back into the point. We see as Connecticut are entirely split. One side's on Mega, one side's not, and they really want to play inside that Mega room, but they have to have your boy sitting on the point solely to contest. Rich is still doing an insane amount of damage. I mean, the High Noon goes in, but they went after your backline. They went after those who don't have the shield to be able to protect them. And then Liam feels pressured from a single shot to use the Transcendence and enable the team to walk in. I mean, with how fast you built it, I don't see why not.
I mean, yeah, building it there in just about a minute to keep it going. Why not just secure the point? No one's going to be coming up to stop you. But Rich here is really the standout showing for this team, getting 3 picks in that fight, including the Baptiste that this brawl comp relies on having. If Tis guys fall, Connecticut's push is over, as already we're pushing onto the second point.
And it was a pretty good engagement already. I can't even lie to you about that. just how confident they were to go in and how much time they took. If you stay still on the Widowmaker, find out this guy, and look how far they are set. This is why Widowmaker doesn't have fall off range. They are perfectly able to see where their opponents are left side, force them into a uncomfortable spot, and then look at this. St. John's goes in, they place the mines. Go ahead, peek out. So if you can stay, looks for the headshot.
No, yeah, St. John's here just surrounding this point with every single damage source that could be there. It does look like Nestle, though, is going to be, you know, a little bit of the anchor right now, putting in damage. They're not able to find out Rich. As Rich finds them, this Echo cannot be stopped right now.
Continuously moving forward without much of a care in the world. Rich is on the top of the game as that Transcendence allows him to move forward. Your boy Wings not going to be able to survive. They're managing to get that second tick. We're still seeing the contestants there. Managing to swap over to the Cassidy, cancel out the high noon, then fan the hammer. Not going to be able to get the kill, but immediately manages to recharge, do the 200 damage per second. Doesn't manage to kill, but it's still a threat. Oh no, you walk out into it in the fight on the point. Build that shattered land. Who else is there to help you try and clean up on it? St. John's, they managed to cap this with 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
Whoever just echo copied to stop a high noon, the plays out of this man are so big brain, especially with that sticky. He knows he can't get it with the focus beam. He knows that if he stays in one shot, there's such a high chance that he's going to get headshot. And so instead, he just puts sticky bombs all over the 1 health Cassidy's exit, and Nestle can't get through that, ends up dying right back to point, continues to put the pressure in. Rich, you know, I guess the answer to UConn's incredible team play is just standout play from a DPS. Rich now not having anything that can stop them.
I'm scared of not exactly Rich. I'm scared of the fact that St. John's are now doing what we saw Connecticut doing, and that's engaging as a unit and being confident doing so. That's what scares me, you know? They haven't really worried about what they've been doing. If you stay, is making so much space for them that they can just freely walk in. That's not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, I mean, getting that first engagement and being able to set the pace really makes the difference. We've seen UConn a little bit rely on the counter engagement sometimes, you know, letting the other team push in, use their resources, and then counter engage. The issue is St. John's engagement is just too good. It doesn't, like, if you're looking for a counter engagement against them, you're just giving them time to put in damage, and then Rich is cleaning you up.
Now we get to see how Connecticut make it to the point. They're already getting hit with a lot of disruption, but it's not going to stop them from taking the rotation up to the high ground. I mean, we have to pay attention to how much Easy is needing to eat and how much they're doing so. It's absolutely impressive because if one sticky manages to land, I mean, Rich's ult charge is only going to continue to increase. It's at 20%, but it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah. Oh no, that Baptiste almost caught out. If there was ended up having to use the lamp to keep them going. That is a huge loss for this Connecticut team. They need the lamp for their Ryan to play this aggressive.
Yeah, they're already being prepared to move forward, and they do manage to find the pick, but Connecticut, they're not really stabilizing on this point. They are getting control of it, but Rich is still freely getting DM'd and is safe just to keep moving forward, but they don't have enough healing. It really is, as you see, up to Rich to find the picks that allow the rest of the team to move in, especially with Jolton returning back into the fight. There's not much you can do. You got the first tick. I'd say take it or leave it, but this fight still goes through as we see the copy go on to the Reinhardt, taking them out. Your boy's just not feeling too good right now.
No, I think that hit scan fall off damage change kind of coming back to bite Samo. They had the high ground. That's such a good setup. That's such a good position. We've seen Cassidy's in the past able to just hang out right there and nothing really able, to contest them. They can shoot down everything on the low ground. But with that change, they just don't do any damage from the high ground. They have to move down, play around their Reinhardt, and that puts them in such a vulnerable position.
Now they need to move in with the window as kind of the big condition. That chatter is nice, but I mean, I see it really focused on to Jolton. There's no one else that is quite as vulnerable. So with that window being placed, the Immortality has to be used solely to save from the pulse bomb, but the mines have now split you from your Reinhardt. That's not the best feeling, especially using that shatter. I understand the intentions, but you've only delayed yourself to reset.
Yeah, that's a little bit aggressive. I almost want to see that when the rest of your team isn't cut off by mines. You know, Shatter is a great ability, but it's not gonna get kills unless your team is there to back you up. And great use from the mines. That's what, you know, Jolton Joe has been able to do really well, is split up this Connecticut squad who really plays well by relying on having all 6 on the same page, and Jolton Joe keeping them from being able to be comfortable in that state.
You said it best. Now we get to see how they really want to move back in. I don't feel this is going to be the same as Blizzard World. There isn't a way it can be, especially with Connecticut. Look at this. They're taking the high ground. But how is this poke so oppressive, especially with if you stay going into the back, making sure that Ash isn't so comfortable? They get the slam, but it's not going to knock anybody up. They do get out the immortality, though. That's the biggest point that matters, especially when you get the copy onto Rich, build up the high, dude. You just go in fanning the hammer. There's just not much they can really delay against it besides getting that remake kill onto you. Still, though, your boy falls, and that means Connecticut have to reset.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised there for the, you know, the copy on Cassidy. Rather than looking for the Reinhardt to cleave through everyone, apparently I shouldn't criticize too much, though, as, oh, Helpful Fox trying to even this one out. I think he's the only one left on the point, however. And so, it's starting to become desperate straits for Connecticut, as I don't know that your boy Wings is long for this world.
I mean, you still have to rush on to the point. You still have to kind of go into this not as a full team, and that pulse bomb splits you up, forces out the immortality, an ability that you absolutely need. As Nels is able to finish off, if you stay was going after the back line, the Transcendence is going to be able to keep them up. This fight is going to be taken on to the point, but not many ultimates for the side of St. John's. They really just have to rely on getting these picked, but the Bob going into the Mega Health back room may have denied them any chance of even finding a contest. It seems Connecticut, at the last second, they're finding the picks they need.
Yeah, I think they're just leveling the spawn advantage that they had. They got some late picks in that fight, and so they knew if we just come back incredibly fast, they will have the numbers advantage. They won't be able to stop us. And right there, you know, it worked to get them all the way onto point, as now if you stay, playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie to try to just take some time off the clock.
Gonna stop them, but it's just really poke, and I love the fact that it's just poke because it means that they know what their condition is to be able to break this through. They're just looking to slow you down, not allow you to get set up this high noon, making the space that they want. But the bomb, kind of counteractive, as you see Sam isn't really able to find anybody, and though they're gonna be sitting on the point, Koala's there with the bomb, putting pressure onto those who are up high. We see the bomb now go through, but you're not gonna be able to have a shield. As lucky the immortality is able to keep you up, and now you're at 50 HP, and you're not even gonna be able to survive. Way too many angles and a lot of damage shutting down this push, even if they find those 2 picks.
Look at how early Tisguys is being forced to use their lamp every time. Their great lamp usage has been, you know, a huge point of this UConn team. St. John's, though, forcing it out so early, your boy Wings isn't able to rely on it, and as a result, it's completely pinning this UConn offensive.
And now they're gonna have to look at themselves and say, how do we try to break through this? It's not that it's difficult, it's just the fact that you're walking down kind of a similar angle. Your opponents, I think they have a pretty clear sight to see him. As much as you want to take that high ground, the Wrecking Ball's already there looking to dislodge you.
Yeah, it's just your boy Wings, a little bit separated again. I mean, having to use beat to keep it going, this Mines is gonna separate everything. That pick is useful, but the trance is better.
Yeah, look at this. It's already becoming a problem as we see the Shattered land, but they are safe with inside the Transcendence. The Immortality for the side of Connecticut, keeping them up during this mishap, but Rich returning back in with the copy, as well as finding out a Helpful Fox is going to be massive, managing to get that. Reinhardt, look at that. They have a beautiful shield to keep them up and help take out your boy. No one else is going to be able to follow up, though that Bob does help make the difference. Secure the first tick. That's how it starts. That Mercy cannot peek without worry of being killed, and, well, the rest of the team are going to look to sacrifice. Doomfist being knocked back is going to be picked off. Second tick confirmed. Zenyatta gone, little less up a second to be able to cap this as a Sigma. Not going to have a chance. Connecticut managing to go above the odds, and they secure the point. But with a minute against 4, that's not the best confidence booster.
No, this is turning into a little bit of desperate traits for Connecticut. Connecticut, they're only able to cap that first point after 4 minutes, after a pretty perfect opportunity based on a boop and some late straggles. And here, they're only going to have a minute to try to put in their work. That's a big ask. That's really only about one push on this brawl type of comp.
I think it's gonna get progressively more frustrating as is University of Connecticut doesn't have any room for error. I think a helpful Fox has really been trying to keep the team up, been trying to stay together and rotate, but it's just not been enough because Jolton is being able to dive on top, and then Koala eats up every damage that comes out.
Yeah, Koala here is a huge bonus. The amount of resources going into their DPS, the amount of resources keeping everyone alive, it's allowing them to play so aggressive. And as a result, Connecticut having to switch off of their brawl comp to a double barrier because they're just not finding any success, as out of the gate, Sam is going to get picked.
That's not a good way to push it, but they still don't know that the Wrecking Ball is sitting there. You're on double shield, you're a lot slower, and look who's there to say hi. It's your old friend Jolton getting a nice slam, building up 32% off of it. Though Rich is not going to be feeling too great. They do get the res, but it does cost Slurpee their own life. Needing to play very carefully, not having that pocket is going to hurt as Connecticut sit down next to the point, not on, next, as they prepare just for this poke fight.
Yeah, this double barrier is cutting off a lot of what, St. John's has been relying on. However, it doesn't seem to be enough. Helpful Fox doing a great job. That Mercy pick, it keeps up the reses. It means they don't have to press S during this time. And now University of Connecticut with at least one pick, as all of St. John's is falling so low.
This is actually amazing. Every time St. John's try to move in, they're even sitting there on the mega health pack room, solely relying on it to be able to kind of keep up with the damage, but it's just not enough. They actually just weren't able to take the advantage they wanted. Even with that early pick, Connecticut have forced this into a third point, meaning St. John's with that 4 minutes, it's going to be a lot harder than you think.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. The issues that are coming out is the fact that this St. John's comp is based around damage and picks. If they're not finding it early, if they're having to expend these reses, they're not going to be able to put, Rich where they need to. They're not going to put if you stay where they need to, as, oh no, Jolton John is already down. Jolton Joe.
Rich can play the Sigma. I think we both know that, but you still have to contest this point. Landing the Flux, you're managing to help with the mind splitting through, but you have to fight those who are on the point. Gonna be able to stop that, kill them off before you can use the Gravitics. That's a mid-cancel. They still got 2 ticks, though. That's all that matters. Connecticut, this is not drawable anymore. There is a win condition, and it is absolutely massive.
Someone is going to be winning this one, as it seems like Rich has once again saved a point, catching another 4 in that fight. Don't disregard the amount of resources they're getting put in them. Don't disregard Slurpee. Don't disregard Koala Man. But they do absolutely deserve commendations, as a lot of the fight wins coming out of this Echo and the resources being put towards them.
This is, at first I had confidence just solely because of the time. St. John's is a really good team, but when you sit there with 4 minutes, there's no reason why you sit there and say, all right, guys, this is going to be difficult. You have so much time. You could literally build, I think, 6 ults and still be on 2 minutes. So, St. John's, with going up against this bunker comp, what is the main goal? How do they break through it? Especially because Slurpee has been doing an amazing job of keeping up Rich. The rest of the team end up losing that out.
Yeah, this bunker comp, it's doing a great job of cutting off all the angles. You see them now, they're switching to a Diva just to mark the amount of echo span coming through. Helpful Fox again for the reses. So they're not worried a ton about, the diving in, or else they would have a brig. What they're worried about is the damage coming in. So if this Connecticut squad can sustain through that damage, it's going to go their way. Otherwise, St. John's looking for these picks, looking for these high damage opportunities. If Jolton Joe goes in, that can be an opportunity for Rich to follow. If you stay, can also cover off so many angles, opening up for the rest of the team. Liam as well with this damage. that Orisa barrier is not going to be long for this world, as that's not where you want to stand if you stay right there.
Oh, this gives me so much anxiety, solely because you literally just can't peek. There's nothing you can do against if you stay just in the perfect spot. Soldier and Cassidy don't have the range to do it. Luckily, though, they do manage to knock it off. Nels?
No?
Nels? That's unfortunate, especially because we now see them moving on top of the point. That mech not gonna last too long, but it does have some security. Unfortunately, though,
Rich
gets a little overconfident, I guess. Drops down, instantly gets flashed. They lose your boy, but the res is still possible. Though, if you stay at the perfect position, now they have no BAP healing. They have no Sam DPSing, and they're going to lose that soldier in a second if they're not careful. But I think the point is by far what's more important right now. They don't really have the team, even if they're getting in that poke. It's just not in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, amazing job there from Jolton Joe to set up those easy Widow shots for if you stay. Those slams throw everyone right up into the air in an exact straight movement line. There's going to be no surprises if you stay able to capitalize on it. Great job from St. John's as well to set up that kill box where they know, these are the angles that we're going to have our DPS at. These are what we want to set up. Let's force Connecticut to play right here, and then we can just throw all of our resources into one area.
It worked out amazingly. Now they just need to get a little over 2 ticks. With this ult economy, I can see that happening too. Just look, they pop in with the mines. Now they're setting up. If you stay as far back, not needing to worry too much. And they've already found out too, the D.Va doesn't really have much sustainability, needing to use the booster solely just to be able to touch onto that point. But losing out to survivability, has to use that mech off the point just to help. Now Visor being there, immediately melted. That's insane! The Falcon Mercy, who's in the sky, being hit scanned and needing to retreat. It's now a spin to win. What can you do? They used everything solely to be able to win this out, and the high noon gets canceled before it even had a chance to be able to pop out. St. John's managing, not only managing, but doing the impossible, finding these picks, popping everything out. There is no contest possible that could quite possibly save this. As easy, falling out of the mech, falling out of baby form. They still have it there. The Doomfist going to Lucio, not possible to stay up. The Wrecking Ball is only delaying the inevitable, because look at that. We are seeing St. John's take the victory if they kill everybody.
Yeah, it's just cleanup here at this point, as it is going to go St. John's way to put 2 on the board. They only need 1 more now. They're looking to win this next escort, and that escort one can't draw. So we're either going to a map 5, and that's going to decide, or it's ending right here. I think the major play here is the ability of this St. John's tank line to set up these kill boxes that, forces all of UConn into one area, especially when they're just on that Orisa. That's not a whole lot of mobile, damage. They can't really escape out. They have to play right where they are. And as a result, the kill, the damage coming in, it's all focused on one area, as Rich slacking on that game, only putting up 32% of the team's damage.
There was a lot of more pressure from the side of Connecticut's off-tank side that was slowing down Rich, Rich as well, making a lot of questionable positioning decisions, going in a little too aggressive when the rest of the team wasn't there. So there were a lot more opportunities where, as you saw, they would fall down, get fanned the hammer, and taken out. There's not much the Mercy can do.
Yeah, I mean, the Rich damage was insane. We saw them save a lot of fights, but I think they got a little bit over aggressive. I want to see them trust that Mercy a little bit more, rather than going for like health packs and things. Control the high ground, wait for that team, wait for that tank line to set up the opportunities for them like they've been doing. They've been doing a great job on it. I think Rich just got a little bit too lost in the sauce on that last point there. Not quite able to keep it going, but the rest of the team right there to keep it, to fill in where needed. St. John's looking confident. This may be a repeat of what we saw in the last Connecticut St. John's game. Connecticut comes out looking strong, and St. John's right here to throw it back in their face.
Ooh. I'm wondering, out of all the maps left in St. John's, I think they'll look good on no matter what. Connecticut now they can't counterpick. Obviously, we talked about that beforehand, how you couldn't counterpick Connecticut when it came down to the maps because they seemed good. If they played on a double shield map like Hollywood, they just ran Brawl and it worked. If they did it on something like King's Row, again, just Brawl. I don't think we've seen a little different, but on a point such as Rialto, I really have to wonder what can you do? I think it's really easy to get held, especially against St. John's, who look really good on the Wrecking Ball competition right now.
Yeah, with Rialto though, that's such a good brawl map. You can definitely play a ball comp here. That courtyard is really good for setting up your kill boxes. However, that brawl, there's not a whole lot between you and them. Usually to stop brawl, we're looking for high ground. We're looking for easy things to flyers for fly around, like Volskaya has. On Rialto, though, it's a lot of straight hallways. There's not a whole lot of high ground presence. And as a result, this is a pretty good pick from Connecticut here if they're looking to stop the ball comp.
You have a lot of answers to the ball comp. I think the biggest thing that you have to worry about is first point is just so open and wide that the ball comp has a lot of answers to, especially if we see Cash go back on either to the Echo and or Farah. I think both of them work and you have a lot of utility to it. Once you get past that, St. John should necessarily have a pretty good way through the rest of the point, being so closed in.
Yeah, I think we might see here either a Brawl Mirror or St. John's pulling back out like a double barrier or something. I mean ball works. It definitely works. It's not anything to sleep on this map.
Yeah.
But I mean there's easier options is the thing. And so but St. John's shows that they're able to adjust in those comps really really well. They don't just have that one. Whereas Connecticut right now a little bit leaning on either brawl comps or brawl like analogous comps with the Orisa.
Yeah, Connecticut really rely on those rotations. You see them always the necessity their composition needs. And the way First Point Rialto works, honestly, I think you make an amazing point of how strong they're going to be. As you said, adapting. How does the Wrecking Ball kind of work off of them playing on top of the high ground? How does Cash kind of play those angles? Is Slurpee safe to poke? It's a lot of questions that they're going to have to deal with. And, well, I think a full hold is by far impossible for either side. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah. I do have some news though from the other side of the country. UTA has won their conference. They've won the playoffs. Congratulations to them. So yay, UTA.
Massive.
They did 3-0 that that playoff finals. So congratulations to them once again. Way to go, UTA. They seemed very confident there. And they, obviously, congratulations to all the teams and all the tournaments. They worked very hard to get here. And we will be seeing more of UTA in this Nationals tournament that coming up pretty soon here.
I can't wait to see the Nationals, especially since, both of these teams that you're seeing right now in these finals, they're going to be in the Nationals, so we're going to be able to sit there and say, who in the conference is going to be better? I think that's something fun that I would think. And Loki,
I've lied to you. UTA's won their losers final, so they're up against Colorado right now. I apologize so much. However, as we are right here, it does look like that double barrier and ball comp is the soup of the day, soup du jour.
I mean, I'd like to think that you're just making sure people are paying attention, and that's the answer. I also wish that Easy was paying attention there. Absolutely got isolated, moved into the worst spot possible on this double shield. Do they even have a reason to touch the high ground now?
At this point, no. I mean, you could set Sam up there, but not really worthwhile when you don't have the Sigma to help cover them. I mean, that's what they were trying to do, is set up their DPS. It does look like they want to commit to it, though. Your boy Wang's already up here.
Yeah, having some safety. I mean, Slurpee is the one who has to be incredibly careful. They're by far the most important person on the team. Having the Valk, having the res, and taking out your boy is going to help make that Mercy feel a lot safer. Though losing Jolton is going to be the worst thing. They don't have control over the high ground. I mean, the double hit scans are still sitting up there pretty cleanly while they wait for the rest of their tank line to return. Oh, they actually move underneath. It seemed that they didn't actually want to kind of re-engage off of that. I'm not too surprised as we see Rich just looking to help melt down your boy, putting in that damage. It's looking strong as they build up the copy so quickly, but it's the Mercy. I guess you can... Oh no, going in after... You're gonna be gutting the Cassidy. Not working out, but hey, your team still wins it, so not the biggest problem.
I'm confused, but it seems like it worked out there. Rich does manage to pick up 2. It seems like Rich can kind of just copy whoever they want and still find a play off of it. You know, aggressing on Cassidy there. Copying the Mercy to keep it alive. Now, though, if Yukon plays quickly, they're running into a team that doesn't have their diva. And so, this might be a fight that can change it. If you stay putting an end to that conversation, though, oh no.
Yeah, that's not the best thing in the world, but St. John's aren't necessarily in a better position as Koala's coming close up to the mines, and while they haven't noticed that Jolton's just playing Uno reverse cards. The Transcendence has to be pop as we see your boy charge in, unfortunately not going to be getting any healing and will fall down. The rest of Connecticut not in a better position as they're being collapsed on top. What are these rotations and being split? Is it really what they want to be doing?
It's not what they want to be doing, but it's what they're being forced into doing. If you want, St. John's is pushing the aggression so hard onto them. This Brawl comp requires rotations to get set up. But with this Ball comp, it's so easy to jump on those rotations, to keep them from being set up, to force a split out, as Ez now has to switch to Roadhog to try to get out Rich. 2 DPS or 2 hit scans isn't enough. We need a Roadhog hook as well.
I mean, it's also just good against the Wrecking Ball. I can understand the idea behind it, but the problem is that Rich is the type of person to say, I can do it better. Copy the hook and manage the hook and take you out. Now you're walking around like a Looney Tunes character. Less than 30 seconds, Connecticut are split.
Yeah, and running out of time here. 20 seconds left as all of St. John's University in position. Nestle is going to be gone. That's more gone as the focus beam comes in. This is cleanup right now. A helpful Fox just has to jump off the edge, hoping they can get back to cart in time. It's up to Sam and a Hog Ez to try to get back to this point. Not looking likely. And sure enough, no touch coming through. St. John's taking the fight to Yukon and winning.
I feel like I lied to everybody. I said that the full hold would be nearly impossible, and that's because I felt Connecticut had a good grasp of what the rotations needed to be and how to be able to take out their opponents. They did it last game against Delaware, but I completely forgot the beast that is St. John's.
Yeah.
And well, I guess we really should have lived up to the fact that St. John's, you said it very early on in this stream, they beat Connecticut 3-1 last time. Are we looking at that again? It has to be a full hold, but Connecticut only run Brawl. St. John's, they have the high ground galore.
Yeah, Yukon back onto that Brawl. They've got to keep this cart from even going past the second corner. St. John's there, we usually see ball comps going all in on that courtyard where you can really set up those kill boxes. They don't even need it though. The mobility insane from them. And now they don't even have to get past that second corner. They just have to get it to the second corner. And that's rough.
I've very rarely seen that in that type of position, because that's directly at the choke. Connecticut do have the ability to always contest, but they've lost natural cover. Is it really worth it?
I mean, you have to stay on this high ground for a while at least to try to put in some damage, put in some contest. Nelsie wanting to be the counter widow to if you stay, but against this ball, against this diva, against this, Echo, I don't know how much sightlines Nelsie's going to be able to sit in, as this cart's already past the first corner, approaching the second very quickly.
Yeah, as much as I like seeing the Widowmaker out here, you're the people who have to engage. So yes, you're stopping Rich from really being able to, but that's a lot of focus onto one single person while the rest of the team go after anyone else. Look at this. If you stay just aside, I'm not even going to take a direct angle. I'm going to go on the flank, force out the immortality, help break it, and now they're in a very difficult position. Look at that. They lose a helpful Fox, but they do manage to take out If You Stay. It's not the best trade, especially because Sam is in a very dangerous position, having no healing, and then Jolton collapsing on top of them. They are slowly breaking down. They gotta use that window, delay some time. Beautiful eats. Easy has just been doing the job that they needed to as a D.Va player, but St. John's are already prepared with the Echo copy.
Yeah, that play separates this brawl so hard. And we want to see, UConn stay as 6, engage it, as Rich decides it's time to play some Widow. No. Okay, what can this man not do?
I gotta say, get a second shot, and that's definitely something that we're looking at. Have to use the gun just to be able to make it. But Rich, oh no! Manages to find out the bad thing. I'm sorry, Rich. I didn't mean to talk trash. I'm just trying to help them out while they contest, while they push that point, and it gets close. Folks, St. John's University, they're going to be winning the conference, as Connecticut will not be able to stop this full hold.
Hey, my god, this man does it all. You want D.Va? Let's see some D.Va. You want main support? I'm pulling out the Mercy and getting 2 picks off of it. Hit scan? We have that too. Widowmaker is on the chopping block. My god. Rich there pulling out clutch for his team, shredding through this UConn squad. Amazing space made for them by the tank line of St. John's. Way to play as 6 and pull it together. St. John's getting the run back. Same score as last time, 3-1. Exactly what we've seen before. Congratulations to them.
I gotta say, St. John's, sometimes I always forget that the first map does not necessarily mean that you've already won. And, well, they just proved it. Connecticut still did absolutely phenomenal. They've been back-to-back all day. They have rarely had a moment to relax, and yet they were still able to push St. John's. However, they were a different beast in their own right, being able to bring a full hold pretty much closer to back-to-back. Not necessarily, but wow, the champions well-deserved.
Yeah, I mean, UConn here playing amazing. Congratulations to the Huskies. We've seen great play from them all day long. St. John's, though, just doing a little bit better. I mean, hard-fought victory coming through, as we have an interview coming up, not just with one of St. John's, but all of St. John's.
All of St. John's?
All
Wow.
of St. John's. All of the
That's gonna
St. John's.
That's going to be an incredibly interesting interview to talk to every single John in that call. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with this amazing interview. I've watched many dramas, but nothing as intense that had me scared to my bones as this match, because we are sitting here with St. John's, but no one named John's. We may have one on camera, but that is just the star of the show, Liam Lizard, with the rest of the team inside the call. We have as well Jolton and Mr. Qualman. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling okay. Long game.
Yup.
I'm feeling great after that win. That was a really hard game. We were feeling great. Now we
Yeah.
won.
So I want to start this off. Obviously, you guys had previously defeated Connecticut, but they were coming in with a lot of momentum. I mean, you guys knew they were playing back-to-back-to-back games. They just managed to win. How did you guys feel knowing that you had just came off maybe like a shower, some water? You're relaxed.
I think we definitely knew they were coming in with a lot of momentum. We just said, guys, don't worry about it. All we got to do is get our heads back in the game and take this momentum back, and we win. I mean, we knew that map 1 was going to be hard, but we weren't phased at all because we knew that we beat them on those 3 maps afterwards the first time, and we did it again.
Yo.
So some insight on
Ooh.
my end for what I could say was a big turning factor. Blizzard World, obviously there's a little bit of a C9 at the end. It definitely impacted mental. Yeah, a little bit of a small C9 there. Impacted mental a little bit. But in between every round, we always say it's winnable, it's losable, no matter what happens. Either if we don't finish a map, it's winnable. We get every time. And I think just resetting mental in between rounds is something that we are really strong at as a team. That I think a lot of other teams wish that they were able to run that kind of mentality in between a match. But that it's such a saving factor. No matter, even if we like the full hold on Rialto, it is still losable. So you need to pay attention to focus, make sure comms are clear, make sure targets are being called properly, and that was just really what won us today's game.
Yeah, I definitely want to thank Rich for getting a backpack and putting me in it on Blizzard World. I threw real hard. There's no other way to put it. There is no other way to put it. I was like, oh, and I was like, oh no. I came into this game kind of tired, honestly, because I'd been up since kind of early today. And then I kind of chugged some caffeine while I had a break, and I felt so much better. So we came back into it. We got the momentum shift, and we knew they were playing really well. We were watching their last 2 games, and we were rooting for them. Honestly, they were playing so well, and we just had to come in to a team that's on fire, and it was tough, but we did it.
All right, so my first question, coming into these games, do any of y'all have any like special rituals, like dinners you have to eat the night before, or like lucky underwear? Like, I want to hear about the special rituals that y'all do to get yourself hyped up and ready, like in game mode.
Cocaine.
Go game. There's
No,
and we don't do anything.
I mean I always wear the same sweatshirt, but besides that, I don't know.
Sweatshirt?
Yeah.
Lucky sweatshirt.
I guess so. I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll frame it
really?
after this one. Yeah.
Wait, actually, I didn't know that.
Yeah. If you watch all my interviews, it's always the same one.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't have long sleeve with that. That's kind of
Yeah,
cool.
there you go. All right, and then UConn said like they've played with y'all before. How does it feel playing against a team that you've done so much with, that you have such a close relationship with?
I guess I'll answer this one. Outside of the game, it's not even so much inside the game. We talk to a lot of them daily at this point. We're all very close. We're playing in random stacks together on ladder in different groups. It's not just our team versus their team. So just getting to understand them and know them on a personal level, it just makes the game so much more enjoyable. And it actually feels like you have a reason to fight for something. There's a little bit of an ego in there that you want to make sure you keep at an all-time high going through series.
Yeah, also
Yeah.
killing Sam is fun, especially when he throws in pugs.
Yeah.
Yes, killing Sam and don't get diffed. That's the main.
Yeah.
That's the name of the game.
Those are words I definitely live by closely. So I have 2 questions for you. My first one, which is very much important. What did this match mean to you guys, especially because after this, obviously, you got the invitation, you got the internationals, you got more games to play in the future. What did it mean winning this?
I think you answered this, Liam.
Yeah, I think that's you.
I'll answer. So for me personally, I feel like we've had a lot of an underdog story throughout this year, even from last year coming into this year. We're a team that's sitting at 13-3, and there's a lot of teams that are up there, teams like William and Mary and stuff like that, who were just so high on people's power rankings and stuff like that. We wanted to show that we mean business, even though we've had issues throughout our second split. We're a team that's gonna fight. You know, we got every single one of our players on board today. We were warming up and making sure that everything went well for us. These past 2 days, we put in so much work. Even this entire week, like our schedule in terms of prep is more than we've ever done before as a team. So we wanted it, and we gave it our all today.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's incredibly beautiful, and I agree. Been watching you guys, an absolutely beautiful story to tell. So, for my final question, is there anybody like coaching staff, somebody, a family member who just helped you guys make sure that when you went into this, you knew that you were going to be at your best?
We don't really have a consistent head coach, but there is one person I want to thank. His name's Greg. He actually was able to come through with one of our VOD reviews right towards the end. We had some positioning issues throughout our scrim blocks that we were doing before this weekend, and he fixed us up really good. He knew where our issues stood, and he told us exactly how to fix it. And as a team, it just boosted our mental. We knew that mistakes are bound to happen, but now we know how to fix them throughout a match. And if we see that, we just talk it out. It was really helpful, and I thank him for that. It meant a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Jelton, anyone for you?
Yeah, shout out to everybody in EGF for being our friends and for really making the season that much more enjoyable for us, honestly. And honestly, everybody from every team has really been great to talk to this season, and I've had a great time.
Yeah. Uh, I want to thank everybody on the team. Uh, we really put in a lot of effort, and I think that showed more than just Rich coming in and carrying, as some people think. It's not that simple. It's not just one person putting on a backpack, like I was saying earlier. It's really a team effort. It's really a group effort, and we saw us go from, what was it, like 1-7 the first season that we played, to now the East Conference champions. It's a leap. It's a bound. One small step for man, one giant leap for SJU. But we really put in a lot of effort, and it showed. And I just want to thank the team a lot for that, and everybody who's watching.
I
Seriously,
just want to
thank you.
thank you guys so much for such an amazing game, and I can't wait to see you guys in the future.
Yep, we're gonna give it our all.
So, let's just take a look at a recap just to be able to see what's been happening over the side as we get closer to the end. I mean, quite obviously, this is the lower bracket, and this was a story in itself, Loki. And honestly, while there were teams that I felt could have made it farther, I'm not surprised. I'm very happy with the outcomes of what's happened.
Yeah, I think we got to see a lot of the best teams, and that's what I love about this double elimination bracket. Is we see here UConn, they got knocked out early, but taking their way back through the rest of the best teams in the East, getting all the way back up. I mean, even though they didn't win this finals, that's that loser bracket adventure that we want to see.
Yeah, it's very much a story for you to tell. So, and once we look back at the upper bracket, these teams were there before. Obviously, that you had to go somewhere to be able to drop down, and you get to see the story of how each team was able to push forward. Delaware managing to break themselves to the upper bracket finals and then falling, while Connecticut fell extremely early to St. John's. Just the Destroyers managing to bring this in, and yet in the end, they managed to have that rematch in the same day, a couple hours split off, which is absolutely phenomenal. And I don't think that's often you see.
No, I mean, St. John's here just so consistent through all of it. They beat University of Connecticut 3-1 to start, or to end yesterday, as I was, and then today doing the same, getting past University of Delaware as well, which is another one of those huge teams that we expect. And St. John's, just congratulations to them. Their bracket was not in any way easy. That win was completely earned.
Yep, so we reach ourselves at the end, but that doesn't necessarily mean the EGFC is done in itself, because over on the official Twitch channel, you're going to be able to see UTA versus CU right now to figure out which team is going to be able to place 1 to 3rd alongside the East Victors, which is obviously St. John's. And that's absolutely something you want to see because, well, that's definitely, it's very important for the future. But massive thanks not only to Ocean and Waffles, who were here on earlier, and Waffles, who filled in for me because I slept around 2 minutes late. So, wasn't able to make it for the first one. Absolutely massive. They're actually, Waffles is actually still casting right now. I highly recommend. She's very talented. As well as, our broadcaster, the person who's been observing the whole time, Time to Light, who's made sure that you've had very good cameras, very shaky cameras, and very reactive cameras, just shaking at the ground when an opponent ends up falling down. Regardless, I want you guys to have an amazing spring break, have an amazing week and time off, and make sure you come back on April 29th for the start of the Nationals. Lucky, do you have any lasting comments?
I mean, just thank you again to our producer, Time Delight. Amazing job from them. And thank you to the teams here today. St. John's, absolutely deserving that victory. University of Connecticut, we'll see them in that Nationals 2 and the 2 seed from this conference. And they deserve to be there. So if you want to see more of this teams, do be back here on the 29th. It is the place to be. And with that, that's all I have.
Yep, so make sure that you hit that follow, you hit that bell so you can get notifications. You can check out the Twitter, EGFC, so you'll be able to stay up to date with absolutely everything that's going on and who or what's going to be competing inside the Nationals. Either way, I'm username_intel. This is Loki_cast, and we thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you next time.